Chapter 532. The Black Figure ignored Fang Chen's question. However, after Fang Chen used all kinds of inhumane methods, he finally spoke. In the end, Fang Chen obtained a map. On this map were the locations of all the Yellow Spring sect's branches in the 9 cities of the Golden Crown Nation. Pucci. Fang Chen killed the Yellow Spring sect's member with a punch and returned to the sword worship sect. The next day, Fang Chen told the news to Tian Jinzi. The latter's face was full of excitement. On this day, the sword reverence sect held a grand banquet to celebrate Fang Chen's victory over the Yellow Spring sect. During the banquet, Fang Chen ran into many familiar faces as well as many newcomers. After spending a day in the sword worship sect, Fang Chen left for the imperial capital. However, Fang Chen gave the map to the Black Devil Palace's attendants and asked them to go to the other cities to kill the hidden Yellow Spring sect members. The attendants of the Black Devil Palace were not considered powerful in the southern mountain land. However, in the Golden Crown Nation, they were considered top-notch experts. Fang Chen was relieved to leave this matter to them. Fang Chen arrived at the imperial capital through the transportation array. During this time, the Luo family in the imperial capital was also worried about the Yellow Spring sect. Moreover, Fang Chen knew from the map that the Yellow Spring sect members hiding in the imperial capital were the strongest. They had reached the 6th level of the condensing reality realm. This was definitely a huge hidden danger. If the imperial capital was not the imperial capital and had a rich history, it would have been occupied by the Yellow Spring sect members. When Fang Chen arrived at the imperial capital, it was already afternoon. He wanted to go directly to find the Yellow Spring sect members. However, just as he appeared on the streets of the imperial capital, he suddenly discovered a person. This person was Marquis Xianyun, ranked 9th on the martial marquis list. The reason why Fang Chen noticed this person was because he had an undetectable aura of the Yellow Spring sect on him. At this moment, in a square, Marquis Xianyun was teaching the younger generation cultivation. Ever since Marquis Jianwu and Marquis Longtongue left, Marquis Xianyun's strength increased rapidly. In less than a year, he became the top expert on the martial marquis list. Now, Marquis Xianyun had already broken through to the condensing reality realm. He was no longer a marquis. How dare you call yourself a king when you're only at the 2nd condensing reality realm? Fang Chen sneered and observed Marquis Xianyun quietly. On the square, many young warriors were listening attentively to the teachings of the new Cloud King. They were the hope of the younger generation in Jingguan country and also the new experts on the martial marquis list. Xianyun, said Xianyun's voice, Yun's Marquis. Xianyun said loudly. New Cloud King, I've never been able to cultivate the raging flame fist to perfection. Can you help me see where the problem is? Asked a martial artist. Show it to me. Xianyun King nodded and said. Then the warrior stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. Suddenly, a wild spirit chi appeared around his body. In the next moment, he activated the concept of fire and his fist was instantly wrapped in flames. Drink, the warrior shouted in a low voice. His fists fiercely punched towards the void. Suddenly, 2 flaming fist lights appeared in the void. They were extremely powerful. Brother Lin Qian is really strong. Even I feel my heart palpitate when you use the blaze fist. Of course, Brother Lin Qian has become the strongest person on the martial marquis list at such a young age. His blazing fist is the top cultivation method of Jingguan country. I wonder how the new Cloud King will teach Lin Qian. The surrounding martial marquises all spoke out. The man who had just used the blazing fist was called Lin Qian. He was a rising star and was currently the strongest person on the martial marquis list. Xianyun King looked at Lin Qian and nodded. He said, Lin Qian, the reason why your blaze fist could not be cultivated to perfection is because your concept of fire is not strong enough. if your concept of fire can reach the second minor realm, your blaze fist will definitely be cultivated to perfection, Xian Yun King continued. Hearing this, Lin Qian fell silent. What a joke. It's clearly because of a problem in cultivation. How can you say it's because of the concept of fire? Suddenly, a discordant voice was heard. Lin Qian, who was deep in thought, suddenly raised his head and looked at Fang Qin. At this moment, many martial marquises on the square also looked at Fang Qin. Who are you? I, the new Cloud King, am teaching the younger generation. It's not your place to interrupt, Xian Yun King said coldly. Yeah, who are you? How dare you question the new Cloud King? Are you courting death? Kid, I'll give you 3 seconds to apologize to the new Cloud King immediately. Otherwise, I'll cut you into pieces. What an arrogant and ignorant kid. How dare he question the new Cloud King's guidance? Many martial marquises said. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Qian walked forward step by step. When he reached Lin Qian's side, he stopped and smiled. When you cultivate the blaze fist, do you feel a little pain in your abdomen? Hearing Fang Qian's words, Lin Qian's face was full of shock. He immediately nodded. Moreover, this pain will be divided into periods. When you cultivate the blaze fist at noon, the pain in your abdomen will be the worst. When you cultivate at night, it will be better. Moreover, after a period of time, the pain will disappear, Fang Qin continued. Hearing Fang Qian's words, Lin Qian was completely shocked. Who was this kid? How did he know all this? However, before Lin Qian could speak, the new Cloud King spoke. Nonsense, Xian Yun King said coldly. Some of the surrounding martial marquises also angrily scolded Fang Qin, telling Fang Qin to get out of the square. Fang Qin ignored the crowd and looked at Lin Qian with a smile. Who are you? How do you know all this? Lin Qian looked at Fang Qin in shock and cried out involuntarily. Even some of his family members didn't know about the hidden illness that had appeared when he cultivated the blaze fist. But this young man in front of him was able to see the root of his problem just by watching him use it. I just saw you use the blaze fist. The blaze fist itself is a tyrannical and fierce cultivation method, but you're too inclined to attack and directly gave up on defense, causing the blaze fist to go to the extreme, Fang Qin said with a smile. Senior, may I ask if you have a solution? At this moment, Lin Qian was completely convinced by Fang Qin. His eyes were filled with respect. Lin Qian, don't listen to his nonsense, said a martial marquis who had a good relationship with Lin Qian. Lin Qian directly retorted, Do you know that what he just said is exactly the same as my problem? Lin Qian's words also stunned many martial marquises. So the root of your problem lies here. It's not because of the concept of fire, said Fang Qin. At this moment, the new Cloud King felt his face burning, as if someone had just slapped him in the face. Who is he? How does he know about Lin Qian's hidden illness? Just by watching Lin Qian use it once, he can tell. Is he the disciple of some hidden expert? Many martial artists didn't recognize Fang Qin. Hearing the whispers around him, the new Cloud King became even more furious. Brat, who are you? Why are you disturbing me, teaching the younger generation? Demanded the new Cloud King, furiously. Who I am isn't important, said Fang Qin. Brat, apologize to me and then scram out of the capital. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a grave, said the new Cloud King coldly. He had also considered Fang Qin's strength. But thinking carefully, there was almost no such young martial artist in the Golden Crown Nation who was stronger than him. Hearing the new Cloud King's words, Fang Qin didn't say anything. Instead, he stretched out his hand without warning. The new Cloud King sneered. You dare to take the initiative to attack? You're courting death, shouted the new Cloud King. His figure flashed, and he launched a fierce attack at Fang Qin. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill Fang Qin. Bang! But when Fang Qin's hand landed on his body, He was shocked to find that he couldn't resist at all. "How is this possible?" cried the new Cloud King. He was instantly suppressed by Fong Qin. Kacha! Fong Chen's palm pressed down, and the bones of the new Cloud King shattered. He let out a miserable cry. The surrounding martial marquises were completely shocked. Who was this brat? Why was he so strong? He could suppress the new Cloud King with a flip of his hand. Lin Qian's heart was filled with stormy waves. He was dumbfounded. "Who are you?" The new Cloud King endured the pain and roared. "You don't need to know." Fong Qin sneered. Then Fong Chen's hand pressed down and killed the new Cloud King. He killed the new Cloud King in front of so many people. All the martial artists were completely shocked. The whole square was in an uproar. "Senior." Lin Qian looked at Fong Chen in shock. He cupped his hands and shouted, "I want to be your disciple." Hearing this, Fong Chen grinned and turned to leave. Seeing Fong Chen's back, many martial artists felt that he was very familiar. All of a sudden, a martial artist shouted loudly, "He's Fong Chen." Hearing the name Fong Chen, the whole square was in an uproar. Although the people present had never seen Fong Chen, they had heard of his deeds. Fong Chen's inspirational story was circulating in the entire Golden Crown Nation. He was worthy of being the strongest person on the martial marquee list. He had left the Golden Crown Nation for so many years. Was he finally back? Oh my God, it's Fong Chen. He's back. Fong Chen is the most outstanding person of the younger generation in the history of the Golden Crown Nation. It's too shocking. I actually saw Fong Chen. He killed the new Cloud King, so casually. Fong Chen is still so strong. Many martial artists were shocked. At this time, the most shocked person was Lin Qian. He felt as if he was dreaming. How strong is he? Lin Qian's eyes were burning. He looked at the direction Fong Chen left and chased after him. Chapter 533. The news that Fong Chen had killed the new Cloud King instantly spread throughout the imperial capital and reached the ears of the Luo family. Therefore, before Fong Chen even arrived at the Luo family's residence was already bustling with noise and excitement. The Luo family head personally came to welcome Fong Chen. "Family head, is what you said true? Fong Chen killed the new Cloud King in one move?" asked an elder of the Luo family, his eyes filled with shock. The Luo family head nodded. "When I heard the news, I was also shocked. However, after asking around, the person who killed the new Cloud King was indeed Fong Chen." The Luo family head's heart was filled with shock. When he had left the Golden Crown Nation, Fong Chen had only been an invincible Qi Hai. A few years had passed, and Fong Chen had returned to his hometown. However, his strength had already reached such a level. A casual strike had been able to kill the new Cloud King. With such strength, even in the entire Golden Crown Nation, no one could match him. Just as everyone in the Luo family was waiting for Fong Chen, the latter arrived. The Luo family head's eyes lit up when he saw Fong Chen. He immediately went up to him and smiled. "Fong Chen, you're back." The elders of the Luo family also greeted Fong Chen one after another. The younger generation of the Luo family looked at Fong Chen in shock, especially Luo Liuli. Back then, Fong Chen's strength had been about the same as hers. However, Fong Chen's strength had already surpassed hers. Luo Liuli's beautiful eyes looked at the figure in front of her with complicated feelings. Luo Liuli was also among the elders. She was an expert of the older generation of the Luo family and the younger sister of the Luo family head. She also looked at Fong Chen curiously and sighed inwardly. What a monstrous genius! Fong Chen's arrival made the Luo family very lively. Even the king of the Golden Crown Nation had personally come to visit Fong Chen. However, Fong Chen came to the capital because he had something to do, so he didn't waste much time. When Fong Chen told the Luo family about the Yellow Spring sect, everyone in the Luo family was excited. If Fong Chen could kill the new Cloud King in one move, Then dealing with the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect shouldn't be a problem. For the whole afternoon, Fong Qin discussed this matter with the Luo family's patriarch. Finally, in the evening, Fong Qin was ready to take action. Fong Qin quietly left the Luo clan's residence and left the imperial capital. He arrived at a barren mountain peak in the imperial capital. After arriving at the mountain peak, Fong Qin's spirit spread out and instantly discovered an aura in a hidden spot on the mountain peak. Here, Fong Qin found the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect, and the latter also found Fong Qin. Bang Fong Qin punched out, forcing the remaining Yellow Springs sect members to reveal themselves. Who are you? The remaining Yellow Springs sect member was a little surprised that someone could find this place. He was puzzled. The person who will kill you. Fong Qin didn't say anything and directly attacked. He killed the remaining Yellow Springs sect member with lightning speed. The latter didn't even have time to scream before he was completely killed by Fong Qin. After doing all this, Fong Qin returned to the Luo family in the imperial capital. The next day, the deacon of the Black Devil Palace sent a message saying that all the remaining Yellow Springs sect members in the major cities of the Golden Crown Nation had been killed. When Fong Qin received the news, a smile appeared on his face. He told the deacon of the Black Devil Palace to wait for him in the Sword State City. Fong Qin took the transmission array and left the imperial capital, returning to the Sword State City once again. After returning to the Sword State City, Fong Qin didn't expect to meet his master, the Blacksmith Grandmaster Ancient Sect. No, to be exact, it should be the Blacksmith Grandmaster Ancient Sect. Back then, when Ancient Sect took Fong Qin as a disciple, he was only a Blacksmith Grandmaster. However, in the past few years, Ancient Sect wholeheartedly studied blacksmithing. In addition to the meteoric iron that Fong Qin gave him, Ancient Sect successfully became a blacksmith grandmaster. Even in the land of Southern Mountain, the status of a grandmaster blacksmith was extraordinary. However, after Ancient Sect became a blacksmith grandmaster, he became even more obsessed with blacksmithing. He didn't go to the Southern Mountain land, but cultivated in the Golden Crown Nation. This time he heard that Fong Qin had returned, so he came to the Sword State City to look for Fong Qin. Fong Qin, you're pretty good, lad. When Guzong saw Fong Qin, this was the first thing he said. Master. Fong Qin cupped his hands towards Ancient Sect. No matter what, Ancient Sect had fought the alchemy Grandmaster Luo for his sake. Fong Qin had always remembered this kindness in his heart. How are you in the Southern Mountain land? Why did you think of coming back? Ancient Sect asked. The Golden Crown Nation was a remote country in the Southern Mountain land. Although it was a big country, the news of the Southern Mountain land hadn't spread here. Therefore, Ancient Sect didn't know about Fong Qin. Fong Qin grinned and said, I came back to take a look. I haven't had the chance to congratulate Master for becoming a blacksmith grandmaster. Fong Qin smiled. Guzong also grinned when he heard this. It's all thanks to your meteoric iron that I can reach the blacksmith grandmaster realm, Ancient Sect said. Fong Qin nodded and said, Master, let's find a place to talk. After that, Guzong followed Fong Qin to an independent courtyard. The master and disciple were chatting happily. After chatting for a while, Ancient Sect discovered that Fong Qin's hidden star sword was a beginner-level profound weapon. He immediately wanted to upgrade Fong Qin's grade. Now that I've become a blacksmith grandmaster, I can upgrade your hidden star sword to a middle-level profound weapon. Ancient Sect said. Fong Qin nodded and took out some meteoric iron and golden sand. He said, Master, integrate these into my weapon. Ancient Sect's eyes widened when he saw the meteoric iron and golden sand in Fong Qin's hands. Golden sand, where did you get such precious materials? Ancient Sect asked excitedly. I got it in a secret realm. Fong Qin said. Ancient Sect took the golden sand, his eyes burning. Master, I've saved your share for you. Fong Chen grinned, then took out another share and handed it to Guzong. Ha ha ha! I'm so lucky to have such a good disciple. Ancient Sect laughed wildly. Ancient Sect then went to refine weapons. 3 days later, Ancient Sect successfully came out of seclusion. Fong Chen's hidden star, sword's grade had been upgraded. Master, how was it? Fong Chen hurriedly asked when he saw Ancient Sect come out. Guzong had a brilliant smile on his face. After that, he handed over the brand new star, concealing sword to Fong Chen, and said, "If it was only the meteoric iron, I could at most upgrade the quality of the star concealing sword to a middle-level, profound weapon. However, with the addition of the golden quicksand, the quality of the star concealing sword has been upgraded to a high-level profound weapon by me." A high-level profound weapon was countless times stronger than a beginner-level profound weapon. Fong Chen held the brand new hidden star sword. He could clearly feel that there was a scorching aura inside the sword. It seemed like it could burst out at any time. "Thank you, Master," Fong Chen said. He didn't expect that he would have such a harvest after returning to the Golden Crown Nation. "Kid, why are you being so polite with me?" Ancient Sect said. After staying in the Sword State City for a few days, Fong Chen bid farewell to Ancient Sect. He took the Black Devil Palace's deacon and headed to the Divine Wind Nation. The current Fong Chen had reached the 8th stage of the condensing reality realm. He could already fly for short distances. His speed was much faster than before. Half a month later, Fong Chen arrived at the Ink Cloud Nation. Fong Chen stood in the sky above the Ink Cloud Nation. He looked down at the entire Ink Cloud Nation with a brilliant smile on his face. When he first left the Divine Wind Nation, his first stop was the Ink Cloud Nation. That should be the Ink Cloud Pass. Fong Chen narrowed his eyes. He looked at the place near the Divine Wind Nation and said in a low voice. At that time, Fong Chen broke through the Ink Cloud Pass and attracted the attention of all the experts in the Ink Cloud Pass. He even attracted the attention of the Old Man of Heaven Pass. However, Fong Chen didn't choose to enter the Ink Cloud Pass to cultivate. Instead, he left the Ink Cloud Nation. Now that he thought about it, his mind was filled with memories. Just as Fong Chen was immersed in his memories, a furious roar suddenly entered the ears of Fong Chen and the others. "May I ask what esteemed senior has come to my Ink Cloud Nation?" As soon as this voice fell, Fong Chen discovered that a yellow-robed figure had appeared in the imperial capital of the Ink Cloud Nation. "I'm just passing by," Fong Chen said. A condensing reality realm expert was basically a legendary figure in the Ink Cloud Nation. At this moment, on the streets of the imperial capital, countless warriors discovered a few figures in the sky. Their hearts were filled with fear. They can fly in the sky. Could they be condensing reality realm experts? It's too scary. They are floating there. I actually feel a great pressure. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Chen instantly disappeared. The Ink Cloud Nation was just a passerby in Fong Chen's life. He left the Ink Cloud Nation and instantly flew to the sky above the Divine Wind Nation. "Let's go down," Fong Chen said. In order to not cause panic in the Divine Wind Nation, Fong Chen chose to land on the ground. "Fong Chen, is this the place where you were born?" The Black Devil Palace's deacon asked. Fong Chen nodded. Looking at the land in the distance, he felt like he was at home. The Black Devil Palace's deacon looked around. He was shocked in his heart. A heaven-defying genius like Fong Chen could actually appear in such a remote country. At the same time, the Black Devil Palace's deacon admired Fong Chen even more. The geniuses of the southern mountainland, such as Zhou Qingqing, had countless resources since childhood. The environment they lived in was the best. However, Fong Chen was able to grow to his current height in such a harsh environment like the Divine Wind Nation. It was enough to see that his potential was too heaven-defying. Perhaps the Palace Lord has taken a fancy to his heaven-defying potential. The Dark Lord secretly said in his heart. Little did he know that the Dark Lord had signed a blood contract with Fong Chen. It was not because of Fong Chen's potential. Standing on the land of the divine Wind Nation, Fong Chen's face was full of smiles. I'm finally back. Chapter 534. After returning to the divine Wind Nation once again, Fong Chen's mentality had undergone a great change. When he left the Wind Nation, he was only in the Qi transformation realm. Now he was standing at the peak of the condensing reality realm. Now, Fong Chen was much stronger than before. Fong Chen didn't want to cause too much trouble. After returning to the Wind Nation, he didn't make a big fuss. Instead, he quietly went to the Cyan Cloud County to see how the Fong family was doing. As for the deacon of the Black Devil Palace and the others, under the leadership of Fong Chen, they chose to meet in the Cyan Cloud County of the Wind Nation. With the Cyan Cloud County as the center, they quickly spread to the entire Wind Nation. On the way back to the Cyan Cloud County, Fong Chen also asked around. The kamikaze Kenbo he was in had become the most powerful force in the Wind Nation. Hearing this news, Fong Chen grinned. The Fong family was in the Black Cloud City of the Cyan Cloud County. After returning to the Cyan Cloud County, Fong Chen went directly to the Black Cloud City. After a few years of development, the Fong family's power had reached a very powerful level. Although they had been in the Black Cloud City and hadn't expanded, all the major forces in the Wind Nation knew that the Fong family was very powerful. They even had a certain relationship with the kamikaze Kenbo, so no one wanted to provoke the Fong family. The Black Cloud City was the headquarters of the Fong family. The Fong family had run the Black Cloud City like an iron bucket. Every move in the Black Cloud City was within the Fong family's control. As soon as Fong Chen entered the Black Cloud City, he was discovered by the spies of the Fong family. However, they didn't say anything because they found that Fong Chen was an ordinary warrior. There was no aura fluctuation on his body. They were only observing Fong Chen in the dark. The Black Cloud City has changed a lot. Fong Chen stood on the street of the Black Cloud City and couldn't help but sigh. In the past, besides the Fong family, there were several other forces in the Black Cloud City. But now, the Fong family was the only overlord in the Black Cloud City. Thinking of this, Fong Chen thought of another force in the Black Cloud City, the Yi family. At that time, Yi Zi of the Yi family was engaged to him. However, the Yi family was dissatisfied with him being a loser, so he took the initiative to cancel the engagement with Yi Zi. As Fong Chen thought about it, he shook his head and walked up to the Fong clan residence. When the spies observing Fong Chen in secret discovered this scene, they immediately spread the news to the many cultivators in the residence. An unknown person is approaching the family mansion. This news Fong Chen's immediately. All the worshippers of the Fong family became vigilant. Although Fong Chen's forces had grown over the years, there were still some rogue cultivators who were not afraid of death who came to cause trouble. At this moment, in the Fong family's mansion, the three brothers of the Fong family were chatting in the garden. Beside them, there were a few children playing. "Grandpa, Little Blossom bullied me." Suddenly, a little boy was pushed by another little girl. The little boy's face was full of grievances as he walked up to Fong Tianshan and sobbed. Fong Tianshan saw this and reached out to wipe the little boy's tears. "Little Blossom, don't bully your brother," Fong Tianshan said. "Grandpa, I didn't bully him," the little girl called Little Blossom retorted. The other two Fong brothers saw this and grinned. "Big brother, you have a grandson in the blink of an eye. Time flies." The third brother, Fong Tianyu, sighed. "Third brother, it's not only big brother who has a grandson, but I also have one. You're the only one who hasn't held your grandson yet," the second brother, Fong Tianbao, said. Third brother's son, Fong Chen, is the most outstanding genius in the history of the Fong family. His marriage is a big deal for the Fong family. I wonder how Fong Chen is doing now. The eldest brother, Fong Tianshan, comforted the little boy and smiled. Speaking of Fong Chen, a happy smile appeared on Fong Tianyu's face. Fong Tianyu's greatest pride in his life was to have such an outstanding son like Fong Qin. Fong Qin, who was regarded as trash by everyone, rose step by step from the Azure Edge sword sect to become the top figure of the younger generation in the Divine Wind Nation. However, Fong Qin had left the Divine Wind Nation for several years. The Fong family had not received any news about Fong Qin, so they were worried. Fong Qin's talent is so good. He will be fine, Fong Tianyu said to himself. Just as the three brothers were chatting, a figure suddenly appeared in the garden without a sound. Fong Qin did not wish to waste any time. Using his own strength, he stealthily entered the Fong clan mansion, after which he made some inquiries and arrived at this place. Father, big uncle, second uncle. Fong Qin looked at the three of them and called out with a smile. When the three brothers of the Fong family heard this, their faces were filled with surprise. They thought that they had misheard and raised their heads to look. You. When Fong Tianshan saw Fong Qin, he was shocked and speechless. It's actually Qin, ha ha ha. Fong Tianbao laughed wildly. As for Fong Tianyu, his body was trembling. He quickly walked towards Fong Qin and hugged Fong Qin. You're finally back. Fong Qin also felt his father's emotional fluctuations. He hugged his father and said softly, Father, I'm sorry for all these years. Fong Qin's return made the three brothers of the Fong family very excited. After a long time, the three brothers of the Fong family finally calmed down. They looked at Fong Qin and were very happy. I didn't expect you to come back at this time, Fong Tianyu said with a smile. At this moment, a figure hurried into the garden. Consecrator Wang, why are you here? This person was Consecrator Wang, a consecrator of the Fong family. His strength was in the Qi transformation realm. Seeing Consecrator Wang rush over, Fong Tianshan took the initiative to ask. Consecrator Wang didn't notice Fong Qin. He looked at Fong Tianshan and said seriously, Family head, today our scouts discovered that an unknown martial artist entered Black Cloud City. After arriving in front of the Fong family's residence, he directly escaped from our scouts' line of sight and disappeared without a trace. After Consecrator Wang finished speaking, he waited for Fong Tianshan to give the order. The three brothers of the Fong family looked at each other and then simultaneously looked at Fong Qin. Finally, Fong Tianshan laughed loudly and said, Consecrator Wang, the unknown martial artist you speak of is from the younger generation of our Fong family. What younger generation of the Fong family? Consecrator Wang was very surprised. However, at this moment, he finally noticed Fong Qin. Is that him? Consecrator Wang asked. Consecrator Wang, he is Fong Qin, Fong Tianbao said. As a consecrator of the Fong family, he naturally knew everything about the Fong family. In the Fong family, the most mysterious person was Fong Qin, an outstanding member of the younger generation of the Fong family. When Fong Qin left the Divine Wind Nation, his deeds had spread throughout the entire nation. All the younger generation regarded Fong Qin as their goal. After Consecrator Wang joined the Fong family, he naturally knew of Fong Qin's deeds. He is Fong Qin. Hearing Fong Tianbao say that the person in front of him was Fong Qin, Consecrator Wang was even more shocked. He also didn't expect Fong Qin to be so young. After being shocked for a long time, Consecrator Wang came back to his senses and quietly retreated. Fong Qin, are you going to stay here for a while? Fong Tianshan asked. Fong Qin shook his head and said, I came back this time to see how the Fong family is doing. I'll be leaving in a few days. Hearing that Fong Qin was going to leave, Fong Tianyu's face darkened a bit, but he immediately thought it through. His son wasn't a fish in a pond. The small stage of the Divine Wind Nation couldn't hold his son. Fong Qin, no matter what decision you make, we will support you, Fong Tianyu said. Fong Qin's return was only known by the upper echelons of the Fong family. After Fong Qin met the three brothers of the Fong family, he went to meet his mother and some of the younger generation of the Fong family. On a certain mountain peak of the Azure Edge, Sword Sect. This mountain peak was a forbidden area of the Azure Edge Sword Sect. There was a strange formation around the mountain peak that isolated the outside world. All the disciples of the Azure Edge Sword Sect were very curious about what was inside this forbidden area. Of course, only the sect master of the Azure Edge Sword Sect knew that the existence inside this forbidden area was the master of the Ice Heaven Sect that Fong Qin had left behind in the Azure Cloud County. The master of the Ice Heaven Sect had already recovered to the first level of the Qi High Realm. When Fong Qin left, he left a large amount of resources for the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven Sect. The Azure Edge Sword Sect also helped the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven Sect at all costs. In just a few short years, the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven Sect had completely recovered his cultivation. The current him had already recovered to his peak, the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Even in the Golden Crown Nation, this cultivation was considered a strong existence. Even though the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven Sect was so strong, he was still controlled by Fong Qin. All these years, he had been secretly protecting the Azure Edge Sword Sect and the Fong family. Today, the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven Sect was cultivating. Suddenly, his eyes opened. His body flashed and disappeared from the Azure Edge Sword Sect. Because of the soul connection with Fong Qin, the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven Sect was the first to sense when Fong Qin returned. When the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven Sect arrived, Fong Qin also noticed. 9th level of the Qi High Realm. After seeing the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven Sect, Fong Qin's face was full of smiles. The Hall Master of the Ice Heaven Sect had an extremely strong aura. He was only a step away from the condensing reality realm. Master. The Hall Master of the Ice Heaven Sect cupped his hands and called out. Fong Qin only stood there quietly. The Hall Master of the Ice Heaven Sect felt an invisible pressure that made it hard for him to breathe. At this moment, the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven Sect finally realized that his master strength had already reached the legendary condensing reality realm. Fong Qin checked and realized that as the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven Sect's strength increased, the soul seed that he planted in his soul seemed to have diluted a lot. If this continues, he will escape from my control, Fong Qin said. After that, Fong Qin made his move again. With a powerful method, he directly left a mark in the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven Sect's mind. With Fong Qin's cultivation of the 8th level of the condensing reality realm, the mark that he left made the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven Sect unable to resist. The Hall Master of the Ice Heaven Sect felt his body tremble. In the next moment, he realized that a strange mark had appeared in his mind. Chapter 535. With a 9th level Qi High Realm Master of Icy Heaven as their protector, the Fong family and the Green Edge Sword Sect were not in any danger. After regaining control of Icy Heaven Master, Fong Qin gave her some resources, and she returned to the Green Edge Sword Sect. As for Fong Qin, he stayed in the Fong family. When he had nothing to do, he would spend time with his family and friends. Fong Qin felt that his soul had improved during this time. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During this time, Fong Qin had been accompanying his father in the Fong family. During this time, the Black Devil Palace sent news that the entire Divine Wind Nation was under their control. At the same time, they also said that they would protect the Fong family with all their strength. So Fong Qin could rest assured. Fong Qin nodded and grinned. With the help of the Black Devil Palace's protector, the Fong family would not be in any danger. One day, Fong Qin felt that his soul had changed. Just as he was thinking, he released his soul, and his aura increased. Not long after, Fong Qin's soul reached the late orange level. When he was in the southern mountain land, Fong Qin's soul had reached the mid-orange level, and he could not improve after that. After returning to the Fong family, Fong Qin's soul had improved and finally reached the late orange level. When his soul reached the late orange level, Fong Qin's soul cultivation also reached the late second level. A late second-level soul cultivator's strength was definitely comparable to a high-level condensing reality realm warrior. If he had a good soul cultivation method, he would not be able to find a worthy opponent even in the 9th level of the condensing reality realm. On this day, Fang Qin found his father and told him about his departure. Although Fang Tianyu was a little reluctant, he still chose to support Fang Qin in the end. After bidding farewell to Fang Tianyu, Fang Qin left the Fang family and the Black Cloud City, preparing to return to the southern mountain land. After settling down the Fang family, Fang Qin had no more worries. In the entire southern mountain land, with the protection of the Black Devil Palace's branch, the Fang family would be safe. After that, Fang Qin left the Divine Wind Nation. The Heavenly Pill Palace that cooperated with Fang Qin was no longer the same as before. They had become the Pill Giant of the Divine Wind Nation, and they also cooperated with other nations. The Heavenly Pill Palace's wealth was too huge. Master Sky River Master had also become a Sky Master. Although he was a master, he did not forget the Heavenly Pill Palace's Fang family. Every year, Sky Master would give the Heavenly Pill Palace 30% of the Heavenly Pill Palace's income. Even the Heavenly Pill Palace, the Heavenly Pill Palace. Fang Qin left the Divine Wind Nation, passed by the Ink Cloud Nation, the Golden Crown Nation, and finally returned to the Southern Mountain Land. As soon as he returned to the Southern Mountain Land, Fang Qin hurried to the Qin clan. Heavenly Pill Sex Yao, Heavenly Medicine Qins. After the Qin family's patriarch left the old site of the Heaven-Raising Gate, he went to the Medicine King Valley to ask the Medicine King to treat his daughter. At that time, Fang Qin left the Southern Mountain Land and returned to the Divine Wind Nation. Using the teleportation array, Fang Qin quickly arrived at the Qin family's territory. The Qin family's base camp was heavily guarded. Ordinary warriors could not get close, but this was not a problem for Fang Qin. Fang Qin quietly entered the Qin family's mansion. In a meeting hall in the Qin family's mansion, the Qin family's patriarch and an old man with a white beard were sitting at the head of the table. The other elders were standing at the side. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was very solemn. After a long time, the Qin family's patriarch said, "Senior Medicine King, I wonder if my daughter's injuries can be treated?" The old man with a white beard beside the Qin family's patriarch nodded and said, "Although Qin Yao's injuries are serious, it's a good thing that someone extended her life, allowing her to survive successfully. As long as I help, Qin Yao's injuries will definitely be healed." The Medicine King Valley did not belong to the Southern Mountain Land. In terms of territory, the Medicine King Valley should be considered a power in the Western Mountain Land. The Medicine King Valley was a transcendent existence in the Western Mountain Land. Even the top powers did not dare to cause trouble for the Medicine King Valley. The Medicine King of the Medicine King Valley was the most powerful person in the entire Western Mountain Land, and even in the hearts of the people of the other 3 mountain ranges. The Medicine King's methods were heavenly. There was no illness that he could not treat. This time, the Qin family's patriarch had promised the Medicine King many resources in order to invite him. After the Medicine King came to the Qin family and saw Qin Yao's injuries, he had an idea. He wanted to see the warrior who extended Qin Yao's life. "Senior Medicine King, when will you treat my daughter?" the Qin family's patriarch asked. The Medicine King grinned. "There's no rush. Before that, I want to see the warrior who extended Qin Yao's life." The Qin family's patriarch's expression changed. He didn't understand what the Medicine King meant. "Senior Medicine King, what is this?" asked the Qin family's patriarch. The Medicine King was just about to speak when Fang Qin suddenly walked into the Qin family's discussion hall. One of the elders near the entrance was just about to berate him when he suddenly saw that it was Fang Qin. Shock appeared on his face. "Fang Qin, you've come." The Qin family's patriarch was full of smiles when he saw Fang Qin. The power structure of the Southern Mountain Land had undergone an unprecedented change. It could be said that there were only 2 major powers in the Southern Mountain Land. They were the Qin family and the Black Devil Palace. Fang Chen's arrival had caused the Qin family's patriarch to lose his composure. The Medicine King thoughtfully looked at Fang Chen. "Ha ha ha, Fang Chen, you've come." The other elders all greeted Fang Chen. "This should be Senior Medicine King, right?" Fang Chen looked at the Medicine King. "The Qin family's Medicine King Valley's Medicine King," said, "correct. He is the Medicine King Valley's Medicine King. He came specifically to treat Qin Yao's injuries." Fang Chen nodded. The Medicine King looked at Fang Chen suspiciously. He didn't recognize this person, but he was filled with curiosity towards Fang Chen. Just now, he had used his powerful spiritual sense to probe Fang Chen. But when his spiritual sense approached Fang Chen, it was as if it had entered a boundless sea, disappearing without a trace. That shocked the Medicine King. He was actually unable to probe this young martial practitioner. To be able to become the Medicine King, his spiritual strength was countless times stronger than an ordinary person's. But even such a powerful spiritual strength was unable to probe Fang Chen. There were only two possibilities. The first was that Fang Chen's strength was too tyrannical. He was unable to probe him. The second was that Fang Chen had a priceless, soul-isolating treasure on his body. Thinking of that, the Medicine King's gaze towards Fang Chen changed slightly. "Senior Medicine King, didn't you want to see the martial practitioner who extended Qin Yao's life? This person is the one who extended Qin Yao's life. His name is Fang Chen, and he's one of the younger generation's geniuses of the southern mountain region," introduced the Qin family's patriarch. Hearing the Qin family's patriarch's introduction, the Medicine King's eyes clearly flashed with shock. Looking at Fang Chen, the Medicine King was a bit excited. "You're the one who extended Qin Yao's life." Fang Chen nodded and said, "That's right, that's me." After receiving Fang Chen's confirmation, the Medicine King suddenly stood up and looked at Fang Chen. "So that means you have violet crystals on you?" The Medicine King's eyes burned as he looked at Fang Chen. After inspecting Qin Yao's body, the Medicine King had discovered that there was some remnant violet crystal energy within her body. That made the Medicine King believe that violet crystals had saved Qin Yao's life. So he wanted to see the person who had extended Qin Yao's life. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. The Medicine King actually knew about violet crystals? That made Fang Chen feel very flabbergasted. Within the conference hall, all the elders, including the Qin family's patriarch, were extremely puzzled. They didn't know what violet crystals were, and they also didn't know what the Medicine King was talking about. "Qin family's patriarch, can I speak with Fang Chen alone?" asked the Medicine King. The Qin family's patriarch glanced at Fang Chen and then nodded. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Chen and the Medicine King were left in the conference hall. "Fang Chen, I found remnant violet crystal energy within Qin Yao's body. If my guess isn't wrong, you must have used violet crystals to extend Qin Yao's life." The Medicine King got straight to the point. Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything. "I'll tell you the truth. I need violet crystals. Can you give me some? Even if I have to pay a high price, I'm willing to pay." The Medicine King's eyes burned as he looked at Fang Chen. "Senior Medicine King, what do you need violet crystals for?" asked Fang Chen. The Medicine King was silent for a moment before saying, "Although everyone calls me the Medicine King, they don't know that when I was young, I left behind a hidden illness. Although I've been using special methods to suppress it these past few years, I still can't completely remove it. I once accidentally obtained a book. That book was the greatest contribution that allowed me to establish myself as the Medicine King. In that book, there was an introduction to violet crystals." The Medicine King said, "In the beginning, I didn't care about purple crystals at all. Later on, I realized that in order to treat my illness, I needed to refine an extremely special elixir, and this elixir's catalyst was purple crystals." The Medicine King said in a deep voice. His face was filled with helplessness. Fang Chen was also startled. He hadn't thought that the Grand Medicine King would also have an illness. Fang Qin had obtained a total of 15,000 violet crystals from the heaven-raising gates, violet crystal vein. He had then used up a lot of them. Now he had less than 300 violet crystals left. I do have violet crystals. Fang Qin nodded. Fang Qin, I need 2 violet crystals. What's the price? Asked the Medicine King urgently. Fang Qin thought for a moment and said, as long as Senior Medicine King can save Qin Yao, I will give you 2 violet crystals with both hands. Really? Asked the Medicine King. Fang Qin nodded and flicked his wrist. 2 violet crystals appeared in his hand. Seeing the violet crystals, the Medicine King's face was filled with excitement. That afternoon, the Medicine King announced that he would do his best to heal Qin Yao. It took a full 3 days for the Medicine King to completely heal Qin Yao's hidden illness. As for Qin Yao, she had also completely recovered. When the Qin family heard this news, they were all incomparably excited. Chapter 536. After the Medicine King healed Qin Yao, Fang Qin fulfilled his promise and gave the Medicine King 2 violet crystals. The Medicine King was extremely happy to receive them. He even invited Fang Qin to the Medicine King Valley, but Fang Qin refused. Right now, his main goal was to find a powerful spiritual cultivation technique. The Medicine King left with joy. He left the South Mountain Land. As for the Qin family, they were all extremely excited. Qin Yao was one of the top figures of the Qin family's younger generation. Her recovery meant she was once more standing at the peak of the younger generation. Qin Yao's expression had already returned to normal. When she saw Fang Qin, her eyes twinkled. It was unknown what she was thinking. This time, thank you very much. Qin Yao lowered her head and said softly, if it weren't for Fang Qin, she would have already died in the heaven-raising gate. Furthermore, after spending so much time with Fang Qin, she had a different feeling in her heart. Looking at Fang Qin's back, she felt her heart rapidly beating. Sigh. After a long time, she sighed and left. On the 3rd day of Fang Qin's stay in the Qin family, the Dark Lord personally came to find Fang Qin. Fang Qin, you've returned. Has everything been arranged? The Dark Lord directly asked Fang Qin. Fang Qin nodded. He knew the Dark Lord was looking for his family. Palace Master, why have you come to find me? Asked Fang Qin. If there wasn't anything important, the Dark Lord definitely wouldn't have come to find Fang Qin. Fang Qin, I've come to bring you some news. The Dark Lord's eyes twinkled. Oh, what news? Asked Fang Qin. Our branch of the Black Devil Palace has already taken complete control of the southern mountain land. Our men have received an important piece of news in the few cities bordering the western mountain land. In the western mountain land, the residence of a spirit vortex realm elite has appeared. The residence of a spirit vortex realm expert. Fang Qin was shocked when he heard this. 4 condensing reality realm warriors. The mansion of a spirit vortex realm warrior was fatally attractive. This spirit vortex realm elite has been dead for a long time. I don't know what happened, but recently his mansion suddenly appeared, the Dark Lord said solemnly. He was also a spiritual whirlpool realm warrior, but his cultivation was only at the 1st level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Spiritual spiral realm warriors needed to open up spiritual spirals in their sea of qi. Every time they advanced to the next level, they would open up a new spiritual spiral. It was extremely difficult to open a spiritual spiral. Ordinary warriors could not open a single spiritual spiral in their lifetime. Some amazing geniuses, when in the condensing reality realm, could fight against 2 people at the same time. Some of them were even invincible in the same realm and could even fight across realms. However, in the spiritual whirlpool realm, the difference between every level was huge. There were very few people who could fight across realms. There was almost none. In the spiritual whirlpool realm, every level was extremely difficult to advance. The Dark Lord had been in the spiritual whirlpool realm for many years. Until now, he was still at the first level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. However, even a first-level spiritual whirlpool realm warrior could instantly kill any condensing reality realm warrior. Even the strongest condensing reality realm warrior, who had condensed 9 strands of true chi, would not be able to fight back in the hands of a spiritual whirlpool realm warrior. This was the difference between the spiritual whirlpool realm and the condensing reality realm. This time, the appearance of the spiritual whirlpool realm warrior's mansion had attracted many condensing reality realm warriors. The Black Devil Palace was also preparing to send warriors to the West Ridge. Therefore, the Dark Lord came to find Feng Qin. After knowing the Dark Lord's intentions, Feng Qin said, "Palace Master wants me to lead the young geniuses of the Southern Mountainland to the West Ridge and enter the spiritual whirlpool realm warrior's mansion to search for opportunities." Hearing this, the Dark Lord nodded and said, "That's right. If we can get the news in the Southern Mountainland, the other ridges will also receive the news." However, this time the appearance of the spiritual whirlpool realm warrior's mansion is not something normal warriors can participate in. The other ridges will definitely send their top condensing reality realm warriors to search for opportunities. This time, some elders from the Black Devil Palace will also go. Hearing this, Feng Qin said, "When do we depart?" Obviously, the spiritual whirlpool realm warrior's mansion had successfully attracted Feng Qin's attention. Feng Qin's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the condensing reality realm. It would be very difficult for him to improve unless he found some opportunities. Moreover, he was already invincible among the younger generation in the Southern Mountain Land. He could use this opportunity to meet the top geniuses of the other 3 ridges. Warriors would only look for other warriors to be their stepping stones. After Feng Qin agreed, the Dark Lord told him to come to the Black Devil Palace's headquarters in 3 days. They would depart together then. After that, the Dark Lord left. The spiritual whirlpool realm warrior's mansion? Feng Qin said to himself as he looked up at the blue sky. This time, countless warriors from the 4 ridges would definitely gather in the Western Ridge. Although Feng Qin was very strong, he was still not strong enough to face those warriors who had condensed multiple true chis. However, the more it was like this, the more excited Feng Qin was. Being able to fight against a powerful warrior was definitely a very meaningful thing. 3 days later, when Feng Qin was about to leave, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "Qin Yao." Seeing Qin Yao, Feng Qin asked in surprise. Qin Yao was wearing a white floral dress with a jade green bun on her head. She was very beautiful. Qin Yao's beautiful eyes flickered. Seeing Feng Qin, she felt very happy. "Qin Yao, what are you doing?" Feng Qin asked. "Going to the Western Ridge with you." Qin Yao said softly with a gentle smile on her face. Hearing this, Feng Qin was a little confused, but he immediately understood. It seemed that the Dark Lord had not only told him about this, but also the Qin family's head. Originally, Feng Qin wanted to refuse, but when the words reached his mouth, he did not say it. Qin Yao's cultivation had also reached the 9th condensing reality realm. This time, the spiritual whirlpool realm warrior's mansion was also an opportunity for Qin Yao. "All right, then let's go together." Feng Qin nodded and said. Hearing this, Qin Yao's eyes revealed a happy smile. Then she walked side by side with Feng Qin and left the Qin family's mansion. Looking at the back of Feng Qin and Qin Yao, the Qin family's head and several elders appeared in the square. A talented man and a beautiful woman. If the 2 of them can be together, it will definitely be a good thing. The first elder said, "Feng Qin's talent is destined to shake the entire 5-element state and even the ancient sword continent. If our Qin family's pearl can marry Feng Qin, it would be the best." The second elder said, "Let nature take its course. If they are willing, we will naturally be happy. If they are not willing, there is no meaning in forcing them." The Qin family's head sighed and said, "How could he not want Qin Yao and Feng Qin to be together? But this kind of thing, how could he force it?" Fang Qin and Qin Yao arrived at the Black Devil Palace's headquarters as promised. Fang Qin, you are here. The Dark Lord personally came out to welcome Fang Qin. The Dark Lord had already prepared and was waiting for Fang Qin. As soon as Fang Qin arrived, the Dark Lord brought Fang Qin to meet the team that had set off together. Fang Qin, there are a total of 15 elders. They are the management elders of our Black Devil Palace. Moreover, they all have the potential to break through to the spiritual whirlpool realm. This time, they will be traveling with you. The Dark Lord said. Fang Qin nodded. The auras of these 15 elders were very dense. Each elder was an expert who had at least condensed a strand of true qi, as expected of the Black Devil Palace. Fang Qin sighed inwardly. This kind of foundation wasn't something that an ordinary 3-star force could compare to. After a slight delay, the Dark Lord introduced Fang Qin to the 15 elders. Then he ordered the 15 elders to protect Fang Qin along the way. In the end, Fang Qin and the others left the Black Devil Palace and headed towards the West Mountain Land. At this moment, the Sword King was alone on a mountain peak in the South Mountain Land. He stood there quietly, overlooking the plains below. After many inquiries, he had discovered traces of Fang Qin. He also knew that Fang Qin was leaving the South Mountain Land. The plains in front of him were the places that Fang Qin had to pass through. He wanted to kill Fang Qin here and seize the main hall of Yangshimen. Kid, you will die today. The Sword King's heart was filled with anger. Ever since the Sword King left the old site of the Heaven-Raising Gate, he had been quietly cultivating. He wanted to quickly recover his strength. However, the current world had changed a lot compared to when he was still alive. The spirit qi had also become much thinner. The Sword King couldn't adapt to it for a while. However, after such a long time, the Sword King's cultivation had finally recovered to the peak of the 9th condensing reality realm. At this moment, he had 9 strands of true qi in his qi si. The Sword King, who had condensed 9 strands of true qi, had already become an invincible existence in the condensing reality realm. In the entire South Mountain Land, the one he feared the most was the Dark Lord. Today, he deliberately avoided the Dark Lord and chose to attack Fang Qin on the path that he had to pass through. The Sword King had been waiting. After about 3 hours, Fang Qin and the others finally appeared. Brat, it's time for you to die. The Sword King sneered. His figure flashed and instantly appeared on the plains. At this moment, Fang Qin and the others were rushing at full speed. Fang Qin, after this trip to the West Mountain, you won't return to the South Mountain Land, right? Qin Yao asked in a low voice as they walked. Fang Qin was startled. He immediately shook his head. He didn't think too much about it. He would think about it after the trip to the spirit whirlpool realm. Seeing Fang Qin shake his head, a trace of sadness flashed in Qin Yao's eyes. However, she immediately hid it. Just as Qin Yao was about to continue speaking, a wild aura suddenly filled the air. Be careful, Fang Qin said in a low voice. The 15 elders of the Black Devil Palace also looked ahead with serious expressions. The aura emitted by the Sword King made Fang Qin and the others feel pressured. It's you. Chapter 537. Fang Qin was startled by the Sword King's appearance. He immediately raised his guard, and his body emitted dense spiritual qi, ready to attack at any moment. Kid, your life ends here. The Sword King grinned when he saw Fang Qin. At this moment, Qin Yao's face was filled with worry. However, she felt that she was too weak to be of any help. Therefore, she could only place her hopes on the 15 elders of the Black Devil Palace. Who are you? The first elder of the Black Devil Palace, an expert who had condensed 7 strands of true qi, took a step forward. His wild aura instantly soared, and he confronted the Sword King's aura, relieving the pressure on Fang Qin and the others. Who am I? I am the Sword King, the King of Swords. The Sword King's voice was cold. Sword chi surged from his body, and it was as if his entire body was a sharp sword. Sword King! The first elder of the Black Devil Palace had never heard of the Sword King, but he still stepped forward without hesitation to stop the Sword King from killing Fang Chen. The reason for that was because the Black Demon Palace's palace master had repeatedly emphasized that Fang Chen must be protected before he left. They hadn't even left the Nanling Mountains yet. If Fang Chen was killed by this person, how would they answer to the Dark Lord? Boom! A wild voice resounded in the air, followed by a fierce attack from the Sword King. Whoosh! Sword King suddenly pointed his finger, and in the next moment, a majestic finger light appeared on his fingertip. After the finger light left the Sword King's finger, it instantly turned into a huge sword, whistling through the air, directly attacking Fang Chen. Using his finger as a sword, the Sword King's strength was unprecedentedly strong. Even the Great Elder had to be careful when he saw this scene. Damn it! The First Elder roared, and his body emitted a strange black aura. He clenched his fist and suddenly punched at the huge sword whistling through the air. Bang! When the huge sword and the First Elder's fist collided, a deafening sound rang out. Cracking sounds could be heard from the First Elder's fist. Shortly after, his expression changed drastically. A surge of shocking sword intent had actually penetrated his fist and rushed into his arm. Crash! The First Elder recklessly activated the 7 streams of true energy in his Chi Si. In the blink of an eye, the 7 streams of true energy filled his arm. 7 streams of genuine Chi appeared and began to dissolve the shocking sword intent in the First Elder's arm. Bang! In the clash with the First Elder, the giant sword shattered and the First Elder was sent flying. Blood appeared on his fist. What a powerful attack! The First Elder used his 7 streams of true Chi to dissolve the shocking sword intent in his arm and cried out involuntarily. This was just a casual strike from the Sword King, yet it made the Great Elder activate 7 strands of true Chi. This scene made the other elders and Fang Chen's hearts tighten. The Sword King is too strong, Fang Chen thought to himself as he quickly thought of a way to deal with the situation. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by the Sword King in the end. Pantheon. Fang Chen used his mind to communicate with Pantheon in the main hall of Yangshimin and asked, "The Sword King has appeared, but his strength is too strong. We can't defeat him. Can we use the main hall of Yangshimin?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, Pantheon pondered for a moment and then said, "Activating the main hall of Yangshimin requires purple crystals. Do you still have purple crystals?" Fang Chen was startled. Immediately, a touch of helplessness appeared on his face. Activating the nurturing Heaven Gate Great Hall would require at least 10,000 purple crystals. Currently, he only had 290 purple crystals, which was not enough. Is there no other way? Fang Chen continued to ask. Pantheon shook his head, indicating that there was no other way. Then, Fang Chen asked Ancestor Bronze. The latter told Fang Chen that if they wanted to deal with the Sword King, they needed to set up a formation. Although a spiritual level formation couldn't trap the Sword King for a long time, it could still trap him for a short time. Once the Sword King was trapped, the 15 elders Fang Chen and Qin Yao would attack together. Even if they couldn't seriously injure the Sword King, they could still resist his attack. This is the only way, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, Fang Chen began to set up the formation. He transmitted his voice to the other elders, asking them to help the Great Elder resist the Sword King and buy him some time. Boom! Suddenly, the other 14 elders joined the battle. A bunch of old farts. The Sword King sneered when he saw this. Above his head, a huge silver sword instantly appeared. When this huge sword appeared, the entire plain was filled with wild sword essence. What a strong sword essence! The Great Elder said in a low voice. Crash! The 15 elders activated their true chi and launched their fiercest attacks against the Sword King. The Sword King, who had released his Dharma idol, was so powerful that it made people despair. The huge silver sword above the Sword King's head emitted a wild sword essence that made the great elder and the others' hearts palpitate. Swoosh! The Sword King waved his hand, and a terrifying sword light shot out from the huge silver sword. As soon as this sword light appeared, it made the great elder and the others tremble. Retreat! The great elder shouted. His figure flashed as he quickly retreated. At this moment, Fang Qin set up a spiritual level formation. Crack! As soon as the spiritual level formation was set up, it instantly enveloped the terrifying sword light. Fang Qin thought that it could trap the Sword King for a short time. But suddenly a cracking sound came, and his face changed drastically. How is this possible? Following that, Fang Qin saw the formation he had set up shattering. The terrifying sword light was actually heading straight for him. Oh no! Fang Qin immediately realized that something was wrong. He activated his Dharma idol, and the huge golden sword instantly floated above his head, emitting a terrifying aura. The 5th level of the Phantom Sword Technique. Fang Qin shouted. He waved the hidden star sword in his hand and displayed the 5th level of the Phantom Sword Technique. A wild sword essence soared into the sky. Just as Fang Qin displayed the Phantom Sword Technique, the huge golden sword above his head seemed to have sensed the Sword King's huge silver sword and suddenly trembled. At the same time, the golden heart in Fang Qin's body beat rapidly. An invisible aura drilled into the huge golden sword at the fastest speed. In the next moment, the huge golden sword emitted a terrifying aura. This aura directly rushed towards the huge silver sword. What kind of Dharma idol is this? The Sword King noticed that his huge silver sword was suppressed by Fang Qin's huge golden sword. His heart was filled with doubts. At the same time, Fang Qin's hidden star sword also bombarded the Sword King's terrifying sword light. Boom! The whole plane was shaking. Fang Qin's hand was in pain from the shock. The hidden star sword was directly blasted away. His body flew backwards. However, in the end, Fang Qin successfully blocked this terrifying sword light. Fang Qin tried hard to stabilize his body. He felt his qi and blood tumbling. He had suffered a serious injury. Fortunately, he had the golden heart, so it was not a big problem. As if stimulated by the Sword King's huge silver sword, the golden heart's beating speed was very fast. An invisible aura drilled into the huge golden sword. The aura of the Dharma idol above Fang Qin's head soared. At a certain moment, the huge golden sword emitted a sword cry. At the same time, the huge silver sword above the Sword King's head dimmed a lot. In the battle between Dharma idols, Fang Qin's huge golden sword completely defeated the Sword King's huge silver sword. This kid's Dharma idol is very strange, the Sword King said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with killing intent. His body was surrounded by 9 strands of true qi. His aura suddenly rose to the peak. Kid, although your Dharma idol is strange, you still have to die, the Sword King said coldly. The Sword King's aura rose, and 9 strands of true qi surrounded him. Fang Qin's face was very serious. The Sword King with 9 strands of true qi was too strong. He could not resist at all. Am I going to die here? Fang Qin thought to himself. Don't. The golden heart beat faster and faster. An invisible aura constantly drilled into the huge golden sword, completely suppressing the Sword King's Dharma idol. However, it could only suppress the Sword King's Dharma idol. The Sword King's 9 strands of true qi could not suppress it. Attack together. Seeing this, the 15 elders launched a fierce attack. They wanted to protect Fang Qin and buy time at the same time. The moment the Sword King appeared, they secretly sent a message to the Dark Lord. As long as they could hold on until the ladder arrived, the Sword King would undoubtedly die. Die, all of you! The Sword King stretched out his finger, and 9 strands of true chi drilled into his finger. Then, a bright light appeared at the tip of his finger. This resplendent light emitted a terrifying aura. Then, the Sword King gently pointed his finger. Suddenly, 9 strands of true chi condensed into a sword light and shot out. This sword light was too powerful. Even the Great Elder, who had condensed 7 strands of true chi, did not dare to take it head-on. Given Fang Chen's strength, if he was hit by this sword light, he would undoubtedly die. Fang Chen sensed this powerful sword light. His body flashed as he tried to dodge. "You can't dodge," the Sword King said coldly. His eyes were filled with mockery. With his strength as the Sword King, how could Fang Chen resist such a powerful attack? This sword light ignored the attacks of the 15 Black Devil Palace elders. It directly passed through their gaps and chased after Fang Chen. At this time, the 15 elders were also fighting with the Sword King. "Fang Chen, be careful!" Seeing the sword light shooting towards her, Qin Yao pondered for a moment. In the end, she shook her red lips, and in a flash, she pounced in front of Fang Chen. "Qin Yao!" Seeing this, Fang Chen shouted loudly. However, it was too late. He could not move Qin Yao's body. Qin Yao's head turned slightly. When she looked at Fang Chen, she had a bright smile. She was willing to block the sword light for Fang Chen. Chapter 538. The Sword King's sword light appeared in front of Qin Yao at an amazing speed. It only needed 1 second to pierce through Qin Yao's body. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with endless sorrow. This was the second time Qin Yao had saved him. "Qin Yao!" Fang Chen roared loudly. At the same time, he exerted all his strength. Even the Banxianshu and Little Mouse sensed Fang Chen's emotional fluctuations and came out one after another. Crash! The branches and leaves of the half-immortal tree instantly lengthened, and then became incomparably scarlet. With the fastest speed, it coiled around Qin Yao's body, and with a crash, it directly pulled Qin Yao's body back. In this way, the Sword King's sword light was still a short distance away from Qin Yao. After the Banxianshu moved, the Little Mouse also appeared in front of the Sword King's sword light in an instant. Then a purple halo surged on its body, and a wild aura spread out in an instant. At this moment, a huge shadow of a mouse appeared behind the Little Mouse. As soon as the shadow appeared, it opened its mouth, and a majestic suction force spread out in an instant. The Little Mouse's eyes were scarlet, and its little claws were constantly waving. After the shadow of the mouse appeared behind it, the Little Mouse jumped up and rushed directly toward the Sword King's sword light. Crash! The wild suction force changed the trajectory of the Sword King's sword light. Finally, under Fang Chen's shocked gaze, the shadow of the mouse behind the Little Mouse swallowed the extremely powerful sword light directly. This, Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. After the shadow of the mouse swallowed the terrifying sword light, its body quickly collapsed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the purple halo around the Little Mouse also quickly dimmed. The Little Mouse spat out blood, and its aura was weak. With a bang, the Little Mouse's body directly exploded. A big wound appeared on its stomach. If it wasn't for its amazing defense, this explosive aura would have blown its body into pieces. It was not until this moment that Fang Chen realized that the sword light swallowed by the virtual mouse had actually entered the Little Mouse's stomach. The Little Mouse's stomach exploded, and blood flowed out continuously. The purple halo was faintly discernible, and its eyelids drooped. This time, the Little Mouse was seriously injured. As he looked at the Little Mouse lying on the ground, Fang Chen's heart was filled with rage. His eyes were bloodshot as he howled at the sky. Even the Banxianshu hurried to the Little Mouse's side, wrapping its branches and leaves around the Little Mouse to protect it. At this moment, no one was more shocked than the Sword King. When he realized that his sword light had been swallowed by the little mouse, a huge wave of shock rose in his heart. A purple halo surrounded its body, and the image of a mouse appeared behind it. The Sword King was fighting against the 15 elders as he exclaimed, "Could it be?" The Sword King seemed to know the little mouse's identity, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by a thunderous voice. "Stay your hand!" A bolt from the blue struck him instantly. In the next moment, the Dark Lord appeared. His entire body was enveloped by a black aura. The moment he appeared, the entire plane seemed to freeze. The Sword King's powerful attack was completely neutralized with a wave of his hand. Seeing the Dark Lord appear, the 15 elders' faces were filled with excited smiles. The Dark Lord had finally arrived. "Palace Master," called the first elder. The Dark Lord nodded. He glanced at Fong Qin. After confirming that Fong Qin was fine, his expression relaxed a bit. "All of you, stand back," said the Dark Lord. The 15 elders retreated behind him. The Dark Lord stared at the Sword King. A trace of displeasure appeared between his brows. "Who are you?" asked the Dark Lord coldly. The Dark Lord's arrival caused the Sword King to feel fear. He prepared to flee. He glanced at the little mouse lying on the ground. His heart was still in turmoil. If it weren't for the little mouse, Fong Chen would have already died. Damn it! The Sword King couldn't help cursing. Originally, he could have easily killed Fong Chen, but because of the little mouse's appearance, Fong Chen had managed to survive. Now that the Dark Lord had arrived, he had no chance of killing Fong Chen. The Dark Lord was an expert at the first stage of the Spirit Vortex realm. He had condensed 9 strands of true qi and was said to be unrivaled in the condensing reality realm. But in front of a Spirit Vortex realm expert, he still had no way to fight back. "Fong Qin, next time I'll take your life." After the Sword King finished speaking, the sword qi around him soared. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he fiercely swung it at the Dark Lord. Bang! Seeing this, the Black Fiend Palace Master threw out a punch, shattering the sword light. But when he looked over, he saw that there was nothing in front of him. There was only the smell of blood in the air. "Blood escape technique," the Dark Lord said in a low voice with a grave expression. The blood escape technique that the Sword King used was beyond the scope of the Dark Lord's knowledge. Even as a Spirit Vortex realm expert, he had never seen such a domineering blood escape technique. "This blood escape technique is unheard of," the Dark Lord said in a low voice. After reaching the Spirit Vortex realm, martial artists could slightly control the power of heaven and earth around them. When the Dark Lord arrived, he controlled the power of heaven and earth around him. Under such a seal, the Sword King couldn't escape. But under the Dark Lord's watch, the Sword King managed to escape. That was why the Dark Lord was shocked by the blood escape technique. The Black Demon Palace Master shook his head and turned to look at Fong Qin. At this moment, Fong Chen's entire body was emitting a sorrowful aura. He hugged the dying little rat with both hands, looking extremely sorrowful. "Fong Qin, are you all right?" the Dark Lord asked. Fong Qin shook his head and said, "I'm fine, but my companion is on the verge of death." The Dark Lord could hear that Fong Chen's words were filled with sorrow. He checked the little mouse's injuries and shook his head, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Fong Qin circulated his spiritual energy and channeled it into the little mouse's body. He wanted to help the little mouse heal, but it was useless. There was a terrifying hole in the little mouse's stomach that was constantly bleeding. "Fong Qin, stop Brother Mouse's bleeding first," the Banxianshu said. As soon as the Banxianshu finished speaking, its branches and leaves instantly grew longer and swayed. Finally, under the astonishment of the Dark Lord and the others, the Banxianshu's branches and leaves tightly wrapped around the little mouse's body. Then, drops of green liquid appeared on the main branch of the half-immortal tree. These drops of green liquid dripped onto the little mouse's stomach. Hiss! When the green liquid dripped onto the little mouse's stomach, the wound on its stomach actually began to slowly heal. The Dark Lord's eyes flickered, and his face was filled with astonishment. Liquid of life. It's actually the liquid of life. After seeing the green liquid, the Dark Lord knew that it was the liquid of life. Only the liquid of life could have such a powerful effect. The liquid of life was known to be able to bring the dead back to life. As long as there was still a trace of life, the liquid of life could save it. A spiritual tree that could produce the liquid of life was at least of the Banksianshu's level. Moreover, it had to be a top-notch existence among the Banksianshu. Ordinary Banksianshu could not produce the liquid of life. The spiritual tree in front of them did not seem like an immortal tree based on its aura. There was only one possibility, and that was that it was a Banksianshu. Thinking of this, the Dark Lord became even more curious about Fangchen. Not only did he have heaven-defying potential, but he also possessed a spiritual tree like the Banksianshu. This kid was really not simple. However, when the Dark Lord saw the wound on the little mouse's stomach heal, he shook his head slightly. The little mouse's injury was too serious. One could imagine the power of the Sword King's 9 strands of true chi. It was already very lucky that the little mouse had been able to withstand the sword light and not die. The liquid of life had a very good healing effect, but the wound on the little mouse's stomach was healing very slowly. What did this mean? This meant that the little mouse's injury was so serious that even the liquid of life was unable to effectively heal it. Brother Mouse, I have done my best. A minute later, the Banksianshu's aura was very low. It dripped all the liquid of life it had produced onto the little mouse's wound. Even so, the little mouse's wound had not healed completely. The Banksianshu had done its best. Furthermore, the Banksianshu had also consumed a lot of energy by squeezing out the liquid of life without any scruples. The half-immortal tree said to Fangchen. Then, it directly entered the special interspatial ring. It needed to recuperate to recover. The bleeding on the little mouse's stomach finally stopped. However, its wound had not healed yet. The little mouse had fallen into a coma and was on the verge of death. I will definitely save you. Hold on, Fangchen said inwardly before putting the little mouse into the special space ring. With a thought, Fangchen took out a purple crystal soul stone and stuffed it into the little mouse's mouth. He hoped that the energy within the purple crystal soul stone would be able to help the little mouse recover. After doing all this, Fangchen turned to look at the Dark Lord. Fangchen. The Dark Lord was also a bit worried about Fangchen's unstable emotions. Palace Lord, there is no need to worry. This little setback is not enough to affect me, said Fangchen. Chapter 539. With the Dark Lord gone, Fangchen and the others were no longer in danger. Naturally, he didn't need to stay here any longer. However, before the Dark Lord left, he solemnly warned Fangchen not to let his emotions affect his decisions. There would be plenty of opportunities for revenge. The Dark Lord could feel the feelings between Fangchen and the little mouse. Therefore, he was afraid that Fangchen wouldn't be able to control himself and cause trouble. After the Dark Lord left, Qin Yao walked to Fangchen's side and softly comforted Fangchen. Fangchen, don't worry. The little mouse will be fine. Hearing this, Fangchen nodded. His eyes looked towards the west. In his heart, he had already made up his mind to head towards the West Mountain Land as soon as possible. Fangchen was powerless to save the little mouse. At this moment, Fangchen thought of someone. It was the Medicine King of the Medicine King Valley in the West Mountain Land. If he could find the Medicine King, he might be able to save the little mouse. For the sake of the little mouse, Fangchen was willing to do anything. Therefore, he couldn't wait to head to the West Ridge Great Land. The 15 elders of the Black Devil Palace and Qin Yao followed closely behind him, advancing rapidly. After the battle with the Sword King, Fangchen and the others didn't encounter any more danger. It seemed that the Sword King was also seriously injured and had gone into hiding. After about 10 days, Fong Qin and the others finally arrived at the border of the South Mountain Land. What appeared before them was a majestic mountain range. After crossing this mountain range, they would reach the West Mountain Land. Let's go! Fong Qin narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountain range. Then he plunged into it. This mountain range was called the Southwest Mountain Range. The entire mountain range connected the West Mountain Land and the South Mountain Land. This mountain range was extremely dangerous, but Fong Qin and the others had no other choice. Moreover, their strength was formidable. Unless they encountered a powerhouse on the level of the Sword King, they had nothing to fear. After entering the mountain range, Fong Qin felt an oppressive aura. He carefully observed his surroundings and quickly moved forward. Time ticked by. After about 2 hours, Fong Qin and the others had already entered the depths of the mountain range in the southwest. We've already entered the depths of the southwestern mountain range. Just hold on for a little longer, and we'll be able to reach Westridge, the Grand Elder said in a low voice. Fong Qin nodded, but didn't say anything and continued forward. At this moment, a furious roar suddenly rang out. In the next moment, a group of demonic beasts appeared around Fong Qin and the others. It's the Iron Brown Bear. Seeing these demonic beasts, the first elder's face changed drastically as he cried out. The Iron Brown Bear was a demonic beast that was comparable to a level 9 condensing reality realm martial artist. Their defense was extremely strong, and their strength was also extremely powerful. The first elder didn't expect to encounter so many Iron Brown Bears here. Of course, if it were just Iron Brown Bears, the first elder wouldn't be so panicked, because he knew that wherever there were Iron Brown Bears, there would be an Iron Brown Bear King. The Iron Brown Bear King's strength was unrivaled in the condensing reality realm. Even the Sword King wouldn't dare to fight the Iron Brown Bear King head-on. "Don't fight, let's go!" the first elder yelled. Immediately, Fong Qin and the others attacked together. The 15 elders attacked together, using the Black Devil Palace's unique skill. The Iron Brown Bear that was close to them was the first to be blown away. At this moment, Fong Qin waved the Hidden Star sword in his hand, continuously using the 5th level of the Phantom Sword art. The Golden Giant Sword was also released in an instant. The extremely wild Phantom Sword continuously shot towards the Iron Brown Bears. Bang every time Fong Qin attacked, it would be accompanied by a miserable cry, and an Iron Brown Bear would fall to the ground. Just like this, Fong Qin killed 9 Iron Brown Bears in the blink of an eye, and the 15 elders also killed a lot of Iron Brown Bears. However, the number of Iron Brown Bears was still increasing. Damn it! Why are there so many Iron Brown Bears? The second elder sent an Iron Brown Bear flying with a punch and roared angrily. At this moment, the first elder's face was serious and his eyes flickered. He seemed to have realized that they had accidentally entered the territory of the Iron Brown Bears. Not good. This is the territory of the Iron Brown Bears. Let's go, or when the Iron Brown Bear King comes out, we will definitely die. The first elder suddenly roared. Following the first elder's roar, the other elders attacked while retreating. Fong Qin and Qi Niao looked at each other and also kept retreating. Fong Qin and the others were retreating, but the huge number of Iron Brown Bears was advancing. Roar! They let out furious roars and charged towards Fong Qin and the others. Whoosh! Fong Qin used his fastest speed to set up a spirit grade formation and immediately separated them from the Iron Brown Bears, who, seeing this, the 15 elders let out sighs of relief, but they still didn't dare to relax. Let's go! The first elder roared, and the group quickly rushed towards the West Mountain region. Just as the group left, the formation Fong Qin had set up suddenly shattered, and countless Iron Brown Bears fell to the ground. In front of them was an enormous Iron Brown Bear. This Iron Brown Bear's color was dark brown, and it was different from ordinary Iron Brown Bears. If the first elder and the others were here, they would definitely be shocked, because this enormous Iron Brown Bear was the boss of these Iron Brown Bears, and it was also the Iron Brown Bear King. The Iron Brown Bear King's strength was unrivaled in the Chi-Hai realm, and it was comparable to a martial artist who had condensed 9 strands of true Chi. It was furious that human martial artists had intruded into its territory. Roar, the Iron Brown Bear King, roared towards the sky, and immediately countless Iron Brown Bears stood up and quickly chased after Fang Chen and the others. Fang Chen and the others quickly moved forward, and when they heard the angry roars behind them, they were very anxious. After moving forward quickly for about 15 minutes, Fang Chen and the others were once again surrounded by the Iron Brown Bears. This was the territory of the Iron Brown Bears, and they had the advantage. Many Iron Brown Bears surrounded Fang Chen and the others and roared towards the sky. The first elder did not hesitate to attack. He was afraid of attracting the attention of the Iron Brown Bear King. Bang! Poochie! One by one, the Iron Brown Bears fell to the ground. Just as the first elder and the others were in the midst of killing, the ground suddenly trembled, and the Iron Brown Bear King appeared. Roar! The Iron Brown Bear King roared towards the sky, and its eyes seemed to spit out flames as it stared at Fang Chen and the others. Not good! It's the Iron Brown Bear King. Seeing this, the first elder shouted. Fang Chen and the others gathered together, and their faces were full of seriousness. First elder, what should we do? The second elder asked. A helpless expression appeared on the first elder's face, and he immediately said, The Iron Brown Bear King's strength is countless times stronger than the normal Iron Brown Bears. It is invincible in the condensing reality realm. Unless a spirit vortex realm expert intervenes, we won't be able to defeat the Iron Brown Bear King. Hearing the first elder's words, Fang Chen was also startled. He opened his eyes and stared at the Iron Brown Bear King. But we can't just sit here and wait for death. Fang Chen said in a deep voice. On the side, Qin Yao nodded heavily. Although the Iron Brown Bear King was powerful, they could not just sit here and wait for death. Otherwise, they would really die in the Iron Brown Bear King's hands. Since it has come to this, we can only force our way out. The first elder said. Everyone nodded, and in an instant a powerful force burst out. The 15 elders all performed their strongest attacks and then scattered. Fang Chen and Qin Yao joined hands and killed a few Iron Brown Bears beside them, and then quickly ran away. Roar! The Iron Brown Bear King roared, and its huge body instantly moved, chasing after Fang Chen and Qin Yao. The other Iron Brown Bears chased after the first elder and the others. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen and Qin Yao's speed was pushed to the limit, and they quickly ran away. However, after a while, Fang Chen's face became completely gloomy because he discovered that the Iron Brown Bear King was chasing after him. Damn it! They had just discussed that the 17 of them would scatter and escape, and the Iron Brown Bear King would not be able to chase after everyone at the same time. Fang Chen could not help but curse. The Iron Brown Bear King was chasing after him. Qin Yao, let's split up. Fang Chen glanced at Qin Yao and said in a low voice. Qin Yao also felt the seriousness of the situation. She nodded, and her figure flashed, and she directly fled from the side. After Qin Yao fled, Fang Chen continued forward. Roar! The Iron Brown Bear King also discovered the fleeing Qin Yao, but it did not chase after her. Instead, it continued to chase after Fang Chen. The Iron Brown Bear King did not know what Fang Chen had, but it could clearly sense that there was something on Fang Chen's body that attracted it. The Iron Brown Bear King roared at the sky, and its speed reached the limit, and it quickly caught up to Fang Chen. Whoosh! Fang Chen pushed the 5th level of the Illusion God sword art to its limit, and he swung his sword at the Iron Brown Bear King's body. Bang! The Iron Brown Bear King did not even dodge, and it allowed the sword light to strike its body. Fang Chen saw that even with his full power, he could not even leave a scratch on the Iron Brown Bear King's body. Its defense is too strong. Fong Qin could not help but sigh. The Iron Brown Bear King was an invincible existence in the condensing reality realm, and he did not expect to run into it. 10 days ago, he had just fought against the Sword King, and he did not expect to run into another Iron Brown Bear King 10 days later. Fong Qin stopped running because he realized that he was not as fast as the Iron Brown Bear King. "Old ancestor, is there any way?" Fong Qin secretly asked. The old ancestor was silent for a long time, and then said, "The Iron Brown Bear King is invincible in the condensing reality realm. Even a martial artist with 9 strands of Jin Qi would not be able to kill it, unless a spirit vortex realm martial artist intervened. It's a pity that I am only a remnant consciousness, or else I would have been able to kill it," the old ancestor said regretfully. Hearing the old ancestor's words, Fong Qin shook his head helplessly. Chapter 540. Facing the Iron Brown Bear King's attack, Fong Qin felt a sense of helplessness. But even so, Fong Qin did not want to give up. The Iron Brown Bear King roared as its claws reached out towards Fong Qin. Its claws carried an extremely powerful aura. Crash! At this moment, Fong Qin once again used the 5th level of the Phantom Sword technique. Countless illusory swords pierced towards the Iron Brown Bear King's claws. Bang! 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 All the illusory swords were shattered by the Iron Brown Bear King. Then the Iron Brown Bear King's claws fiercely attacked. At this moment, in an empty space not far from Fong Qin, 2 young cultivators, 1 male and 1 female, were walking. "Big brother, I don't understand. Why didn't we go to the Spirit Whirlpool Realm Warrior's mansion to fight for opportunities? Why did we come to the Southwest Mountain Range?" the pony-tailed girl asked. The man beside her smiled and said, "All the condensing reality realm warriors in the 4 mountain ranges have gathered in the West Mountain Range. The Spirit Whirlpool Realm Warrior's mansion will definitely be filled with blood. We need to be well prepared before we go." "Then why did we come here?" the pony-tailed girl asked curiously. "To hunt the Iron Brown Bear King." The man smiled and said, "What do you mean, hunt the Iron Brown Bear King?" The pony-tailed girl's face changed slightly and asked, "Big brother, are you crazy? With our strength, how can we defeat the Iron Brown Bear King?" "Little sister, don't worry. Since I brought you here, there won't be any danger." The man smiled and said. Just as the pony-tailed girl was about to speak, an angry roar suddenly came from afar. When the 2 heard it, their faces changed. "Big brother, it's the Iron Brown Bear King's roar," the pony-tailed girl said. The man's eyes turned and his body flashed as he flew towards the source of the roar. In the blink of an eye, the man and the girl arrived where the Iron Brown Bear King was and saw Fong Qin fighting with the Iron Brown Bear King. "Bro, who is this person? He actually dares to fight the Iron Brown Bear King?" the pony-tailed woman curiously asked. "I don't know him either. I don't think there's anyone like him in West Mountain Land." The man squinted his eyes and stared at the battle between Fong Qin and the Bear King. The man could tell at a glance that Fong Qin was no match for the Iron Brown Bear King. Fong Qin had been suppressed by the Iron Brown Bear King, but to be able to last so long against the Iron Brown Bear King, his strength was not bad. "Brother, he doesn't seem to be able to hold on any longer," the pony-tailed woman called out. The man nodded, and a black piece of paper appeared in his hand. There were complicated patterns on the paper. Talisman! This was a very high-level talisman. The reason why the man dared to look for the Bear King was because he had this trump card. When the pony-tailed woman saw the man take out the talisman, her eyes flickered in surprise. Walla the man flicked his wrist, and the talisman floated in the air. Then an extremely wild aura was emitted from the talisman. This aura made Fong Qin and the Iron Brown Bear King feel a trace of fear. Hiss! 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 The talisman burned in the air. Under the man's control, it flew towards the Iron Brown Bear King. Roar! The iron-brown bear king roared at the sky and stretched its claws towards the burning talisman. Rumble! Just when the iron-brown bear king's claws came in contact with the burning talisman, a deafening sound was heard. The burning talisman exploded. The power of the explosion instantly destroyed the iron-brown bear king's claws. Fresh blood flowed out from the iron-brown bear king's claws. It roared at the sky as pain filled its entire body. At this moment, the iron-brown bear king glared at the man, wanting to kill him. Bastard, go to hell. The man flicked his wrist, and the talisman exploded a second time. This time, the power of the explosion was countless times stronger than the first. Boom! With a loud explosion, the iron-brown bear king was sent flying by the explosion. Fang Chen was also sent flying by the aftermath of the explosion. Fang Chen, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stood up. His face was filled with shock. Such a powerful talisman. It must be at least a profound level talisman. Fang Chen was shocked. This was the first time he saw a profound level talisman. It was too powerful. Even the iron-brown bear king, who was invincible in the condensing reality realm, was not its opponent. Crash! The man activated the profound level talisman and heavily injured the iron-brown bear king. Then he walked towards the iron-brown bear king step by step and punched the iron-brown bear king's head. Crack! The iron-brown bear king's head exploded. The powerful iron-brown bear king died instantly. Looking at this scene, Fang Chen was dumbfounded. This man was way too strong, wasn't he? Could it be that they were the geniuses of the younger generation of the West Ridge land? Brother, you used such a precious talisman to kill the iron-brown bear king? The pony-tailed girl asked. Sister, the talisman can be made again, but the iron-brown bear king is not something that can be found easily. The man smiled when he saw the iron-brown bear king die. In his eyes, the iron-brown bear king's gallbladder was more important, because he was cultivating a heaven-defying skill. If he could obtain the iron-brown bear king's gallbladder, he would definitely be able to cultivate that skill to the refinement realm, or even the perfection realm. Once that skill reached the perfection realm, his strength would definitely increase. At that time, he would be invincible in the condensing reality realm. On the ancient sword continent, external items were ultimately external items. Only one's own strength was one's true capital. Therefore, the man did not hesitate to use a profound level talisman to kill the iron-brown bear king and obtain its gallbladder to increase his own strength. Hearing the conversation between the two, Fang Chen was even more shocked in his heart. A cultivator who could casually take out a Xian grade talisman was definitely not simple. Fang Chen slowly stood up and walked over to the two of them. He cupped his hands and thanked the man. "Thank you for saving my life." At this time, the man finally noticed Fang Chen. He carefully examined Fang Chen and said, "You dare to enter the southwest mountain range alone?" Fang Chen didn't say anything. "Are you a warrior from the southern mountain land?" The pony-tailed girl asked curiously. Fang Chen nodded and said, "That's right. I am a warrior from the southern mountain land." "So you're also here for the Spirit Vortex Realm Warriors Mansion?" asked the pony-tailed girl. Fang Chen nodded. Before the pony-tailed girl could say anything, the man said, "With your strength, you'll just be throwing your life away." After saying that, the man began to dissect the iron-brown bear king. Soon, the gallbladder was obtained by the man. After obtaining the gallbladder, the man was clearly very happy. He glanced at Fang Chen and said, "It's dangerous here. You should leave first." After saying that, the man brought the pony-tailed girl and left. Fang Chen looked at their departing figures and shook his head. At this time, the man was walking side by side with the girl. He was holding the gallbladder in his hand. "Brother, you're really wasteful," said the pony-tailed girl, puzzled. The man burst into laughter. "Sister, this isn't called wasteful. A profound level talisman is extremely precious in the eyes of others, but in our eyes, it's not that precious." "Humph, You know that grandfather won't give us black-level talismans so casually. This is a life-saving talisman that grandfather gave you. You, on the other hand, used it before you even entered the residence of a spirit vortex realm expert. The pony-tailed girl snorted. The man grinned. Sister, after this trip to the spirit vortex realm warrior's mansion, I'll leave the West Mountain and head to the Five Elements province. At that time, I'll go look for grandfather. The huge iron brown bear king had died by the man's hand. This made Fong Chin sigh. At the same time, he realized that he was too weak and needed to quickly raise his cultivation base. If he could raise his cultivation base to the 9th layer of the condensing reality realm, his strength would be comparable to a martial artist who had condensed 5 or even 6 strands of true qi. But right now, his cultivation base had reached a bottleneck. The spirit vortex realm warrior's mansion might be an opportunity. Just as Fong Chin was about to leave, Ancestor Bronze spoke. Kid, you're leaving just like that? Yes, Ancestor, what are your orders? Fong Chin was puzzled. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. That kid just killed the Iron Brown Bear King and only took its gallbladder. He didn't touch anything else, said Ancestor Bronze. Ancestor, what do you mean? Fong Chin asked. Although the Iron Brown Bear King's gallbladder is the most precious thing, there are also some other precious things besides the gallbladder. For example, the bear's paw, the bear's heart, and the bear's skin. These are all very precious, said Ancestor Bronze. Fong Chin was stunned. He immediately looked at the Iron Brown Bear King that was dissected by the man. His eyes flickered. Your sword body has reached the middle stage of the body forging realm. If you can swallow the Iron Brown Bear King's body, your strength will definitely increase, said Ancestor Bronze. The Iron Brown Bear King was an invincible existence in the condensing reality realm. The Iron Brown Bear clan had a strong body and an invincible defense. The Iron Brown Bear King's body had reached a heaven-defying level. If a martial artist swallowed the Iron Brown Bear King's body, they could effectively increase their own defense. When Fong Chin heard Ancestor Bronze's words, his eyes brightened. He directly walked over to the Iron Brown Bear King. A moment later, Fong Chin used the star-concealing sword to cut the Iron Brown Bear King's body into pieces. Then, Fong Chin took the Iron Brown Bear King's heart and paw, preparing to swallow them. As for the bear's skin, it had already been destroyed when the talisman had exploded. It was useless to Fong Chin, so he directly gave up on it. If only I could reach the late stage of the body-forging realm. Fong Chin thought to himself. Chapter 541. Even though Fong Chin really wanted to swallow the bear's paw and heart, he knew that this wasn't a safe place. He had to leave the southwest mountain range first. Without the threat of the Iron Brown Bear King, Fong Chin's speed became much faster, and he was unimpeded along the way. After 2 hours, Fong Chin successfully walked out of the southwest mountain range and entered the territory of the west mountain range. At this moment, Fong Chin finally let out a sigh of relief. Then he found a blue stone on the plains and sat down cross-legged. Let's swallow the bear's paw first, Fong Chin said to himself. The bear's paw was slightly weaker than the bear's heart. After Fong Chin swallowed the bear's paw, a wild aura emerged from the bear's paw and was absorbed by Fong Chin's body. Hiss! Within Fong Chin's sea of qi, the golden Dharma idol kept spinning. Every time it spun, it would cause the liquefied spirit energy to rotate. After about 10 minutes, the bear's paw was completely digested by Fong Chin's body. At this moment, Fong Chin clearly felt that his body had become much stronger. Then, Fong Chin continued to swallow the bear's heart. The power contained in the bear's heart was much stronger than the bear's paw. Fong Chin was very careful as he absorbed the power of the bear's heart. He activated his sword body. The sword intent of the mid-stage body tempering realm was extremely powerful. It emitted an extremely wild sword intent as it continuously absorbed the power of the bear's heart. After about an hour, the power of the bear's heart was completely absorbed by Fangchen. At this moment, Fangchen realized that the sword intent around his sword body had become even denser. Crack! Fangchen gently clenched his fist and heard a cracking sound. This was enough to show that the strength of his sword body had increased by a lot. After completely digesting the power of the bear's heart, Fangchen realized that his sword body seemed to still be at the mid-stage body tempering realm. He hadn't broken through. No breakthrough. Fangchen was a little disappointed. You brat, don't try to act innocent. After swallowing the bear paw and the bear heart, your sword body has reached the critical point between the middle and late stages of the body forging realm. It's only a matter of time before you make a breakthrough, old Ancestor Bronze said directly. He had been paying attention to Fangchen's every move. Fangchen nodded and did not say anything. After that, Fangchen glanced at the southwest mountain range, then turned and left. He didn't know what had happened to Qin Yao and the 15 elders of the Black Devil Palace. Had they managed to escape? However, he couldn't contact them now, so he could only let nature take its course. Right now, the mansion of the spiritual vortex realm expert had appeared. However, there was a strong prohibition in front of the mansion. With the prohibition in place, no one could enter the mansion. Therefore, although many ancient martial art practitioners had already gathered in front of the spirit vortex realm expert's mansion, they were unable to enter. Of course, everyone knew that the prohibition was gradually weakening. It wouldn't be long before the prohibition in the mansion completely disappeared. At that time, the mansion of the spiritual vortex realm expert would be completely open to ancient martial art practitioners. Fangchen was not in the mood to pay attention to this. He wanted to go to the Medicine King Valley to find the Medicine King and save the little mouse. However, Fangchen had just arrived at the West Mountain Range, so he didn't know where the Medicine King Valley was. Let's find a martial art practitioner to ask first, Fangchen said in a low voice. Fangchen flew in the air and soon left the plains. At this time he noticed some figures below. Fangchen landed on the ground. A few ancient martial art practitioners who were walking were terrified. Ancient martial art practitioners who could fly were at least in the condensing reality realm. They couldn't afford to offend them. Do you know where the Medicine King Valley is? Fangchen asked. When one of the ancient martial art practitioners heard this, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He then said, the Medicine King Valley is in the core city of our West Mountain Range, West King City. After that, Fangchen obtained a simple map of the West Mountain Range. He then followed the map and headed to West King City. Fangchen's current location was some distance away from West King City. However, with Fangchen's speed, he could reach it in at most a day. In the afternoon, Fangchen felt a little hungry. He immediately stopped moving and came to a green rock. He found some firewood, and with a flick of his wrist, the concept of fire appeared instantly and lit the firewood. After that, Fangchen took out the bear meat that he had cut earlier. He stuck a wooden stick into it and began to roast the meat. Under normal circumstances, ancient martial art practitioners wouldn't feel hungry even if they didn't eat for a few days. There was only one reason why Fangchen felt hungry. That was because his sword body was about to break through and needed to absorb a large amount of energy. Fangchen already knew about this, so he cut up all the Iron Brown Bear King's meat and put it into his space ring. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After a while, the bear meat emitted a delicate fragrance. Fangchen leisurely roasted the bear meat. After a quarter of an hour, the first piece of bear meat was finally roasted. Fangchen picked it up and ate it in big bites. The taste isn't bad. Fangchen grinned. After that, Fangchen wolfed down the first piece of bear meat. At this time, Fangchen felt a tyrannical energy in his stomach that was then absorbed by his body. After absorbing this energy, Fangchen discovered that his hunger had mostly disappeared. I'm probably about to break through, Fangchen said. After that, Fangchen continued to roast the bear meat. At this time, Two ancient martial art practitioners with sinister smiles appeared in front of Fang Chen. They had been attracted by the smell of the bear meat. "Boss, this brat should be roasting bear meat, right?" asked the skinnier martial art practitioner. "It's the Iron Brown Bear King's meat. This brat really is extravagant." The fatter martial art practitioner sneered. The Iron Brown Bear King's meat had successfully attracted the two of them. They walked over to Fang Chen and directly said, "Brat, where did you get this Iron Brown Bear King's meat?" Fang Chen raised his head and said, "I picked it up." "Brat, our Gold Cloud twin fiends have taken a liking to your bear meat. Hand over all your bear meat and we can spare your life," said Big Fiend coldly. "That's right. You don't have any other choice." At this time, Fang Chen finished roasting another piece of bear meat. Under the watchful eyes of the fiends, he ate the bear meat bite by bite. Then Fang Chen spread his hands and said, "Sorry, I ate all the bear meat." "Brat, you dare to trick us?" Big Fiend's face darkened as he said, coldly, "The Gold Cloud twin fiends were quite famous in the West Mountain. They had always killed people and let them go. The Gold Cloud twin fiends did all kinds of evil. Their cultivation bases had both reached the 9th condensing reality realm. Normal martial art practitioners would not dare to provoke them. Of course, the Gold Cloud twin fiends did not dare to provoke powerful martial art practitioners. This time, seeing that Fang Chen was so young, they knew that he would not be too powerful. Therefore, the Gold Cloud twin fiends wanted to snatch Fang Chen's Iron Brown Bear King's meat. However, Fang Chen's performance had completely angered the Gold Cloud twin fiends. "Brat, are you looking for death?" The two fiends' faces were covered with frost. "I don't care if you are the Gold Cloud twin fiends or the Gold Cloud twin fiends. I will not give up what I have." Fang Chen said, "You are looking for death." Hearing this, the two fiends roared angrily. Then they immediately attacked. A thunderous attack instantly landed on Fang Chen's body. Seeing this, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and performed the phantom sword art. With a stab, it directly pierced the two fiends' arms. Ah! The two fiends let out a miserable cry as they continued to struggle. "Die!" Fang Chen only said one word. Then he waved the hidden star sword and the two fiends were instantly killed by Fang Chen. Seeing that the two fiends were killed by Fang Chen, a trace of panic flashed through Big Fiend's eyes. "Brat, who are you?" Big Fiend asked coldly. There was no such person in the South Mountain Land. How could he be so powerful? With such little strength, you want to steal from others? Fang Chen looked at Big Fiend and sneered. With the Gold Cloud twin fiend strength, they could easily deal with a normal 9th condensing reality realm martial artist. However, they met him. Crackle! Just as Fang Chen was speaking, a crackling sound came from his body all of a sudden. Immediately after, a wild sword intent surged out from Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, Fang Chen's sword body reached the late body forging realm. I broke through. Fang Chen sensed this and grinned. "Brat, I want you dead." At this moment, Big Fiend launched a fierce attack, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword. A trace of a mocking smile appeared in his eyes. Then he suddenly punched out. Bang! It was a simple punch, but it contained an extremely majestic power. Before Big Fiend's attack could reach Fang Chen, he was blown away by the latter's punch. "You!" Big Fiend fell to the ground. Before he could say anything, he lost his life. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. After his sword body reached the late body forging realm, his physical strength was comparable to a 6-star Dao body. The power of his punch was enough to kill a normal 9th condensing reality realm martial artist. The Gold Cloud twin fiends were unlucky to have met such an abnormal genius. After killing the Gold Cloud twin fiends, Fang Chen continued to roast meat. Although his sword body had broken through, He wanted to strike while the iron was hot and stabilize his cultivation. After that, Fong Qin ate more than 10 pieces of roasted meat. When he felt that his sword body could no longer absorb the energy from the meat, Fong Qin stopped roasting meat. Fong Qin wiped the grease from his mouth and said, "When will I be able to kill the Iron Brown Bear King alone?" After Fong Qin left, many martial artists appeared. The Gold Cloud twin fiends were actually killed by someone. That brat's strength is too abnormal. Yeah, he killed the Gold Cloud twin fiends with one sword and Big Fiend with one punch. This kind of strength is comparable to our West Ridge's younger generation. Could it be that he is an outstanding genius from the other 3 ridges? This was the main road, so there were usually many martial artists. When they found out that the Gold Cloud twin fiends were killed, they were very happy. The Gold Cloud twin fiends had done a lot of evil, and they finally received their retribution. Chapter 542. West King City was the core and most prosperous city in West Mountain Land. Because this city had a transcendent power like the Valley of the Medicine Masters, West King City became the center of attention for all the warriors in West Mountain Land. When Fong Qin arrived at West King City, it happened to be noon. The sun was high in the sky, and the temperature in the air was very high. Fong Qin stood on the streets of West King City and looked at the endless stream of warriors around him. A faint smile appeared on his face. This West King City was indeed the core city of West Mountain Land. Regardless of the number or quality of warriors, it was much higher than other cities. Fong Qin asked around and found out where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located. The Valley of the Medicine Masters was actually located in a very hidden valley. Ordinary warriors did not even know the true location of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. However, in West King City, there was a mansion for the Valley of the Medicine Masters to handle external affairs. Generally speaking, warriors in West Mountain Land who wanted to find the Valley of the Medicine Masters would come here. In the most central area of West King City, there was a huge square. At the front of the square, there was a luxurious mansion. Above the gate of the mansion, there was a golden plaque with 3 bold and powerful words on it: Valley of the Medicine Masters. At this moment, there was a sea of warriors in the square. They were all here to pay respects to the medicine master. Fong Qin stood in the square and could not help but sigh. The medicine master's popularity was really high. So many people were lining up just to see the medicine master. "Brother, are these warriors lining up here, trying to enter the Valley of the Medicine Master's mansion?" Fong Qin asked a warrior beside him. The warrior glanced at Fong Qin and said, "Normally there would not be so many people in this square. However, it is different today. It is said that the little medicine master of the Valley of the Medicine Masters is here. Everyone is lining up here just to see the little medicine master." Hearing this warrior's words, Fong Qin instantly understood that the little medicine master was here. In West Mountain Land, one only had to ask around to know that the leader of the Valley of the Medicine Masters was the Medicine Master. And in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, the strongest of the younger generation was known as the Little Medicine Master. Although the Little Medicine King's strength was not as strong as the Medicine King's, the Little Medicine King was also known by many outside martial artists as a miraculous hand. This time, the Little Medicine King's arrival at Western King City caused a stir. Just as everyone was waiting, the door to the mansion suddenly opened, and a servant walked out of the mansion. Everyone wants to meet the Little Medicine King. If he were to meet them one by one, it would be unrealistic. Thus, the Little Medicine King has set up a test. "Whoever can pass this test will be able to meet the Little Medicine King," said the servant. Hearing the servant's words, many warriors looked at the servant with burning eyes. "What kind of test?" someone asked. The servant looked around and said, "The Little Medicine King has set a question. If anyone can answer it within the time limit, they will pass the test. Of course, the Little Medicine King will only see one person today, so the first person to answer will see the Little Medicine King. The others will not be able to see the Little Medicine King." The servant's words made the many cultivators perk up their ears and listen quietly. Fong Chen also looked at the servant with interest. He wondered just what kind of question the little medicine king had set. When refining the blood origin pill, what is the easiest place to make a mistake? Asked the servant slowly. Hearing the servant's words, many of the warriors rushed to answer. Some said it was in the heat, while others said it was in the refinement of the medicinal herbs. There were also some who said it was in the cultivation of the spirit. In short, there were all sorts of opinions. Hearing these warriors' answers, the servant shook his head slightly. There was a trace of disappointment on his face. These warriors' answers were all wrong. Could it be that no one can give an answer? Thought the servant inwardly. Just at this moment, a figure flew through the air. He flew from the back of the plaza to the front of the Medicine King Valley's mansion and stood beside the servant. Fong Chen's actions had infuriated many of the warriors. In front of the Medicine King Valley's mansion, flying was forbidden. If they could fly, then wouldn't it be a complete mess? This was an unwritten rule of shieling. However, Fong Chen had actually ignored this rule and directly flew through the air. Brat, do you know who is causing trouble here? Brat, I'll give you 3 seconds to kneel and beg for mercy. Then we'll let you go. That's right. Cripple his cultivation and throw him out of Shilling City. Many of the warriors angrily roared. Even the servant had a trace of displeasure between his brows. However, before the servant could speak, Fong Chen spoke. He ignored the angry shouts of the crowd and directly said to the servant, I know the answer. Oh, you know the answer. The servant thoughtfully looked at Fong Chen and asked, If you can give me the answer, I can let bygones be bygones and even send you to see the little medicine king. However, if you can't give me the answer, then I'll follow the rules. Fong Chen nodded and said, When refining the blood origin pill, the easiest place to make a mistake is in the choice of medicinal herbs. Hearing Fong Chen's words, many of the warriors snorted disdainfully. Brat, how dare you come here and embarrass yourself with this level of skill? Get out of here, quickly. What an idiot. Any alchemist would know how to choose the medicinal herbs to refine the blood origin pill. Is there even a need to choose? Playing to the gallery. He must be trying to play to the gallery. Trash like him should just be killed. The atmosphere in the square was getting more and more tense. All of the warriors angrily looked at Fong Chen. If looks could kill, Fong Chen would have been killed many times over. However, at this moment, a trace of surprise appeared in the servant's eyes. He quietly looked at Fong Chen, his heart filled with shock. Did you come up with the answer yourself? The servant asked hurriedly. Fong Chen nodded. He would definitely not say that he had gotten the answer from Ancestor Bronze. Seeing Fong Chen nod, the servant looked at Fong Chen with more respect. Then he gestured to Fong Chen to go ahead. Hua! The entire square was in an uproar. Countless warriors watched this scene in shock. Was the servant asking Fong Chen to enter the mansion? Could he have gotten the answer right? Was this brat's answer correct? Someone asked in confusion. The servant nodded and said that's right. His answer was correct. After saying that, the servant opened the door and invited Fong Chen into the mansion. Then the door closed behind him. At this moment, countless martialists on the square were filled with regret. Of course, there were also some martialists whose eyes were filled with anger. They hated Fong Chen and even wanted to kill Fong Chen. After entering the mansion, the servant led Fong Chen to a garden. There was a reclining chair in the garden. A young man was lying on the reclining chair, enjoying the sunlight. Little Medicine King, he is here, the servant said softly. The little Medicine King waved his hand, indicating for the servant to leave. Then he slowly sat up and turned his head to look at Fong Chen. When he saw Fong Chen, his eyes brightened and he asked, Brother, how should I address you? Fong Chen. Oh, Brother Fong is truly a talent, said the little Medicine King. How can I compare to the little Medicine King? Asked Fong Chen. The little Medicine King said, For Brother Fong to be able to give an answer, You must have some understanding of alchemy. Fong Qin nodded and didn't say anything. Speak. What do you want me to do? Asked the little Medicine King. The warriors in the square all wanted to see him. They all had something to ask of him, and Fong Qin was no exception. Little Medicine King, my companion is injured and on the verge of death. I beg you to treat him, said Fong Qin. Oh, your companion? Let me take a look. The little Medicine King was very interested in Fong Qin and smiled. Fong Qin took out the little mouse. At this time, the purple light on the little mouse's body had almost completely disappeared. Its aura was weak and its life could be in danger at any moment. When the little Medicine King saw the little mouse, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Then he placed his palm on the little mouse's body and closed his eyes. Not long after, the little Medicine King opened his eyes. Little Medicine King, how is my companion? Asked Fong Qin hastily. The little Medicine King shook his head. Your companion's situation is very critical. It seems he was struck by a powerful attack. For him to be able to last until now can be considered a miracle. Then, can the little Medicine King save him? Fong Qin was most concerned about this. The little Medicine King shook his head. I can't save him. When Fong Qin heard this, his face darkened and his heart was filled with sorrow. But at this time, Fong Qin thought of the Medicine King and looked at the little Medicine King. Little Medicine King, can you take me to see Senior Medicine King? The little Medicine King raised his head and looked at Fong Qin. Then he shook his head. My father normally doesn't see outsiders. You probably won't have the chance. Little Medicine King, Senior Medicine King, and I are old friends. As long as you can take me to see him or send him a message saying my name, he will definitely see me, vowed Fong Qin. Hearing Fong Qin's words, a trace of astonishment flashed in the little Medicine King's eyes. He asked, You've seen my father before? I've seen him once in the southern mountain region. The little Medicine King thought for a moment and then said, You and I can be considered to be fated, so I'll help you. I'll send a message to my father first. Soon after, the little Medicine King went to the side and sent a message to the Medicine King. Not long after, the little Medicine King's expression changed greatly and he quickly came in front of Fong Qin. At this moment, the way he looked at Fong Qin had greatly changed. I didn't think that Brother Fong and my father actually knew each other. When my father heard Brother Fong's name, he was very excited and immediately wanted me to bring you over, said the little Medicine King. Fong Qin revealed a trace of joy when he heard this. Then many thanks, little Medicine King, said Fong Qin. Chapter 543. After the little Medicine King and Fong Qin came out of the Medicine King Valley's mansion, the atmosphere in the square instantly exploded. All the martial artists were about to leave the square, but they suddenly saw the Medicine King Valley's door open. They turned their heads to look. They suddenly discovered that the little Medicine King had appeared. When they saw the little Medicine King, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. However, when they saw Fong Qin behind the little Medicine King, their faces instantly darkened. The little Medicine King ignored everyone's shock and quickly left with Fong Qin. At this moment, some of the martial artists finally exploded. Kid, I want to duel with you. Unable to meet the little Medicine King, they vented all their anger on Fong Qin. A burly man directly blocked Fong Qin's path and shouted loudly. The little Medicine King was about to speak, but he was stopped by Fong Qin. Let me do it, Fong Qin said. He knew that these people were jealous of him. Thinking about it carefully, sometimes he should show a bit of strength. That way, no one would dare to challenge him. Hearing this, the little Medicine King nodded and did not speak. Fong Qin took a step forward and looked at the burly man. He said in a low voice, Are you sure you want to duel with me? Cut the crap. I want to see how strong a martial artist is to be able to meet the little Medicine King. The burly man said disdainfully. His cultivation had reached the early 9th layer of the condensing reality realm. although it was nothing among the younger generation of the West Mountain Land. He believed that his strength was stronger than Fong Chen's. Since it is so, Fong Chen did not say the second half of his sentence. He used his actions to express what he wanted to say. Boom! Fong Chen's fist suddenly blasted out. It was a simple punch that did not even have any spirit chi fluctuations. Seeing Fong Chen's fist, the burly man's face revealed a cold smile. Is that all you have? The surrounding ancient martial art practitioners also shook their heads. Fong Chen's punch was too simple. Even a weak ancient martial art practitioner would be able to withstand it. However, when the burly man's body came into contact with Fong Chen's fist, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by shock. No, before the burly man could even speak, he was sent flying by Fong Chen's punch. Crack! The burly man's body fell to the ground, lifeless. While the whole square was in an uproar, countless warriors were shocked by this scene. In a split second, Fong Chen had actually killed this 9th condensing reality realm warrior with a single punch. How is this possible? The hearts of all the martial artists were filled with shock. Even the little Herb King, who was at the side, was stunned. He looked at Fong Chen with fervent eyes. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Fong Chen asked. At this moment, no one in the huge square dared to speak. They were all shocked by Fong Chen's strength, killing a 9th condensing reality realm warrior with a single punch. In everyone's eyes, Fong Chen was definitely a strong warrior who could condense Zhen Qi. Otherwise, he could not be so strong. Fong Chen's eyes shot out a frightening glint as he surveyed his surroundings. Immediately, countless martialists opened up a path for Fong Chen. In front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes, Fong Chen and the little Herb King left. After leaving the Western King City, the little Herb King had an indifferent smile on his face and said, "Brother Fong, you hid your strength well." Fong Chen only smiled slightly. With the little Herb King leading the way, it only took 1 day for Fong Chen to arrive at the Medicine King Valley. Up ahead is the Medicine King Valley, the little Herb King said. In front of Fong Chen, there was a beautiful valley. In this valley, it was like spring all year round. Everywhere was lush green. Outside the valley, there was a heavy guard. Of course, even if there was no one guarding, no one would find this place. This was because the Medicine King Valley was too hidden. If not for the little Herb King leading the way, Fong Chen would not have been able to find this place. Because of the little Herb King, Fong Chen was not stopped and smoothly entered the Medicine King Valley. At this time, the little Herb King saw an elder and immediately asked, "Medicine Elder, where is my father?" "Chen Wei, you're back." The Medicine Elder heard this and grinned, then said, "Your father is receiving an important guest." "Medicine Elder, this is a good friend of mine. I want to bring him to see my father," the little Herb King said. In the Medicine King Valley's meeting hall, the Medicine King was chatting with a middle-aged man. Beside the middle-aged man was a young man. "Medicine King, what do you think of this matter?" the middle-aged man asked. "Your 100 Snake Valley's master personally came to find me. How could I not agree?" The Medicine King grinned. Hearing this, the 100 Snake Valley's master revealed a trace of a smile. Go bring your little brother over right now." The 100 Snake Valley's master turned to the young man beside him. The young man nodded and left. Not long after, a pale-faced man was brought over by the young man. The middle-aged man was the 100 Snake Valley's master. The 100 Snake Valley was one of the top powers in the Eastern Mountain Range. The 100 Snake Valley's master had 2 sons. The eldest son was called Shi Jun, and the second son was called Shi Hu. His 2 sons were originally well-known figures of the Eastern Mountain Range's younger generation. But not long ago, his second son had been heavily injured by a mysterious expert and was on the verge of death. Helpless, the 100 Snake Valley's master and Shi Jun had brought Shi Hu to the Medicine King Valley. "Medicine King, if you can save my second son, my 100 Snake Valley will reward you greatly." The 100 Snake Valley's master's expression was grave. The Medicine King stood up and carefully observed Shihu. After a long time, he slowly said, "Shihu's injuries are very serious. If he wants to fully recover, he will need a period of time. No matter. I will personally stay in the Medicine King Valley and accompany Shihu," said the 100 Snake Valley's master. The Medicine King nodded and placed his finger on Shihu's pulse, preparing to take Shihu's pulse. It was at this moment that 2 cultivators entered the meeting hall. "Father," the little Medicine King directly called out when he saw the Medicine King. The Medicine King glanced at the little Medicine King and ignored him. He prepared to continue taking Shihu's pulse. But when he lowered his head, he was shocked to see Fang Qin standing behind the little Medicine King. His eyes blazed as he moved his hand away from Shihu's pulse. He directly said, "You're back." "Father, I've brought Fang Qin back." "He's looking for you," said the little Medicine King. The Medicine King nodded and looked at Fang Qin. His face was full of smiles as he said, "Fang Qin, why are you looking for me?" Because Fang Qin had given him 2 violet crystals, the Medicine King's hidden injuries had been completely healed. The Medicine King had always been very grateful to Fang Qin. So when he heard that Fang Qin was looking for him, he directly let Shihu rest at the side. Seeing this scene, the 100 Snake Valley's master's expression changed slightly. There was a trace of displeasure between his brows. He looked at Fang Qin with a flash of killing intent. "Senior Medicine King, my companion is seriously injured and needs your help." Fang Qin took out the little mouse and handed it over to the Medicine King to take a look. When the Medicine King took the little mouse, his expression became serious. After a long time, the Medicine King raised his head and looked at Fang Qin. He said, "Fang Qin, your companion is seriously injured. But fortunately, it has a very strong recovery ability. Its life is not in danger." Hearing the Medicine King's words, Fang Qin finally relaxed. If the Medicine King said this, then there must be a way to treat it. As expected, the Medicine King said, "I will personally treat your companion. You don't need to worry." At this moment, the 100 Snake Valley's master stood up and said, "Medicine King, you just promised me that you would treat my son. If you treat this little mouse at the same time, will you be able to split your attention?" "Senior Medicine King, how can a broken mouse compare to my second brother's life?" "Senior Medicine King, please treat my second brother first." "My 100 Snake Valley will definitely reward you greatly," said the Snake Monarch. The Snake Monarch's words caused Fang Qin's expression to become gloomy. "In my heart, my companion is more important than your second brother," said Fang Qin. The little mouse was his companion. How could he allow others to talk about it like that? So Fang Qin didn't care who the person in front of him was and directly retorted, "Brat, do you know who you are talking to?" The Snake Monarch angrily glared at Fang Qin. "Do you believe that I won't kill you with one punch?" Fang Qin didn't care about the Snake Monarch's threat at all. What he cared about was the mysterious middle-aged man beside the Snake Monarch. He gave Fang Qin a dangerous feeling. "Brat, everything has a first-come, first-served basis," said the 100 Snake Valley's master softly. Her words were filled with displeasure. Fang Qin was about to speak when the Medicine King directly said, "100 Snake Valley Master, Fang Qin is my good friend. How can I just stand by and watch when his companion is seriously injured? If you think that treating the 2 of them at the same time will cause me to be distracted, then you should take your son and leave the Medicine King Valley first." The Medicine King's words directly expressed his attitude. He stood on Fang Qin's side. If the 100 Snake Valley's master wasn't willing to let his son and the little mouse receive treatment at the same time, then he could temporarily leave. Hearing the Medicine King's words, the 100 Snake Valley's master's expression became incomparably gloomy. He looked at the Medicine King and said in a low voice, "Medicine King, are you going to break off relations with my 100 Snake Valley for him?" "There has never been an alliance, so how can we break off relations? asked the Medicine King. Good, good, very good. The 100-Snake Valley's master's eyes were cold, and his body emitted a biting cold aura. The 100-Snake Valley's master did his best to suppress his anger. He resentfully glared at Fong Qin, then looked at the Medicine King and said, "This is the Medicine King Valley. I have no right to interfere with your decisions. However, I hope that the Medicine King can treat my son." For the Grand 100-Snake Valley's master to say such soft words would cause others to be taken aback. Fong Qin looked at the 100-Snake Valley's master and the Snake Monarch, a helpless expression appearing on his face. The two of them had developed killing intent towards him. Chapter 544. The 100-Snake Valley master had given in just to let the Medicine King treat his son, Shihu. The 100-Snake Valley master was also a spiritual whirlpool realm expert. Moreover, the 100-Snake Valley was one of the top powers in the Eastern Ridge. Even the Medicine King was not willing to become enemies with the 100-Snake Valley. Since the 100-Snake Valley master had already put it this way, the Medicine King did not say anything else and directly agreed. "Don't worry, 100-Snake Valley master. I will do my best to treat Shihu's injuries." The Medicine King nodded and said. Hearing this, the 100-Snake Valley master nodded. However, when he looked at Fong Qin, there was an undetectable murderous intent in his eyes. Finally, the 100-Snake Valley master and the Snake King bid farewell to the Medicine King and left the meeting hall. After walking out of the meeting hall, the Snake King looked at the 100-Snake Valley master and asked, "Father, are we letting that kid go just like that?" The 100-Snake Valley master sneered and said, "He dares to go against my 100-Snake Valley. How can we let him go so easily?" Hearing this, the Snake King pondered for a moment and said, "Father, I know what to do." At this moment, in the meeting hall, the Medicine King was chatting with Fong Qin. "Fong Qin, other than wanting me to treat your partner, you came to the Western Ridge to prepare to enter the spiritual whirlpool realm expert's mansion?" the Medicine King asked. Fong Qin nodded and did not hide anything. He said, "That's right, that's what I was thinking. The spiritual whirlpool realm expert's mansion is an opportunity for condensing reality realm experts like you. Coincidentally, I was also preparing to send Chen Hui to the spiritual whirlpool realm expert's mansion. The two of you can set off together," the Medicine King said. The little Medicine King was not only the leader of the younger generation in the Medicine King Valley, but also the top expert of the younger generation in the Western Ridge. This time, the spiritual whirlpool realm expert's mansion had appeared. The little Medicine King naturally wanted to fight for the opportunity. "Senior Medicine King, the little mouse's injuries are not serious, right?" Fong Qin was a little worried and asked. "Fong Qin, your partner's bloodline is a bit abnormal. I suspect that it is a descendant of an ancient, ferocious beast," the King of Medicine said in a low voice. "Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to survive until now with such heavy injuries." At that moment, Fong Qin wasn't in the mood to pay attention to these things. What he cared about was Little Mouse's injuries. However, since Yao Wang vowed that he could definitely cure the little mouse, Fong Qin was relieved. In the following days, Fong Qin stayed in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, occasionally chatting with the Little Medicine King. In the past few days, Yao Wang had been treating Little Mouse and Snake Swan at the same time. Seeing the little mouse's condition getting better day by day, Fong Qin finally let out a sigh of relief. 7 days later, the Medicine King found Fong Qin and the Little Medicine King. "Senior Medicine King." Fong Qin cupped his hands in greeting. "The seal outside the mansion of the spiritual whirlpool realm warrior is about to collapse. You can set off now," the Medicine King said. The mansion of the spiritual whirlpool realm warrior had already appeared. However, there was a strong seal around it that prevented warriors from approaching. Even the spiritual whirlpool realm warriors had tried before. The spiritual whirlpool realm warriors couldn't even get close to the mansion. After a series of tests, everyone discovered that only the condensing reality realm warriors could get close to the mansion. However, with the strength of the condensing reality realm warriors, they couldn't break the seal. Therefore, in the following days, everyone waited. As time passed, almost all the condensing reality realm warriors of the 4 mountain ranges gathered at the place where the spiritual whirlpool realm warriors mansion appeared. The reason why Fong Qin and the Little Medicine King weren't in a hurry was because they knew that even if they went now, they wouldn't be able to enter the mansion. Therefore, they were waiting for an opportunity. And today, the opportunity had clearly arrived. All right, let's set off now. Fong Qin nodded and said. Then the Little Medicine King and Fong Qin turned and left. Fong Qin. The Medicine King called out to Fong Qin. Senior Medicine King, what are your orders? Fong Qin turned his head and asked. Be careful of the people from the 100 Snake Valley. The Medicine King said. Fong Qin rolled his eyes, then nodded solemnly and turned to leave. Not long after Fong Qin and the Little Medicine King left, the Snake Lord of the 100 Snake Valley, who lived in the Medicine King Valley, also left quietly. As for the 100 Snake Valley Master, he remained in the Medicine King Valley. The spiritual Whirlpool Realm Warrior's mansion appeared in the west of the West Mountain Range. It wasn't too far from the Medicine King Valley. With Fong Chen and the Little Medicine King's speed, they could reach it in a day. After the Snake Lord left the Medicine King Valley, he looked around and found that Fong Chen and the Little Medicine King had long disappeared. His face was extremely gloomy. You ran fast, the Snake Lord said eerily. Originally, the Snake Lord had planned to leave the Medicine King Valley and directly kill Fong Chen before going to the spiritual Whirlpool Realm Warrior's mansion. But now it seemed that with the Little Medicine King leading the way, the two of them had already left. However, even if he couldn't kill Fong Chen now, he would be able to kill him when he reached the spiritual Whirlpool Realm Warrior's mansion. I'll let you live a little longer. After the Snake Lord finished speaking, his figure flashed and he left. A day later, Fong Chen and the Little Medicine King passed through a mountain range and finally appeared on a plain. On this plain, there was a sea of people. There were countless warriors, and they couldn't see the end of it. It's here. The Little Medicine King looked ahead and said in a low voice. Fong Chen lifted his eyes and looked to his front. To his surprise, he discovered that there was a mansion that reached into the clouds on the plains. Around the mansion, there was a dusky seal. However, from the looks of it, the seal was slowly dispersing. On the plain, there were countless warriors. They were all condensing reality, realm warriors. As for the spiritual Whirlpool Realm Warriors, not a single one came. Just as Fong Chen was looking around the plain, a delicate voice suddenly entered his ears. Fong Chen, you're here. Hearing this voice, Fong Chen turned his head and saw a beautiful figure in the crowd not far away. She was Qin Yao. Qin Yao. Fong Chen called out and walked in front of Qin Yao. Are you okay? Qin Yao shook her head. There was joy in her beautiful eyes. Looking at Fong Chen, she said, Fong Chen, how did you get out of danger that day? It's a long story. Fong Chen grinned and said, Oh, right. Where are the elders of the Black Devil Palace? Over there. Hearing this, Qin Yao's fair finger pointed into the distance. Fong Chen's gaze followed her finger and discovered that the 15 elders of the Black Devil Palace were unharmed. As long as you're fine, Fong Chen said. After that, Fong Chen introduced Qin Yao to some of the Little Medicine Kings. Then he stood shoulder to shoulder with Qin Yao on the plain. Fong Chen looked around and saw that there were many peak experts of the younger generation on the plain. At this moment, Fong Chen saw the man and woman who had saved his life in the southwest mountain range. His eyes flickered and he asked, Little Medicine King, do you know those two? Hearing this, the Little Medicine King turned his head and said, Of course I know them. I'm afraid there's no one in the entire West Mountain Range who doesn't know them. Oh, who are they? Fong Chen asked curiously. The man is called Xianyuan Fong. The ponytailed woman is called Xianyuan Qin. The two of them are brother and sister. They're disciples of the heavenly profound gate. The little medicine king slowly said. A trace of respect flashed in his eyes. The heavenly profound gate. This was the first time Fong Qin had heard of the heavenly profound gate, so he didn't know much about it. Seeing Fong Chen's expression, the little medicine king explained, Fong Qin, you just came to the West Mountain Range, so you don't know what the heavenly profound gate represents. Let me give you a simple explanation. The heavenly profound gate is the peak power of the entire West Mountain Range. Even my Medicine King Valley has to be wary of it. Of course, my Medicine King Valley is aloof from worldly affairs and doesn't interfere with worldly affairs. So our relationship with the heavenly profound gate is pretty good. As for Xianyuan Feng, he's a peak expert of the heavenly profound gate's younger generation. Looking at the entire West Mountain Range, there's no one who can match him. It's said that Xianyuan Feng has never been defeated in the younger generation. Feng Chan was startled and asked, "What's his cultivation like?" There are very few warriors who can force Xianyuan Feng to use all of his power. Half a year ago, Xianyuan Feng used all of his power to fight against a veteran condensing reality realm warrior. The fight was very intense, and Xianyuan Feng used all of his power. He condensed 4 streams of Jin Qi and finally killed the veteran warrior who condensed 5 streams of Jin Qi. Little Medicine King said. Since then, no one dared to fight with Xianyuan Feng. Half a year has passed. I wonder what level his cultivation has reached. The Little Medicine King continued. This Xianyuan Feng is a troublesome person. If you meet him in the mansion of a spirit whirlpool realm warrior, you must not make him your enemy. Hearing this, Fong Qin nodded. According to the Little Medicine King, this Xianyuan Feng was indeed a genius. At such a young age, he was able to condense 4 strands of Jin Qi. Even the older generation warriors felt ashamed of their inferiority. After talking about Xianyuan Feng, the Little Medicine King continued to talk about Xianyuan Qin. As for his sister, Xianyuan Qin, her strength is not considered monstrous. However, she is also a warrior who has condensed 2 strands of Jin Qi. Of course, this is not the reason why everyone is afraid of them. The real reason why the spirit whirlpool realm warriors are afraid of them is because of their grandfather. Oh, Fong Qin was even more confused. Who was their grandfather? Why would even the spirit whirlpool realm warriors be afraid of him? Their grandfather is not in the southern mountain land, but in the vast 5 Elements province. Their grandfather is a Grandmaster Talisman Master who can inscribe black-level talismans. His status in the 5 Elements province is very high. Even the spirit whirlpool realm warriors are afraid of him, the Little Medicine King said. Hearing this, Fong Qin was startled. He remembered that in the southwest mountain range, Xianyuan Feng used a black-level talisman to deal with the Iron Brown Bear King. After that, Fong Qin shook his head. No wonder Xianyuan Feng could easily use such a life-saving talisman. It turned out that his grandfather was a Grandmaster Talisman Master. Thinking of this, Fong Qin could not help but take a few more glances at Xianyuan Feng. The latter seemed to have noticed that someone was looking at him. He turned his head and saw that it was Fong Qin. He nodded at Fong Qin and then turned his head away. Just as the Little Medicine King was introducing Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin to Fong Qin, Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yan also arrived. Chapter 545. Seeing Zhou Yan greet Fong Qin, the Little Medicine King was a little surprised. He said, I didn't expect that Fong Qin would know Brother Zhou Yan. Little Medicine King, you're here too, Zhou Yan said. Brother Zhou Yan. The Little Medicine King and Zhou Yan looked at each other and greeted each other. After Zhou Qingqing greeted Fong Qin, he walked to where the Black Devil Palace elders were, while Zhou Yan went to the Northern Ridge region. The Little Medicine King continued to introduce Fong Qin. In the Western Ridge region, among the younger generation, Xianyuan Feng is ranked first, and Xianyuan Qin is ranked third. You have to be careful of these two. As for the others, with Brother Feng's methods, you shouldn't be afraid." The little Medicine King smiled. "Oh, then who's ranked second?" Feng Qin asked curiously. The little Medicine King chuckled and said, "It's me." When Feng Qin heard this, he was startled. He immediately understood that with the little Medicine King's strength, being ranked second wasn't a problem at all. After introducing the younger generation of the Western Ridge region, the little Medicine King began to introduce the younger generation of the Northern Ridge region to Feng Qin. The little Medicine King seemed to be very familiar with the situation of the 4 great ridges. As for the Northern Ridge region, the strongest of the younger generation is Zhou Yan. The guy beside him is called Ku Jiang. He's ranked second, but it's said that his strength has increased greatly recently and is faintly showing signs of surpassing Zhou Yan. This person is vengeful and has some grudges with Zhou Yan. If he knows that you have a good relationship with Zhou Yan, he will attack you, the little Medicine King said. Feng Qin glanced at Ku Jiang and nodded. Among that group, the most unremarkable young man is one of the best of the younger generation of the Eastern Ridge region. His strength is second only to the snake monarch of the 100 Snake Valley. His name is Dongling, and he's also a strong opponent. The little Medicine King pointed. When Feng Qin saw Dongling, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. If it wasn't for the little Medicine King's words, he wouldn't have noticed this person at all. He was dressed very plainly and his hair was messy. He looked like a beggar and didn't have any energy at all. He directly sat on the ground, giving people a feeling of being spoiled. However, this person was actually one of the top powerhouses of the younger generation in the Eastern Ridgeland. Feng Qin couldn't help but sigh. One really couldn't judge a book by its cover. The number 1 person among the younger generation of the Eastern Ridgeland was the Snake Monarch of the 100 Snake Valley. His strength was unfathomable. Furthermore, the 100 Snake Valley had a unique skill that allowed them to control snake-type demonic beasts. Originally, the younger brother of the Snake Monarch, Shihu, was also a well-known figure of the younger generation. However, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, so he did not come. "As for the land of Nanling, I don't know much about it," said the little Medicine King. Feng Qin grinned, but didn't say anything. After listening to the little Medicine King's introduction, Feng Qin realized that the younger generation of the Southern Mountain Range was generally weaker than the younger generation of the other 3 mountain ranges. No wonder the Black Devil Palace chose the Southern Mountain Range as their breakthrough point. Feng Qin thought to himself. His cultivation was only at the 8th condensing reality realm, but his true strength was comparable to a martial artist who had condensed 2 strands of true qi. With this kind of strength, he could be called the number 1 person among the younger generation of the Southern Mountain Range. And with his strength, if he was placed in the Western Ridge, he could at most be ranked 3rd, which was the same as Xianyuan Qin from the Heavenly Profound Sect. It seems that this trip to the mansion of a spiritual whirlpool realm martial artist is a little dangerous. Feng Qin thought to himself. Just now, the little Medicine King had only introduced the younger generation to Feng Qin. He had not mentioned the older generation of martial artists. To Feng Qin, the truly terrifying ones were the older generation of martial artists. Some of the older generation of martial artists had even reached the terrifying level of 9 strands of true qi. They would enter the mansion of a spiritual whirlpool realm martial artist to find an opportunity to break through to the spiritual whirlpool realm. Thinking of this, Feng Qin couldn't help but shake his head. At this moment, the Snake Lord arrived. When he arrived, the first thing he saw was Feng Qin. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, "Kid, you have offended my 100 Snake Valley. Today, I will make sure you die here." "Snake Lord, he is an honored guest of my Medicine King Valley. Don't act recklessly." Hearing this, the little Medicine King stood up and reprimanded. "Little Medicine King, this is not the Medicine King Valley. You better not stop me. I must kill him." The Snake Lord said coldly. In the square, the eyes of many martial artists were attracted by the Snake Lord. The Snake Lord had just arrived, and he wanted to kill this person. This made countless martial artists curious. Fong Chen's eyes were cold. He clenched his fists, and his body emitted a heavy aura. He could feel the murderous intent from the Snake Lord. At this moment, Zhou Yan and Zhou Qingqing came out. Snake Lord, you want to kill Fong Chen? Zhou Yan will not agree. Zhou Yan was a top powerhouse of the younger generation in the Northern Ridge land. When he expressed his stance, it shocked countless martial artists. What was the background of this martial artist called Fong Chen? Even Zhou Yan was willing to help him. Zhou Yan, as a Northern Ridge martial artist, you had better not meddle in other people's business. Just as Zhou Yan finished speaking, a martial artist said coldly. He was Ku Jiang, Zhou Yan's sworn enemy. Seeing that Zhou Yan was helping this person, he naturally had to stop him. Ku Jiang, you don't have to interfere in my business, Zhou Yan said coldly. Ku Jiang stepped forward and sneered. Zhou Yan, don't think that I am afraid of you just because you are the top person of the younger generation in the Northern Ridge land. Today, I will fight with you. If you want to help this person, I will not let you. In an instant, there was a commotion on the entire plain. The Snake Lord emitted a terrifying aura as he walked step by step towards Fong Chen. His body was filled with murderous intent. Brett, back in the Medicine King Valley, you had the Medicine King's support, so I couldn't do anything to you. But now I want to see just who can save you, said the Snake Lord. As soon as the Snake Lord spoke, a powerful aura engulfed the land. Then, 4 strands of true qi appeared on the Snake Lord's body. 4 strands of true qi. The Snake Lord has condensed 4 strands of true qi, exclaimed a martial artist suddenly. The Snake Lord was the top person of the Eastern Ridge land's younger generation. Previously, he had only condensed 3 strands of true qi. Now he had condensed 4. Seeing the Snake Lord condense 4 strands of true qi, Dongling's eyes flickered. In the end, she shook her head slightly. At this moment, the little Medicine King's face was also filled with shock. No wonder the Snake Lord was so fearless. It turned out that his cultivation base had broken through. Little Medicine King, what right do you have to stop me? The Snake Lord had 4 strands of true qi revolving around him. A helpless expression appeared on the little Medicine King's face. With the Snake Lord's current strength, he simply couldn't stop him. At this moment, Xianyuan Qin saw Fong Chen. She tenderly said, "Big brother, isn't he the martial artist we saved in the southwest mountain range?" Xianyuan Feng nodded and calmly watched the scene. "Big brother, the Snake Lord has condensed 4 strands of true qi. He's not the Snake Lord's match. Can you help him?" Xianyuan Qin said, "Half of the reason you were able to obtain the bear gallbladder is because of him." Xianyuan Qin believed that if it weren't for Fong Chen drawing out the Iron Brown Bear King, it would have been very difficult for them to find it. That was why she said that. Let's watch first. Xianyuan Feng faintly smiled. Xianyuan Qin didn't say anything else. At this moment, the atmosphere on the plains was heavy. The older generation of condensing reality experts were also watching this scene. The Black Devil Palace's elder wanted to help, but he was stopped by the 100 Snake Valley's people. This is a matter between the younger generation. The older generation shouldn't interfere. The 100 Snake Valley's elder smiled. The Black Devil Palace's elder looked at the first elder. The first elder shrugged helplessly. If they forced a fight, the 100 Snake Valley's people definitely wouldn't sit idly by. At that time, the situation would become even more chaotic. Right now, they could only place their hopes on the Little Medicine King. Boom! On the plains, a biting cold aura revolved. The Snake Lord's body was overflowing with battle intent. His killing intent soared to the heavens. He wanted to personally kill Fong Chen. Snake Lord Fong Qin is my Medicine King Valley's honored guest. If you insist on helping, then I won't sit idly by." The little Medicine King spoke. "Little Medicine King, don't regret this." As soon as the Snake Lord finished speaking, he suddenly flicked his wrist. Suddenly, illusory snake shadows appeared in the air and attacked Fong Qin and the little Medicine King. The little Medicine King leaped and activated 3 strands of true qi, then directly attacked the Snake Lord. As for Fong Qin, he had already taken out the Hidden Star Sword and displayed the 5th level of the Phantom Sword art. He constantly hacked at the illusory snake shadows. Seeing the Snake Lord make a move, Zhou Yan wanted to act recklessly. However, he was stopped by Ku Jiang. The two of them also erupted into a huge battle. On the plains, the battle was very intense. At the beginning, Fong Qin was just a nobody. However, now, all the martialists were startled. Although Fong Qin wasn't a match for the Snake Lord, his strength was also very strong. When the Phantom Sword art was displayed, the illusory snake shadows in the air were actually unable to get close to Fong Qin. "You're courting death." Seeing that his attack was easily blocked by Fong Qin, the Snake Lord let out a low roar. With a flick of his wrist, a real snake-type demonic beast appeared in the air this time. Countless bright red snakes flashed and quickly appeared in front of Fong Qin. At this time, the little Medicine King was doing his best to block the Snake Lord. Bang! Bang! Fong Qin fiercely brandished his star-hidden sword and directly chopped down on one of the scarlet snakes. With a caw sound, the star-hidden sword actually bounced back. How powerful! Fong Qin instantly sensed danger and retreated. The Snake Lord's attack this time was very powerful. Fong Qin was no match for it. Seeing Fong Qin retreat, a trace of a smile flashed across Xian Yuanfeng's eyes, after which he said enough. Xian Yuanfeng's voice instantly spread throughout the plains, causing everyone's battle to come to an abrupt end. Hearing Xian Yuanfeng's words, everyone's eyes focused on him. "Xian Yuanfeng, what do you mean?" The Snake Lord stopped fighting and narrowed his eyes at Xian Yuanfeng. "I said enough. You can stop fighting." Xian Yuanfeng smiled. "Xian Yuanfeng, you want to stop me?" demanded the Snake Lord coldly. Xian Yuanfeng had condensed 4 strands of true qi, and the Snake Lord also had 4 strands of true qi. If they really fought, he might not necessarily lose to Xian Yuanfeng. "Are you doubting my words?" Xian Yuanfeng frowned slightly. His aura surged, instantly filling the plains. At this moment, everyone was completely stupefied. Chapter 546. 5 strands of true qi surrounded Xian Yuanfeng. At this moment, Xian Yuanfeng was dazzling. Xian Yuanfeng was indeed worthy of being the strongest of the younger generation in the heavenly, profound gate. Half a year ago, he only had 4 strands of true qi. When he released 5 strands of true qi, the Snake Lord's expression finally darkened. He originally thought that he could challenge Xian Yuanfeng after condensing 4 strands of true qi. But now, it seemed that he was simply indulging in fantasy. Xian Yuanfeng was too strong. Seeing the 5 strands of true qi, the Snake Lord didn't even have the courage to attack. Not only did Xian Yuanfeng have a terrifying background, but his own strength was also abnormally strong. He directly intimidated all the cultivators. "Now, do you still want to question my words?" Xian Yuanfeng withdrew his 5 strands of true qi and asked calmly. Hearing Xian Yuanfeng's words, the Snake Lord didn't know what to say. He glanced at Xian Yuanfeng and then at Fong Qin. His heart was filled with unwillingness. In the end, he had no choice but to give up on killing Fong Qin. "Xian Yuanfeng, I'll give you face this time," the Snake Lord said in a low voice. The Snake Lord looked at Fong Qin with eyes filled with anger and killing intent. Because of Xian Yuanfeng's appearance, he couldn't continue to attack. But after entering the residence of a spirit vortex realm expert without Xian Yuanfeng, he could kill Fong Chen as easily as crushing an ant. The Snake Lord looked at Fong Chen with resentment. In the end, he coldly snorted and turned to leave. The surrounding cultivators originally thought that they would be able to see the Snake Lord attack. But with Xian Yuanfeng's words, the battle was instantly cancelled. This was Xian Yuanfeng's strength. He was undoubtedly the strongest of the younger generation in the 4 Great Ridges. Fong Chen looked at Xian Yuanfeng and cupped his hands in thanks. Many thanks. Xian Yuanfeng only nodded and didn't say anything. Clearly, the reason he attacked was because Fong Chen had attracted the Iron Brown Bear King in the southwest mountain range. At this moment, the Little Medicine King and the others looked at Fong Chen with burning eyes. Brother Fong, you really hit it well. When did you meet Xian Yuanfeng? The Little Medicine King hurriedly asked. Yeah, Brother Fong. Xian Yuanfeng was actually willing to speak up for you. Zhou Yan also grinned. Xian Yuanfeng actually spoke up to stop the Snake Monarch for Fong Chen. This scene shocked all the martial artists present. Of course, there were also some cultivators whose eyes were filled with jealousy and even killing intent. And Xian Yuanfeng. Of Xian Yuanfeng was Dao of True, and he Feng. Calm, Xian Yuanfeng's. Was. Feng's. A Feng was. Feng. In the following period of time, the plains were relatively peaceful. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. As time passed, the seal around the mansion of the Spirit Vortex stage practitioner on the plains gradually dissipated. Feng's. Then, the seal on the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Expert's residence disappeared without a trace. The seal is gone. Suddenly, a cultivator shouted. Instantly, countless cultivators on the plains widened their eyes and looked at the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Expert's residence. Some cultivators couldn't wait any longer and directly entered the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Expert's residence. Crash! After the first person entered, the rest of the cultivators all rushed into the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Expert's residence. Fong Chen, the Little Medicine King, and the others also entered without hesitation. Crash! A white light flashed. Fong Chen felt that he had already entered the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Expert's residence. At this moment, Fong Chen was on a street. There were countless buildings around this street, and the surrounding air was filled with dense spiritual energy. This is the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Expert's residence. Fong Chen was shocked. It was indeed a Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Expert's residence. The area was too big. It was even bigger than an ordinary city. Fong Chen was on an ordinary road in the residence. Let's go out and take a look. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. His figure flashed, and he quickly rushed towards the end of the road. Soon, he appeared on a slightly spacious ground. There were 2 figures on the spacious ground. They were fighting over treasures. The 2 of them were fighting. Fong Chen noticed that there were a few black elixirs on the spacious ground. Qi pill. When Fong Chen saw the elixirs, he was shocked. Qi pill. A Spiritual Whirlpool Realm expert used their own qi to refine the elixirs. It was very important to condensing reality realm experts. Swallowing qi pills could increase a condensing reality realm expert's chances of condensing qi. Fong Chen did not expect to see qi pills as soon as he entered the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm expert's residence. While the 2 warriors were fighting, he quietly arrived in front of the qi pills. With a flick of his wrist, he directly took away the qi pills. At this moment, the 2 warriors noticed Fong Chen. Kid, put down the qi pills. Kid, how dare you steal our qi pills? Are you looking for death? Looking at their clothes, Fong Chen discovered that one of them was a disciple of the 100 Snake Valley in the East Mountain, while the other was a disciple of the Dry Bone Sect in the North Mountain. Sorry, the qi pills are in my hands. They are mine. I have no reason to hand them over. Fong Chen smiled. What a joke. He had already obtained the qi pills. Why would he hand them over? The value of the qi pills was enough for Fong Qin to attack the two of them. "You are looking for death," the dry-boned Sex Ku Shan coldly said. He was the second strongest expert of the dry-boned Sex younger generation, second only to Ku Jiang. He had already condensed a strand of qi. But even so, he believed that it was enough to kill Fong Qin. "Kid, hand over the qi pills. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you and taking your head to the Snake Monarch for a reward." "The 100 Snake Valleys," Shikai eerily said. "With just the two of you." Fong Qin sneered. "Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us." Shikai roared. His figure flashed, and he directly appeared in front of Fong Qin. With a flick of his wrist, countless illusory snake images appeared in the sky and launched a fierce attack at Fong Qin. At the same time, a strand of qi appeared on Shikai's body. He merged his qi into the illusory snake images, causing their power to sharply increase. Courting death. Fong Qin gripped the Hidden Star Sword and used the 5th layer of the Phantom God Sword art. The extremely powerful illusory sword was instantly used. Bang! Bang! The Hidden Star Sword directly shattered the illusory snake images and then stabbed into Shikai's body. Crack! Shikai's body directly exploded and he instantly died. In the blink of an eye, Shikai was killed by Fong Qin. This scene stunned Ku Shan. Soon after, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. "Fong Qin, stop!" shouted Ku Shan. Fong Qin did not pay attention to Ku Shan's words. He once again brandished the Hidden Star Sword in his hand and stabbed towards Ku Shan. "Fong Qin, I'm Ku Jiang's junior apprentice brother. If you kill me, Ku Jiang won't let you off." Ku Shan saw that Fong Qin was ignoring him, and he roared. "It's useless," Fong Qin softly said. The Hidden Star Sword stabbed into Ku Shan's head. Ku Shan's eyes widened, and he unwillingly fell to the ground. After killing 2 people, Fong Qin turned and left. As expected of a spiritual whirlpool realm warrior's mansion, "I just came in, and I already got 3 Qi Dawn." Fong Qin grinned. Although Qi Dawn were nothing to a spiritual whirlpool realm warrior, they were very important to a condensing reality realm warrior. However, Fong Qin was still unable to consume Qi Dawn. He could only wait until his cultivation reached the 9th condensing reality realm. "Let's keep them for now and try to get more Qi Dawn," Fong Qin said. Then, Fong Qin continued to move forward. After crossing a small path, Fong Qin found some Qi Dawn scattered on the ground. He quickly walked over and was ready to take those Qi Dawn. However, there was someone who was faster than him. With a swoosh, he appeared in front of the Qi Dawn and waved his hand, ready to take the Qi Dawn. Seeing that, Fong Qin was ready to take action. However, at that moment, something strange happened. Pucci! On the open ground, countless arrows were shot out from the ground in an instant, aiming directly at this figure. Damn it! The figure flashed and wanted to dodge, but the arrows were too powerful. In the end, the warrior was unable to dodge. Pucci! The countless arrows pierced the figure, causing him to be injured instantly and fall to the ground far away. The warrior's face was gloomy as he looked coldly at the Qi Dawn in the distance. Fong Qin was also startled by this scene. He did not expect that there would be such a vicious, hidden weapon hidden under the Qi Dawn. The warrior just now was also a warrior who had condensed a strand of true Qi. In his haste, he was unable to block the attack of the arrows. Just as Fong Qin was thinking, the injured warrior's eyes flickered and he said in a deep voice, "You, go and take the Qi Dawn for me." When the warrior saw Fong Qin, he sneered. He wanted Fong Qin to take the Qi Dawn for him and he would reap the benefits. When Fong Qin heard this, he ignored this cultivator and walked straight to the place where the Qi core was. Seeing Fong Qin's actions, the warrior grinned, thinking that Fong Qin had been intimidated by him. Fong Qin carefully came to the place where the Qi core was. He thought that an arrow would shoot out, but to his surprise, no arrow shot out from the beginning to the end. The Qi Dan were quietly lying on the ground. Fang Qin easily picked them up and put them into his spatial ring. Why aren't there any arrows? The warrior's face was grave as he asked in a low voice. In the next moment, the warrior understood that these arrows were a one-time use item. Seeing Fang Qin take away the Qi Dan, the warrior cursed. Kid, hand over the Qi Dan. The warrior walked over to Fang Qin's side. I was the one who obtained the Qi Dan. Why should I give them to you? Fang Qin sneered. Just a moment ago, he had been too afraid to go forward. Now that he had obtained the Qi Dan, he was asking for them. He really was shameless. You only have two choices. Hand over the Qi Dan or die. Choose one, said the warrior viciously. Chapter 547. By the time the warrior felt fear, Fang Chen's hidden star sword had already pierced his body. In this world, there was no medicine for regret. If you did something wrong, you had to bear the consequences. This was the mansion of a spiritual whirlpool realm warrior. An ordinary LV9 condensing reality realm warrior was nothing but cannon fodder. The warriors who could truly obtain the opportunity were those who had condensed their qi. Of course, Fang Qin was an exception. After killing this martial artist, Fang Qin began to count his qi cores. Including the 3 he had obtained before, he now had a total of 10 qi cores. It seems that there are qi cores everywhere in the mansion. Fang Qin thought to himself. Qi cores were very important to condensing reality realm warriors, but they were nothing to spiritual whirlpool realm warriors. Fang Qin continued to search for qi cores. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. In this short period of time, the older generation of warriors had all gone to the center of the mansion to search for opportunities. The outer area of the mansion was left to the younger generation. This was also the agreement of the older generation of warriors, to let the younger generation fend for themselves. At this time, in front of a pavilion, Qi Niao had just found a few qi cores, but they were snatched away by Ku Jiang of the Dry Bone sect. Ku Jiang knew Qi Niao. She had a good relationship with the Little Medicine King and Fang Qin. Therefore, not only did Ku Jiang want to snatch the qi cores, but he also wanted to destroy her. Qi Niao's face was solemn. She looked at Ku Jiang angrily, but she was no match for Ku Jiang. Don't try to resist. No one can save you here. Ku Jiang sneered. Ku Jiang was the strongest warrior of the younger generation in the Dry Bone sect. His cultivation had reached the peak of LV9 condensing reality realm, and he had condensed 2 qi cores. He thought that he was stronger than Zhou Yan, so he did not put Zhou Yan in his eyes. Ku Jiang, you are too despicable. Qi Niao said coldly. Little girl, you can only blame yourself for knowing Zhou Yan. Ku Jiang sneered. His body flashed, and he appeared in front of Qi Niao. Qi Niao used all her strength to resist, but she could not resist at all. Bang! Ku Jiang threw out a punch and sent Qi Niao flying. She fell to the ground, severely injured. You dare to enter the residence of a spirit vortex realm expert with your meager strength? Ku Jiang's eyes were filled with a sinister smile. Just as Ku Jiang attacked Qi Niao, Fang Chen appeared. Fang Chen was looking for qi cores. After discovering the commotion here, he hurriedly rushed over. However, he did not expect that Ku Jiang would actually attack Qi Niao. Damn it! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. He took out the star-concealing sword and displayed the phantom sword technique. Swoosh! Terrifying golden light shot out from the hidden star sword. It carried a thunderous aura and directly pierced towards Ku Jiang. Ku Jiang was about to make a move when he suddenly felt a strong force coming from behind him. He clenched his fist and punched out. Bang! The fist collided with the sword light and instantly exploded. Ku Jiang's body retreated a few steps. At this time, he realized that the person who came was Fang Chen. Fang Chen, it's you! Roared Ku Jiang furiously. Fang Chen quickly came to Qi Niao's side and helped her up. He asked, Are you okay? I'm fine. Qi Niao's eyes were a bit wet when she saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen gently patted Qi Niao's shoulder and said, "Leave it to me." "Fang Chen, who do you think you are? If it weren't for Xian Yuan Feng, you'd have already died at the Snake Monarch's hands," said Ku Jiang. "You are one of the peak experts of the Northern Mountain Ranges' younger generation. You actually attacked a woman who hasn't condensed any true qi? Don't you feel ashamed?" asked Fang Chen. Ku Jiang's eyes flickered. He looked at Fang Chen and said, "Fang Chen, since you've come, you can stay here forever." As soon as Ku Jiang's words fell, a Dharma idol appeared above his head. This Dharma idol emitted a dense, wood-attribute aura. Ku Jiang controlled the Dharma idol. With a flick of his wrist, a branch shot out from the Dharma idol and attacked Fang Chen. The illusion god sword art. Fang Chen also released his Dharma idol's golden sword. Then he used the 5th level of the illusion god sword art. The hidden star sword valiantly chopped down on the branch. Slash! Ku Jiang's branch was cut down by Fang Chen. A furious expression appeared on his face. "Fang Chen, you're courting death." Ku Jiang sent 2 streams of true qi into his Dharma idol. One branch after another appeared on the Dharma idol. The 2 streams of true qi fused the branches together, and they carried an intimidating power as they attacked Fang Chen. "Is that all you've got?" Ku Jiang condensed 2 streams of true qi, but Fang Chen was not afraid at all. Seeing that Ku Jiang was going all out, the Dharma idol's golden sword kept spinning above Fang Chen's head. The only difference between him and Ku Jiang was that he did not have true qi. If he could condense true qi, he would be able to kill Ku Jiang instantly. Even so, he could still defeat Ku Jiang. Swoosh! Fang Chen pushed the illusion god sword art to the extreme. The hidden star sword in his hand kept spinning. It was so fast that even Fang Chen could not see it clearly. At this moment, the illusion sword art also showed its power. The aura of the illusion sword art instantly shrouded Ku Jiang, causing him to be speechless for a second. In a battle between experts, 1 second was enough. Taking advantage of Ku Jiang's speechless state, Fang Chen made his move. The hidden star sword stabbed directly at the Dharma idol's Dharma idol. Slash! The hidden star sword was extremely sharp. It chopped down on the branches and leaves that shot out from the Dharma idol. In an instant, the branches and leaves were chopped into pieces. Then it carried a powerful force and chopped down on the Dharma idol. Bang! When the hidden star sword chopped down on the Dharma idol instantly shattered. How is this possible? Ku Jiang was shocked. Fang Chen clearly hadn't condensed true qi. How was he able to block his attack? No. Ku Jiang roared furiously. He was unwilling to accept this. He didn't want to die. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. At this moment, Ku Jiang pushed his true qi to the extreme. He unleashed an earth-shattering attack. Illusion God Sword Art, 5th level. Fang Chen still used the Illusion God Sword Art. However, at the same time, Fang Chen also used the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. The powerful flame directly drilled into Ku Jiang's mind. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. Ku Jiang's soul was burned. The 2 attacks had seriously injured Ku Jiang. When the hidden star sword stabbed into Ku Jiang's body, he unwillingly fell to the ground. The elite of the Northern Ridge, Dried Bone Sect, Ku Jiang had fallen here. Looking at Ku Jiang's corpse, Fang Chen shook his head and turned to leave. At this time, there were countless figures hidden in the surroundings. They were all shocked to see Fang Chen kill Ku Jiang. Fang Chen, the Dry Bone Sect won't let you off for killing Ku Jiang. Qi Niao was a bit worried. "It's fine," said Fang Chen. Qi Niao had wanted to give the Qi core she had obtained from Ku Jiang to Fang Chen, but Fang Chen had refused. "You're too weak. You should follow me," said Fang Chen. Qi Niao's eyes flashed with an imperceptible smile. Then she nodded heavily, bringing Qi Niao with him. They left the pavilion and continued onward. It didn't take long for the news of Fang Qin killing Ku Jiang to spread throughout the mansion. Countless young cultivators learned of this matter. When they learned that Fang Qin had killed Ku Jiang, they were shocked. Ku Jiang had condensed 2 streams of qi, but they were both killed by Fang Qin. How strong was Fang Qin? These ordinary martial artists immediately made a decision. If they saw Fang Qin in the future, they must hide far away. When this news reached Zhou Yan's ears, the latter also grinned. As the number 1 young cultivator in the Northern Ridge, he had always been suppressing Ku Jiang. However, Ku Jiang seemed to have an opportunity and his strength skyrocketed. When Zhou Yan returned to the Northern Ridge from the old site of the Heaven-Raising sect, he had condensed 1 stream of qi. However, he didn't expect Ku Jiang to condense 2 streams of qi. When he heard that Fang Qin had killed Ku Jiang, Zhou Yan was very excited. After thinking for a while, Zhou Yan closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Zhou Yan was lucky to find a small inheritance. Although this inheritance wasn't too powerful, he felt that if he fully accepted it, condensing a 2nd stream of qi wouldn't be a problem. When he heard that Fang Qin had killed Ku Jiang, the angriest person was the Snake Lord. After entering the mansion, he had been looking for Fang Qin, but he couldn't find him. When he heard that Fang Qin was here, he quickly rushed to the pavilion. However, when he arrived, he only found Ku Jiang's body. He didn't see Fang Qin. Where did Fang Qin go? The Snake Lord was furious. He waved his hand and grabbed a nearby cultivator, asking coldly, Fang Qin went that way. The martial artist was terrified as he said. The Snake Lord let go of the cultivator and chased after Fang Qin. Fang Qin, this time, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Outside the mansion, in front of a building, Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin were collecting qi pills. Big brother, Fang Qin actually killed Ku Jiang. Xianyuan Qin was a little surprised. Fang Qin hadn't condensed his qi. This kid is not simple. He is only at the 8th condensing reality realm, but he can kill a cultivator with 2 streams of qi. Once he condenses his qi, his strength will increase greatly. Xianyuan Feng narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. With Xianyuan Feng's eyesight, he had already seen that Fang Qin was extraordinary. When Xianyuan Feng was at the 8th condensing reality realm, his battle power was comparable to a cultivator with 1 stream of qi. In this aspect, Fang Qin's potential was much stronger than his. Hearing Xianyuan Feng's words, Xianyuan Qin couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of monstrous talent made people feel ashamed. This kind of talent, even in the big 5 element state, he can be considered a genius. Xianyuan Qin asked. Xianyuan Feng nodded and didn't say anything, continuing to collect qi pills. If he wanted to condense the 6th stream of qi, he would need enough qi pills. Chapter 548. The Snake King chased after Fang Qin for a long time, but he could not find any trace of Fang Qin, which made him very angry. In the end, he could only leave it as it was. At the same time, Fang Qin was leading Qi Niao to look for Qi Dan. In the following days, Fang Qin kept looking for Qi Dan. Time passed by bit, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, Fang Qin had collected a lot of Qi Dan. Now he had a total of 100 Qi Dan. At some point, Qi Niao stopped looking for Qi Dan. She felt that she could condense Zhen Qi. Fang Qin found a relatively secluded place to protect Qi Niao. Qi Niao sat cross-legged and started condensing Zhen Qi. Hiss, Qi Niao sat cross-legged. Her body emitted a rich Zhen Qi. Her eyes were closed, and the Zhen Qi in her Qi sea was constantly rotating. At this moment, Qi Niao swallowed a Qi Dan. When the Qi Dan entered her Qi sea, it instantly compressed the Zhen Qi in her Qi sea. Fang Qin looked at Qi Niao thinking. Qi Niao kept swallowing Qi Dan. In a short while, Qi Niao had swallowed 20 Qi Dan. When all 20 qi dan were consumed, a zhen qi suddenly appeared around Qi Niao's body. This zhen qi made Qi Niao's qi soar. Zhen qi. Fang Qin looked at the zhen qi in Qi Niao's body and grinned. In the next moment, Qi Niao opened her eyes and stood up. How do you feel? Fang Qin asked. Qi Niao said, My strength has increased a lot. Fang Qin sighed inwardly. No wonder it was called Qidan. It could actually allow a 9th condensing reality realm warrior to condense zhen qi so easily. If his cultivation reached the 9th condensing reality realm, he would definitely be able to condense zhen qi easily. However, after seeing Qi Niao's breakthrough, Fang Qin also understood that his qi dan were nothing. If he wanted to condense more zhen qi, he would need to collect a lot of qi dan. Let's go and continue collecting qi cores, Fang Qin said. Qi Niao and Fang Qin walked side by side, quickly shuttling through the periphery of the mansion. After walking for about 2 hours, Fang Qin suddenly felt a faint aura. Of course, this aura was not sensed by him at all, but by Ancestor Bronze. Ancestor, you said there was an aura coming from up ahead? Fang Qin asked. Keep walking forward, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Qin nodded and quickly moved forward. Soon, he arrived outside a dusty house. This house is very strange, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Qin carefully looked at the house in front of him. He felt that it was very ordinary, and he couldn't sense any strange aura from it. Ancestor, what did you sense? Asked Fang Qin. Ancestor Bronze was silent for a moment, then said, There seems to be something inside, but I don't know the details. Go in and take a look. Hearing this, Fang Qin nodded, then looked at Qi Niao and said, Qi Niao, this house is very strange. I will go in and take a look. Wait for me outside. Fang Qin was worried that Qi Niao would be in danger, so he said this. Qi Niao immediately nodded. Then Fang Qin entered the house. Creak, the door was covered with dust. When Fang Qin entered the house, he found that it was empty. It was a bedroom. In the bedroom, there was a table with a mirror on it. Other than that, there was nothing else. Why does Ancestor feel strange? Fang Qin looked around, but found nothing. This house was very ordinary, and Fang Qin didn't feel anything strange. Crash! Just as Fang Qin turned around to continue looking, the mirror on the table suddenly shook. Fang Qin was startled. He immediately turned around and saw a flash of light on the surface of the mirror. Could it be this mirror? Fang Qin looked at the mirror with a grave expression. Fang Qin walked over to the table and reached out to grab the mirror. This mirror was a copper mirror. The surface of the mirror was covered in dust. On the edges of the mirror, there were some complicated patterns. Fang Qin hadn't looked carefully before, so when he saw the patterns on the edge of the mirror, he was startled. Could it be that this mirror is a talisman? Fang Qin was shocked. The patterns on the edge of the mirror were exactly the same as the ones around the main hall of Yangshimen. Fang Qin was certain that this mirror was a talisman. Just as Fang Qin was looking at the mirror, a burst of noise came from outside. Fang Qin was startled. Worried about Qi Niao, he prepared to go out. At this moment, someone entered the house. It's you. When she saw Fang Qin, a trace of shock appeared on Xianyuan Qin's face as she involuntarily cried out. Xianyuan Qin. Fang Qin looked at Xianyuan Qin and said. He was very curious about why Xianyuan Qin was here. Fang Qin, why are you here? Xianyuan Qin asked. Fang Qin didn't say anything. He just looked at Xianyuan Qin quietly. Could it be that Xianyuan Qin was also here for the mirror? Sure enough, when Xianyuan Qin saw the mirror in Fang Qin's hand, her beautiful eyes flashed, and she directly said, Fang Qin, can you sell your mirror to me? I'll sell it to you, Fang Qin said in surprise. Xianyuan Qin actually made such a request, which meant that the mirror must be extraordinary. Yes, I need this mirror, Xianyuan Qin said. Can you tell me what's going on with this mirror? Fang Qin asked. Xian Yuanqin's eyes turned, and she thought for a moment. Then she told Fang Qin, "This mirror is actually a talisman. If you want to give it a grade, it should be a profound level talisman." Profound level talisman. Fang Qin looked at the mirror, his heart filled with shock. Such a small mirror was actually a profound level talisman. Fang Qin clearly knew how powerful a profound level talisman was. A profound level talisman could instantly kill an invincible condensing reality realm Iron Brown Bear King. Although it's a profound level talisman, ordinary people can't activate it at all. So it's a waste to have it. It can only be used as a decoration, Xian Yuanqin continued. Fang Qin tried to send his spiritual energy into the mirror, but he found that the mirror didn't move at all. "Then why do you want to sell it?" Fang Qin asked. "My grandfather is a Grandmaster Talisman Master. I naturally have a way to activate it," Xian Yuanqin said. Fang Qin thoughtfully glanced at Xian Yuanqin, but he didn't say anything. He had a good impression of Xian Yuanqin. Xian Yuanfeng had once stopped the snake monarch for him outside his residence. She had even saved his life in the southwest mountain range. If what Xian Yuanqin said was true, then Fang Qin was willing to do her a favor at no cost. "Ancestor, is what Xian Yuanqin said true?" Fang Qin secretly asked Ancestor Bronze. "She's telling the truth," said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Qin nodded, then looked at Xian Yuanqin. "You saved my life once. So what if I give you the mirror?" Fang Qin's wrist shook, and he directly tossed the mirror to Xian Yuanqin. Xian Yuanqin's face was filled with excitement. She put away the mirror and said, "Fang Qin, this mirror is very precious to me. I can't take it for free." Fang Qin waved his hand, indicating that Xian Yuanqin didn't need to say anything more. In the end, Xian Yuanqin nodded. "Since that's the case, I'll take the mirror. I owe you a favor. If you have any problems in the residence, I can help you." Xian Yuanqin turned and left. Fang Qin looked at Xian Yuanqin's departing figure and grinned. Xian Yuanqin's favor was much more precious than some spirit stones. Of course, Fang Qin had his eyes on Xian Yuanfeng. Among the younger generation, even the snake monarch wasn't a match for Xian Yuanfeng. It could be said that Xian Yuanfeng was the undisputed #1 genius of the younger generation. No one could match him. Xian Yuanqin owed him a favor, just like Xian Yuanfeng owed him a favor. In any case, they were siblings. After thinking about it for a moment, Fang Qin prepared to leave. But Ancestor Bronze called out to him. "Kid, there's something even more important than the mirror," said Ancestor Bronze directly. Fang Qin put down his raised leg and hurriedly asked, "Ancestor, there's something more precious in this room." "Of course. Go and take a look under the pillow," said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Qin followed Ancestor Bronze's instructions and went to the bed. He lifted the pillow and found a wooden puppet. "This is the doll," Fang Qin said as he looked at the doll carefully. "Don't look down on this puppet. Its value is countless times more precious than a black-grade talisman," said Ancestor Bronze. "Kid, you're really lucky to have encountered this puppet. What's so special about this puppet?" Fang Qin was very curious when he heard Ancestor Bronze say this. This puppet must have been personally refined by a fallen spirit vortex realm expert. This kind of puppet may seem useless, but it's very useful. When a cultivator encounters a powerful enemy and is unable to block the other party's attack, they can inject their own spiritual chi into the puppet. The puppet will then block the other party's attack for the master, said Ancestor Bronze. Chapter 549. The puppet was a special kind of treasure. At a critical moment, it could help a warrior block an opponent's attack. It was definitely a life-saving treasure. Chapter 7. Fang Qin held the puppet and carefully observed it. If Ancestor Bronze had not said so, he would not have been able to see what was so special about the puppet. There are different levels of puppets. This puppet of yours is considered a low-level puppet. Even so, if it is fully powered, it can withstand a full blow from a martial artist with 9 streams of true energy, Patriarch Bronze said. From Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Qin learned that the puppet could only be used once. After that, it could not be used again. However, when he thought that the puppet in his hand could withstand a full blow from a warrior with 9 streams of Jin Qi, Fang Qin was very happy. Fang Qin put away the doll and looked around. Such a precious doll had actually appeared in this room. Compared to this room must not be simple. Fang Qin searched the whole room but could not find anything. In the end, he could only give up. Then, Fang Qin left the room. When Fang Qin came out of the room, he saw Qin Yao waiting for him. Fang Qin, are you okay? Qin Yao asked. Fang Qin shook his head and said, I'm fine. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, Fang Qin had obtained a lot of Qi Dan. Now he had 300 Qi Dan. This was definitely a large number. In half a month, many of the younger generation had gained a lot. However, they were not in a hurry to enter the inner area. This was because the inner area was extremely dangerous. Once they entered the inner area, they would have to face the older generation of condensing reality realm experts. Therefore, they had to be prepared. At a certain moment, Fang Qin was collecting Qi Dan. Suddenly, a piece of news spread throughout the outer area. A large number of Qi Dan were found in a certain building. The number of Qi Dan was very large. After hearing the news, countless warriors rushed to the building. When Fang Qin heard the news, he also rushed to the building. In a square outside the mansion, there was a seemingly ordinary house. There were very strong restrictions around the house. Outside the house, many disciples of the younger generation had gathered. Almost all of them were here. By the time Fang Qin arrived, all the martial artists of the younger generation had already arrived. They were discussing how to enter the house. Xianyuan Feng, do you have any ideas? Snake Monarch asked with narrowed eyes. Xianyuan Feng, who was beside the Snake Monarch, carefully observed the restriction in front of the house. He then said, This restriction is extraordinary. Ordinary people can't break it at all. However, I've tested it. After the passage of time, this restriction has existed for too long. Therefore, the restriction's power is slowly disappearing. If we work together, we'll definitely be able to break the restriction. The eyes of the Snake Lord and the others lit up when they heard Xianyuan Feng. After that, they said, Since that's the case, let's begin. As soon as Snake Lord finished speaking, he heard Dong Ling speak up. Before that, shouldn't we clean up the weak martial artists? Dong Ling said in a deep voice. In Dong Ling's opinion, martial artists who hadn't condensed their true qi weren't qualified to be here. Even if they were here, they wouldn't be able to provide much attack power. Therefore, she might as well just let them all leave this place. Snake Lord nodded slightly when he heard Dong Ling's words. He then said, That's right. Let's clean them up first. After Snake Lord finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the numerous martial artists behind him. He then said in a deep voice, Martial artists who haven't condensed their true qi, leave this place. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Snake Lord's words were full of threats. Countless martial artists were intimidated by Snake Lord's strength. They were angry, but didn't dare to say anything. In the end, they could only shake their heads and turn around to leave. After a short while, all the ordinary 9th level condensing reality realm martial artists had left. The square suddenly became much quieter. Xianyuan Feng didn't say anything about Snake Lord's decision to clear the square. After everyone left, Snake Lord turned to look at Xianyuan Feng and said, Xianyuan Feng, can we begin now? At this moment, Dong Ling suddenly said, It seems like there's still one person who hasn't left. Dong Ling's words had just sounded when everyone's gazes gathered on Fang Chen's body. Even the latter's eyes were icily staring at Dong Ling. At this moment, Dong Ling's words were obviously directed at Fang Chen. Snake Lord sneered when he heard Dongling's words. He said, "Kid, do you want to die?" Snake Lord hadn't noticed Fangchen before. Now that he saw Fangchen, his whole body emitted a powerful aura. His killing intent was overflowing. He wanted to make a move on Fangchen. "Snake Lord, Fangchen is my friend. Give me some face." At this moment, Xian Yuanqin opened her mouth. Snake Lord's expression changed when he heard Xian Yuanqin's words. He glanced at Xian Yuanfeng. The latter hadn't said anything since the beginning. "Xian Yuanqin, you have to protect Fangchen," Snake Lord said in a deep voice. "I owe Fangchen a favor," said Xian Yuanqin bluntly. Snake Lord didn't say anything. Although Xian Yuanfeng hadn't said anything, Xian Yuanqin's words were basically equivalent to Xian Yuanfeng's. With Xian Yuanqin present, there was no way he could attack Fangchen. Seeing that the Snake Lord was unable to make a move, Dongling naturally stepped forward. He and Snake Lord were both peak experts of the Eastern Mountain Range's younger generation. Their relationship was naturally extraordinary. "Fangchen, everyone here has condensed true qi. You're the only one who hasn't condensed true qi. You still have the face to stay here? If I were you, I'd have already scrammed," sneered Dongling. Snake Lord was intimidated by Xian Yuanqin and didn't dare attack. Fangchen didn't have anything to worry about. Hearing Dongling's ridicule, Fangchen took a step forward and sneered, "You're just one of Snake Lord's dogs. What qualifications do you have to talk about me?" Fangchen's words completely infuriated Dongling, causing her to be extremely furious. "Fangchen, are you courting death?" roared Dongling furiously. Fangchen shook his head, mocking Dongling's ignorance. "You can't kill me," said Fangchen. "You." Dongling was infuriated. An intimidating aura surged out of him, and he sent a punch at Fangchen. The 5th level of the Illusion God sword art. Fangchen didn't hesitate to use the 5th level of the Illusion God sword art. Countless illusory swords shot out, smashing into Dongling's fist. Bang! Bang! After a series of collisions, Dongling and Fangchen both retreated a few steps. Dongling's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he clenched his fists. There was no fear on Fangchen's face. Although he couldn't defeat Dongling, it was also impossible for Dongling to defeat him. "Enough. Let's open the restriction first," said Xian Yuanfeng. Since Xian Yuanfeng had spoken, Dongling naturally stopped attacking. He looked at Fangchen with his scarlet eyes and said coldly, "Once I get the qi cores inside, I'll definitely kill you." After saying that, Dongling walked behind the Snake Monarch. At this moment, Xian Yuanfeng spoke. "Everyone, this restriction is quite powerful. We need to work together to attack it. I hope you can put aside your differences and attack together," said Xian Yuanfeng. Everyone nodded. The little medicine king, Zhou Yan, and the others came to Fangchen's side and stood together with Fangchen. What Fangchen didn't expect was that Zhou Yan had condensed his 2nd strand of true qi. His strength had increased a lot. Even Zhou Qingqing had condensed her 1st strand of true qi. Among these people, only Fangchen hadn't condensed his true qi. "It seems that I need to break through quickly," thought Fangchen inwardly. He had enough qi cores. As long as his cultivation reached the 9th level of the condensing reality realm, he would be able to condense his true qi at any time. "Everyone get ready." Suddenly, Xian Yuanfeng exuded a terrifying aura and said in a low voice. Hearing this, everyone went into battle mode. Following Xian Yuanfeng's roar, everyone launched their strongest attack. Rumble! Countless attacks in the sky let out deafening sounds. Then, under the control of the crowd, the attacks instantly gathered together and blasted towards the seal. Dong! When all the attacks hit the restriction, the whole square trembled. Fangchen felt a strong, rebounding force. "Is the restriction broken?" Someone asked as the powerful attacks gradually disappeared. At this moment, ripples appeared on the seal. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the seal quickly dissipated. The restriction is about to break. Someone shouted. Immediately, the other warriors got ready. As soon as the restriction disappeared, they would rush into the room and fight for the chi cores. Hiss! 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 The restriction quickly disappeared. After about a minute, the last bit of the restriction disappeared. Suddenly, countless warriors rushed into the room. Even Fang Qin used all his strength to enter the room. After entering the room, everyone found that there were a lot of chi cores in the room. Collect the Chi Dawn! It was unknown who shouted. Immediately, everyone began to collect the Chi Dawn. Fang Chen stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the chi cores beside him and sent them into his interspatial ring. The whole room was in chaos. Many warriors were fighting for the chi cores. Of course, Xian Yuan Feng was the fastest among them. No one could beat him. Next was the Snake King, Dong Ling, Little Medicine King, and the others. Of course, Fang Chen's speed was not enough. While they were fighting for the chi cores, the Bangxianshu appeared. Although it had not fully recovered, it could help Fang Chen snatch the chi cores. The Bangxianshu opened its branches and instantly enveloped a large number of chi cores. Then it pulled them over to Fang Chen, who quickly stored them in his interspatial ring. In the blink of an eye, the chi cores were all snatched up. At this moment, the room was already empty. After snatching the chi cores, Fang Chen quietly left the room. Everyone stopped fighting for the chi cores. Smiles appeared on their faces. They had reaped a great harvest this time. This room seemed to be a storeroom, specially used to store chi cores. The number of chi cores was shocking. After the Snake King collected the chi cores, he looked for Fang Chen. However, he realized that Fang Chen was not in the room. Chapter 550. Fang Chen naturally knew that the Snake King wanted to kill him. Xian Yuan Feng and Xian Yuan Qin could help him when they were together, but there would always be a time when they would meet alone. Therefore, after Fang Chen collected enough chi cores, he quietly left. At this time, Fang Chen found a secluded place and prepared to go into seclusion to break through to the 9th condensing reality realm. Once he reached the 9th condensing reality realm, he would be able to swallow chi cores and condense his Jin Qi. Fang Chen sat cross-legged with a supreme grade spirit stone in his hand. He started to circulate his Zhen Qi. In his Qi Si, the Zhen Qi started to circulate. Hiss, hiss, hiss in the blink of an eye. The Zhen Qi in the supreme grade spirit stone was completely absorbed by Fang Chen. He found that his Qi Si was changing. He had been stuck in this realm for a long time. Now that he had accumulated enough, it was time for him to erupt. In the following time, Fang Chen continued to absorb the Jin Qi in the supreme grade spirit stones. Since there were so many supreme grade spirit stones, it was enough for Fang Chen to absorb. After absorbing about 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones, Fang Chen's Qi Si was finally full. At this time, his Qi Si was filled with extremely rich Jin Qi. This Jin Qi was constantly revolving. Every time the Zhen Qi revolved, his Qi Si would expand a little. However, just as his Qi Si was expanding, the huge golden sword in his Qi Si suddenly trembled. Then, Fang Chen found that the Zhen Qi in his Qi Si had disappeared. This, Fang Chen was astonished. The huge golden sword actually absorbed all the spiritual energy in his Qi Si in an instant. That's 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones worth of Jin Qi. Fang Chen was surprised that the huge golden sword could contain so much Jin Qi. After absorbing enough Jin Qi, the huge golden sword started to revolve. At the same time, it emitted a trace of golden Qi. This golden Qi passed through his Qi Si and entered Fang Chen's golden heart. Dong after the golden heart absorbed the golden Qi. It suddenly started to beat faster. All Fang Chen had to do was take out more spirit stones and continue absorbing. After absorbing another 10,000 pieces of spirit energy, Fang Chen's Sea of Qi was once again saturated. During this time, the golden heart and the golden sword were constantly resonating. In the end, a terrifying sword will gushed out from the golden sword and drilled directly into the golden sword. Refine the Dharma idol. Fang Chen was shocked. The golden heart was actually tempering the Transcendence, giant sword. This scene surprised him greatly. In the following period of time, the golden heart tempered the golden sword, while Fang Chen's Sea of Qi slowly expanded. At this rate, it would take at least 3 days for Fang Chen to complete his breakthrough. During this period, Fang Chen only needed to circulate the spirit qi in his Sea of Qi without any pressure. Finally, a huge amount of information appeared in Fang Chen's mind. This information was the Transcendence, nurturing, secret technique that he had obtained from the old site of the heaven-raising sect. Ever since Fang Chen had obtained this secret nurturing, secret technique, he had not practiced it. Now that he found out that the golden heart could actually temper transcendence, Fang Chen had the idea to prepare to practice the transcendence, nurturing, secret technique. The so-called transcendence nurturing secret technique was to use the spirit qi in the sea of qi to water and nurture the transcendence, nurturing secret technique. However, ordinary warriors did not have this secret technique and could not nurture transcendence, nurturing secret techniques. In the past, only the heaven-raising sect could nurture transcendence, nurturing secret techniques. Therefore, the disciples of the heaven-raising sect were very powerful. Transcendence, nurturing secret techniques, was the most ordinary transcendence, nurturing secret techniques. Only transcendence, nurturing secret techniques, was a powerful transcendence, nurturing secret technique. The strength of the transcendence, nurturing secret technique, directly determined the combat power of the warrior. In the same realm, a warrior with a powerful transcendence, nurturing secret technique, would have a stronger combat power. This was also the reason why so many people went crazy over the secret technique of nurturing secret techniques. Heaven, earth, and man were the 3 levels. Besides the ordinary transcendence, nurturing secret techniques, man-level transcendence, nurturing secret techniques, was the lowest level, followed by earth-level transcendence, nurturing secret techniques, and finally heaven-level transcendence, nurturing secret techniques. It was said that in the entire ancient Sword continent, the number of warriors who had heaven-level transcendence, nurturing secret techniques, could be counted on one hand. There were a few warriors who had earth-level transcendence, nurturing secret techniques, but they were few and far between. As for man-level transcendence, nurturing secret techniques, there were the transcendence, nurturing secret techniques of the young elites of the ancient Sword continent. Fang Chen's current transcendence, nurturing secret technique, was an ordinary transcendence, nurturing secret technique. What he needed to do now was to temper his transcendence, nurturing secret technique, to man level. Perhaps it was because of the golden heart, but Fang Chen easily completed the secret technique of nurturing secret techniques. In the following time, Fang Chen began to nurture his transcendence, nurturing secret technique. The golden heart was tempering his transcendence, nurturing secret technique, while Fang Chen was artificially nurturing his transcendence, nurturing secret technique. The combination of the two caused the huge golden sword to emit a dazzling golden light. At the same time, the Sea of Qi was still expanding without any effect. Time passed bit by bit. The process of nurturing the transcendence, nurturing secret technique, was a long process. After 3 days, Fang Chen successfully broke through to the 9th condensing reality realm. His Sea of Qi was like a vast ocean. The huge golden sword floated above the vast ocean, while the golden heart was still tempering his transcendence, nurturing secret technique. At this time, Fang Chen discovered that the huge golden sword seemed to have become a little stronger. Moreover, Fong Qin could clearly feel that there was a trace of a special aura within the huge golden sword. As expected. Seeing this, Fong Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. The huge golden sword's performance was exactly the same as what was mentioned in the secret technique of nurturing secret techniques. According to this method, it will only take a few days for my transcendence, nurturing secret technique, to reach man level transcendence, nurturing secret technique. Fong Qin thought to himself, according to the secret technique of nurturing, secret technique of nurturing, secret technique of nurturing, secret technique, it was easiest for a normal transcendence, nurturing secret technique, to reach man level transcendence, nurturing secret technique. After that, it would be the most difficult to reach earth level transcendence, nurturing secret technique. The nurturing of the transcendence, nurturing secret technique would last for a long time. As long as there was enough energy, the transcendence, nurturing secret technique would always be in the nurturing stage. And now, Fong Chen's cultivation had reached the 9th condensing reality realm. He could finally start to condense qi. Then, Fong Chen took out the qi pellets and started to swallow them. 1 pellet, 2 pellets, 3 pellets. Fong Chen swallowed a total of 20 qi pellets before the spirit qi in his sea of qi started to show signs of condensing qi. At this time, Fong Chen continued to swallow qi pellets. After all, he had accumulated enough qi pellets. As long as he had enough qi pellets, he would be able to condense more qi. Crash! Fong Chen swallowed large mouthfuls of qi pellets. In a short while, he had swallowed 100 qi pellets. At this time, the first qi was only 50% condensed. Looking at the half-condensed qi in his sea of qi, Fong Chen grinned and continued to swallow qi pellets. After swallowing another 100 qi pellets, the first qi was finally condensed successfully. Whoosh! With qi surrounding his body, Fong Chen felt that his strength had become incomparably powerful. Now, even a warrior who had condensed 2 qi pellets would not be able to block a simple punch from him. Continue. Fong Chen felt that he could condense even more qi in his sea of qi. He continued to swallow qi pellets. Condensing the second qi pellet was obviously much more difficult than condensing the first qi pellet. After swallowing 500 qi pellets, Fong Chen was finally able to condense the second qi pellet. Originally, Fong Chen thought that this was the end, but he realized that there was still room for improvement. He continued to swallow. After swallowing another 1,000 qi pellets, the third qi pellet was finally condensed. At this time, Fong Chen finally stopped condensing qi pellets. The spiritual energy in his sea of qi had been completely used up. Fong Chen took out a top-grade spirit stone to replenish the spiritual energy in his sea of qi. After a long time, Fong Chen stopped cultivating. 3 qi pellets surrounded his body and his aura soared. What powerful strength! Fong Chen thought to himself. After condensing 3 qi pellets, his strength had soared. Even if he encountered the snake monarch, Fong Chen would not be afraid. Good preparation. Fong Chen's foundation was very solid. That was why he was able to increase his strength so quickly. This time, Fong Chen was filled with confidence. Even among the younger generation, only Xianyuan Feng could suppress him. As for the snake monarch, he had no fear. Those who wanted to kill me all died in the end. You are no exception. Fong Chen narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Killing intent surged in his heart. Since leaving the Medicine King Valley, the snake monarch had been targeting Fong Chen. He even wanted to kill Fong Chen. Several times it was because of Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin that the danger was averted. But now, Fong Chen finally did not have to fear the snake monarch. 3 days ago, he was still an 8th condensing reality realm martial artist. 3 days later, he had condensed 3 qi pellets. This kind of monstrous talent, even in the entire 5-element state or even the ancient sword continent, he could be considered a genius. Fong Chen stood up and left the place where he cultivated in seclusion. Fong Chen had a total of 3,000 chi pellets. Excluding the 1,700 that he had used earlier, he had 1,300 left. I still need to collect more chi pellets, Fong Chen said. Without the chi pellets, Fong Chen could only condense 1 chi pellet at most. But with the chi pellets, he could condense 3 chi pellets at once. The chi pellet was too important for a condensing reality realm martial artist. Just as Fong Chen left the place where he was cultivating and appeared in an alley, he suddenly encountered a group of 100 Snake Valley martial artists. "It's Fong Chen," the leader of the disciples said eerily. "Quickly go and inform Senior Brother Snake Monarch," another martial artist said. When the 100 Snake Valley disciples discovered Fong Chen, the latter also discovered them. A trace of killing intent flashed in Fong Chen's eyes. He said softly, "Let's collect some interest first." After speaking, Fong Chen's aura surrounded his body. He stretched out his hand and directly suppressed the 100 Snake Valley disciples. Miserable screams were heard instantly. In the blink of an eye, all the 100 Snake Valley disciples were killed by Fong Chen. At this time, the Snake Monarch also received the news of Fong Chen's appearance. He quickly rushed towards Fong Chen's location. "Kid, this is the time of your death," the Snake Monarch said in a low voice as he sped. However, before the Snake Monarch arrived, an uninvited guest appeared in the alley where Fong Chen was. Chapter 551. "It's you." Fong Chen's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw this person. "Fong Chen, I wasn't able to take your life last time. This time, I want to see who can save you," said the Sword King darkly. The person who came was the Sword King. After he was severely injured by the Black Demon Palace Master, he went into seclusion to recuperate. After his injuries were slightly better, he quietly entered the West Ridge land and came to the Spirit Vortex Realm Expert's mansion. He knew that Fong Chen would definitely enter the mansion, so he wanted to kill Fong Chen inside. After entering the mansion, the Sword King had collected many chi pills and had finally recovered to the point of having 4 strands of true chi. However, he felt that it was enough to kill Fong Chen. A Spirit Vortex Realm Expert's attack power was too strong. He had been heavily injured by the Dark Lord and had used the Blood Escape art to escape. It would be very difficult for him to recover to 9 strands of true chi. However, once he killed Fong Chen, he could enter the mansion's inner area and search for opportunities. "You're really like a ghost that just won't leave." Fong Chen was a bit surprised when he saw the Sword King. The current Fong Chen was not the same as before. He was no longer a nobody that could be bullied by others. So when facing the Sword King, Fong Chen didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. "Fong Chen, you can die now." A long sword appeared in the Sword King's hand and he attacked Fong Chen. At the same time, a Dharma long sword appeared above the Sword King's head. Crash! A Dharma long sword also appeared above Fong Chen's head. The moment the Dharma long sword appeared, it released a strange aura that suppressed the Sword King's Dharma long sword. Swish! Sword King's body was surrounded by 5 streams of true chi. A powerful chi instantly filled his body and then converged into his long sword. Sword King's long sword fiercely stabbed out. Immediately, a cold light shot towards Fong Chen. 5th level of the Illusion God Sword Art. Fong Chen used the 5th level of the Illusion God Sword Art. The Hidden Star sword pierced towards the Sword King's sword light. Pucci the Sword King's sword light was pierced by Fong Chen's Hidden Star sword, and his advance was instantly halted. In the next moment, the Sword King discovered that his attack had actually been broken by Fong Chen, courting death. Sword King roared and jumped, directly appearing in front of Fong Chen, wanting to kill Fong Chen. However, at this moment, sword intent surged in Fong Chen's mind. In the next moment, his wrist shook and the Hidden Star sword was swung out again. Phantom God Sword Art Level 6. In that instant, a trace of comprehension appeared in Fong Chen's mind, and the Phantom God Sword Art reached the 6th level. The 6th level of the Phantom God Sword technique was at least twice as powerful as the 5th level. Countless illusory swords shot out at the Sword King. However, the Sword King's strength had reached the level of 5 strands of true qi. He was very fierce. In the face of Fong Chen's fierce attack, he was actually able to calmly face it. Bang! Bang! In the beginning, the Sword King was able to gain the upper hand. However, as Fong Chen pushed the 6th level of the Phantom God Sword Art to its limit, the Sword King was actually suppressed. Puchi Fong Chen's hidden star sword pierced the Sword King's arm, causing the Sword King to feel pain all over his body. He raised his head and roared, fiercely thrusting his long sword at Fong Chen. Bang! The Sword King's long sword collided with Fong Chen's hidden star sword, producing a deafening sound. Then, with a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the Sword King's long sword. How is this possible? The Sword King turned pale with fright. His long sword was an elementary, profound weapon. How could a crack appear on it? Damn it, if I had my personal weapon, how could you be so arrogant? The Sword King furiously shouted. In an instant, the Sword King judged that Fong Chen's hidden star sword was a high-grade, profound weapon. It was very powerful. His long sword was directly shattered by Fong Chen's hidden star sword. Of course, this was just a random weapon that the Sword King found after he took over Fong Chen's body. If he hadn't lost his personal sword, killing Fong Chen would have been too easy. After the Sword King's long sword shattered, his figure rapidly retreated. When he saw the 3 strands of true qi on Fong Chen's body, he was extremely shocked. 3 strands of true qi. When he was in the southern mountain land, Fong Chen's cultivation had not reached the 9th condensing reality realm. But now he actually managed to condense 3 strands of true qi. This scene shocked the Sword King. What a genius, but it's time to stop. The Sword King growled, and the Dharma idol long sword above his head began to tremble violently. In the next moment, an extremely wild aura shot towards Fong Chen. The 6th level of the Phantom Sword Art. Fong Chen used the 6th level of the Phantom Sword Art as a foundation to activate the huge golden sword. A terrifying aura instantly burst out. Boom! Fong Chen used all of his strength and directly shattered the Sword King's attack, causing the Sword King's plan to fail. The current you, what qualifications do you have to fight with me? Fong Chen looked at the Sword King and sneered. Killing the Sword King could be considered as fulfilling the wish of the Heaven Gate Saintess. The Sword King's eyes flickered. At this moment, he wanted to retreat. Right now, his strength had not completely recovered. It was not suitable for him to fight with Fong Chen. As long as there's life, there's hope. Thinking of this, the Sword King threw out a punch. When Fong Chen blocked the punch, the Sword King jumped and disappeared without a trace. Fong Chen was just about to chase after the Sword King when he heard several sonic booms in the distance. Then Fong Chen saw that the Snake Lord and Dongling had arrived. Fong Chen, I've finally found you. The Snake Lord's expression sank when he saw Fong Chen. Fong Chen had already withdrawn his true qi and put away the hidden star sword. Seeing the Snake Lord, Fong Chen said, Snake Lord, you've tried to kill me time and time again. Today, let's settle this once and for all. Hearing Fong Chen's words, before the Snake Lord could say anything, Dongling spoke first. Fong Chen, you dare provoke the Snake Lord? You're courting death, sneered Dongling. However, there's no need for the Snake Lord to personally kill you. I, Dongling, am more than enough to kill you. As Dongling spoke, Xian Yuanfeng and Xian Yuanqin arrived. For some unknown reason, they had heard some rumors and quickly rushed over. Fong Chen. Xian Yuanqin looked at Fong Chen and asked worriedly. I'm fine, said Fong Chen. Xian Yuanqin turned to look at Xian Yuanfeng and said, "Big brother, I owe Fangchen a favor." Xian Yuanfeng didn't say anything and just looked at the snake lord indifferently. "Xian Yuanfeng, are you still going to stop me this time?" The snake lord's eyes were cold as he said coldly, "I appreciate your kindness, but the snake lord is looking for me. There will be a great battle between us eventually. Why don't we settle this today?" said Fangchen. Hearing Fangchen's words, Xian Yuanqin was a little anxious. However, since Xian Yuanfeng didn't say anything, she couldn't say anything either. "Xian Yuanqin, you've already repaid the favor you owe me last time, so you don't have to feel guilty." Fangchen seemed to see through Xian Yuanqin's inner struggle and smiled. Xian Yuanfeng's eyes widened as he looked thoughtfully at Fangchen. The snake lord was delighted to hear Fangchen's words. As long as Xian Yuanfeng wasn't there to stop him, killing Fangchen would be as easy as pie. Just at this moment, Dongling opened her mouth. "Fangchen, let me test you," said Dongling coldly. Although she said she wanted to test Fangchen, in truth, she wanted to kill Fangchen. "You're not worthy," said Fangchen icily. Both of them had condensed 3 strands of true qi, but Fangchen's strength was countless times greater than Dongling's. "Are you courting death?" Dongling's expression was icy. Crash! 3 strands of true qi appeared around Fangchen. These 3 strands of true qi were particularly dazzling. As soon as they appeared, Fangchen's aura rose to its peak. He looked at Dongling and said, "Just who is courting death?" Seeing Fangchen's 3 strands of true qi, even Xian Yuanfeng was shocked. In such a short time, Fangchen had condensed 3 strands of true qi. He looked at Fangchen with a complicated look in his eyes. On the other side, the snake lord's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Only Dongling was still sneering. "I was wondering where you got the confidence to ignore me, Dongling. So it's because you've condensed 3 strands of true qi." As Dongling spoke, she released her 3 strands of true qi. "What's so great about 3 strands of true qi? I, Dongling, can still kill you." Dongling's words were filled with ridicule. She believed that even if Fangchen had condensed 3 strands of true qi, he still wouldn't be her match. "Since you're courting death, then I'll kill you first," Fangchen said coldly. Fangchen's words thoroughly infuriated Dongling. She circulated her 3 strands of true qi and fused them into her fist. This was a sure kill punch. She wanted to use a thunderous method to kill Fangchen. Fangchen looked at the snake lord and said, "After I kill him, you'll make a move, right?" As Fangchen spoke, he stretched out his hand. 3 strands of true qi fused into his hand and pressed down on Dongling. The moment Fangchen made his move, Xian Yuanfeng and the snake lord's eyes flickered. This aura, Dongling, who was in the middle of attacking, sensed Fangchen's aura and felt a trace of fear in her heart. Crack! Fangchen's hand carried a thunderous aura and pressed down on Dongling's head. Too weak. Fangchen shook his head and pressed his hand down. Dongling let out a miserable shriek as his fist was instantly crushed by Fangchen's hand. Blood continuously spurted out. No. Dongling's eyes were filled with shock. He struggled to break free, but he found that no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Fangchen's hand. At this moment, Dongling's heart was filled with regret. However, it was too late. Fangchen's hand continued to press down, instantly crushing Dongling's body. Dongling, a genius who had condensed 3 strands of true qi, had been killed by Fangchen just like that. Xian Yuanfeng and the others were shocked. Fangchen's strength had exceeded their expectations. He was much stronger than an ordinary cultivator with 3 strands of true qi. The lackey is already dead. "Master, are you still not going to make a move?" Fangchen had killed Dongling as if he had done something insignificant. He raised his head and looked coldly at the Snake Lord. A faint smile appeared on the Snake Lord's face. It was a cold smile. He was laughing at Fong Chen's ignorance, laughing at Fong Chen's arrogance. Although killing Dongling had shocked him, this bit of strength wasn't enough to challenge him. Chapter 552. The Snake Lord was the strongest of the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge. He was also the pride of the 100-Snake Valley. He was destined to be a supreme being in the 5-element state. At such a young age, he had already condensed 4 strands of true qi. Even the experts of the older generation would feel ashamed of his talent. At this moment, a martial artist who had condensed 3 strands of true qi was actually provoking him. This made him very unhappy. "You'll pay for what you've done." At this moment, the Snake Lord's eyes were filled with contempt as he looked at Fong Chen. In his eyes, Fong Chen was trash. If he wanted to kill Fong Chen, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Fong Chen heard this and shook his head slightly. It seemed that the Snake Lord still did not understand the current situation. With his strength, he could easily kill Dongling. This was the embodiment of great strength. "Is that so? I will wait and see," Fong Chen said. Xian Yuan Feng looked at Fong Chen with a complicated expression. Xian Yuan Feng had seen Fong Chen's action of killing Dongling very clearly. His intuition told him that Fong Chen's strength should not be limited to this. Perhaps Fong Chen could really kill the Snake Lord. If Fong Chen could kill the Snake Lord, then his talent was too terrifying. Even Xian Yuan Feng might not be able to compare. Xian Yuan Qin, who was at the side, stared at Fong Chen with sparkling eyes. Xian Yuan Feng also did not speak. Because of the battle here, many martial artists were attracted. When these martial artists saw the corpses on the ground, they were all shocked. When they found out that Dongling was killed by Fong Chen, they were also shocked. Fong Chen killed Dongling? How is this possible? Dongling was a martial artist who had condensed 3 strands of true qi. She was on the same level as the Little Medicine King. Fong Chen could actually kill Dongling. Are you sure it was not Xian Yuan Feng? If it was really Fong Chen, then this Fong Chen is too monstrous. Many of the cultivators discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. At this moment, Zhou Qingqing, Zhou Yan, and the others also arrived. The Little Medicine King also arrived. The top experts of the younger generation of the 4 Great Ridges were all here. When they learned that Fong Chen had killed Dongling, they were even more shocked. This was especially so for the Little Medicine King. Before entering the Spirit Vortex Realm expert's residence, the Little Medicine King clearly knew that although Fong Chen was strong, his true strength was at most comparable to an ancient martial art practitioner who had condensed 2 flashes of true qi. And yet, Fong Chen had managed to kill Dongling. Most importantly, Fong Chen had formed 3 streams of true energy. What? Fong Chen has condensed 3 strands of true qi? The Little Medicine King's face was filled with shock. Looking at Fong Chen, his heart was filled with shock. Not only was the Little Medicine King shocked, but Zhou Yan and Zhou Qingqing were also shocked. Fong Chen's strength had risen too quickly, making it hard for them to recover. Just at this moment, the Snake Lord said, "Practically all the peak experts of the younger generation have come here. It's a good opportunity for them to witness how I'll kill you." The Snake Lord was extremely confident in his own strength. So what if Fong Chen had condensed 3 streams of true energy? He would kill Fong Chen in a thunderous manner. He would let Fong Chen know the consequences of offending his 100-Snake Valley. Even now, you're still so confident in your own strength? Fong Chen grinned. He was mocking the Snake Lord's arrogance and ignorance. Often, the greater the confidence, the greater the disappointment in the end, said Fong Chen. The Snake Lord laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with ridicule. Fong Chen, in all my years, you're the most ignorant person I've ever seen. If I were you, I'd turn around and leave right now. I definitely wouldn't be so arrogant here. The Snake Lord looked at Fong Qin like he was looking at a clown. The 100 Snake Valley disciples behind the Snake Lord finally couldn't endure it any longer. One of them stepped forward and angrily berated Fong Qin. "Brat, you're too arrogant. If Senior Apprentice Brother Snake Lord attacked, he'd kill you in an instant." That's right. Among the 4 great mountain ranges' younger generation, only Xianyuan Feng can be a match for Senior Apprentice Brother Snake Lord. You're not qualified yet. The disciples of the 100 Snake Valley had the backing of the Snake Lord and were very arrogant. They looked at Fong Qin with eyes full of killing intent. "Anyone can talk big," said Fong Qin. The Snake Lord wasn't in a rush to attack. Fong Qin also wasn't in a rush to attack. He was waiting for the Snake Lord to attack. The Snake Lord looked at Fong Qin and said, "I'm afraid this is the last time you'll see everyone. If you have any last words, hurry up and say them. Otherwise, you won't have a chance later." "Just as well. I'll say the same thing to you," said Fong Qin in an extremely domineering manner. The Snake Lord's expression changed slightly when he heard this. His heart was burning with anger. Not only had this Fong Qin offended the 100 Snake Valley, but he had also spoken to him so arrogantly. He really deserved to die. When the Snake Lord released his powerful aura, Fong Qin still looked at him calmly. There wasn't any fear on his face. "Fong Qin, are you confident?" asked the Little Medicine King in a low voice. Although Fong Qin had condensed 3 streams of true qi, the Snake Lord had condensed 4 streams of true qi. Furthermore, the 100 Snake Valley had a famous snake control technique. Once it was used, its power was no small matter. Furthermore, once the snake controlling technique was used, there would be countless snake-type monstrous beasts attacking the opponent until the opponent died. Fong Qin glanced at the Little Medicine King and nodded. "Fong Qin, I will use the cruelest method in this world to take your life," the Snake Lord said in a low voice. As the Snake Lord spoke, a small flute appeared in his hand. Then he placed the flute next to his mouth. For streams of true qi surged around his body. A powerful aura instantly filled the entire residence. At that moment, the Snake Lord's throat moved. Then, a strange sound came out of the flute. The sound came out from the flute, creating sound waves in the air. Ripples appeared, and finally, these ripples shot directly towards Fong Qin. "Sound wave attack," the Little Medicine King reminded him. When Fong Qin saw the Snake Lord make his move, he saw the spirit in his mind revolve. Streaks of orange spirits appeared in his mind and revolved around his body. Fong Qin's late orange-grade soul spirit was fully activated. Then, he unleashed the great Luo Soul Killer Flame. The soul attack unleashed by a late-stage Class 2 soul cultivator was extraordinarily powerful. Crash! Scorching flames appeared in the sky. As Fong Qin waved his hand, streaks of flames revolved continuously. Finally, they formed a fire net in front of Fong Qin. This fire net was completely formed by the spirit flames. It seemed like it was going to block the Snake Lord's sound wave attack. Sound wave attacks targeted a martialist spirit. However, the Snake Lord had miscalculated. Fong Qin was a soul cultivator, a true soul cultivator. Using a sound wave attack on a soul cultivator was really laughable. Fong Qin's late orange level soul turned into a fire net and blocked in front of him. At this moment, the sound wave ripples in the air attacked him. Crack! The sound wave attack was fierce. However, when it hit the fire net, it disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, the Snake Lord frowned. His eyes flickered. Then, the speed at which he played his flute became extremely fast. Strange sounds kept coming out of the flute. The sound wave attack in the sky quickly formed a large area. The Snake Lord controlled this large area of sound wave to attack Fong Qin. "Your sound wave attack is ineffective against me," Fong Qin growled. With a wave of his hand, the fire net in front of him swept forward and collided with the sound wave attack. Boom! Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the Snake Monarch's sound waves were directly shattered by Fong Chen's fire net. The Snake Lord's face finally turned gloomy. He had underestimated Fong Chen's strength and the strength of Fong Chen's spirit. Hiss! Hiss! After shattering the Snake Lord's sound wave attack, Fong Chen's fire net continued to move towards the Snake Lord. It didn't take long for it to reach the Snake Lord. Your attack is over. Now it's my turn to attack. Fong Chen sneered. With a wave of his hand, the fire net in front of him attacked the Snake Lord's body. Although it was a fire net, it was a spirit attack. Once it came into contact with the body, it would definitely hurt the spirit. The Snake Lord knew this very well. Therefore, when he saw Fong Chen's fire net attack coming towards him, he released his spirit. He instantly released his soul. The orange soul surrounded his body, a late-stage orange spirit. Fong Chen saw that the Snake Lord's spirit was also at the late-stage orange level. However, a smile appeared on the Snake Lord's face. They were both orange-level spirits. How could an ordinary warrior compare to a soul cultivator? Of course not. Therefore, Fong Chen controlled the fire net to ignore the Snake Lord's orange-level spirit defense and bombarded the Snake Lord's body directly. Crack! The Snake Lord's spirit defense collapsed in an instant. At this moment, the Snake Lord's face changed greatly. He clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body. Then he punched the fire net. Whoosh! The fire net showed signs of collapsing after being hit by the powerful punch. However, even so, it still hit the Snake Lord's body. The Snake Lord's body flashed continuously as he dodged the attack of the fire net. After dodging for a while, the Snake Lord finally escaped. After the fire net's energy was exhausted, it finally dissipated into the void. At this moment, the Snake Lord's body landed on the ground again. The Snake Lord's face was gloomy. His heart was burning with anger as he glared at Fong Chen with murderous intent. Many of the younger generation were shocked when they saw Snake Lord's sleeves being burned to shreds. In the first round of the contest, Fong Chen had the upper hand. The Snake Lord, who had condensed 4 streaks of true qi, was at a disadvantage. The Snake Lord had lost completely in the contest of spirits. His spirit defense had been broken by Fong Chen. Even his sleeves had been burned by Fong Chen's spirit flames. The Snake Lord's spirit was still a little shaken. Not far away, Xianyuan Feng and the others were also very serious. Not only was Fong Chen's strength tyrannical, but his spirit was also very strong. What a mysterious guy, Xianyuan Feng whispered. Chapter 553. Even though he was furious, the Snake Lord was unwilling to use his strongest attack against Fong Chen. Once he used his strongest attack, even if he killed Fong Chen, it would indirectly prove that Fong Chen's potential was greater than his. As a top expert of the Eastern Ridge's younger generation, the Snake Lord had his own pride. In his eyes, Fong Chen was just a small fry. When have you ever seen a big shot go all out against a small fry? To deal with a small fry like him, he only needed to casually attack. In a battle of souls, the Snake Lord was completely defeated. He hadn't expected Fong Chen's soul to be so strong. I underestimated you. Your soul isn't bad, but do you think you're qualified to fight me with just that? The Snake Lord was still very conceited. He believed that Fong Chen wasn't his match at all. The surrounding youngsters were all watching this shocking battle nervously. At the very least, you've lost in a battle of souls. Fong Chen grinned. Although he already knew the result, it wasn't bad to make the Snake Lord suffer and die in the process. How ignorant! The Snake Lord sneered. In the next moment, a wild aura emerged from the Snake Lord's body. Then, a strange sound came from the Snake Lord's body. Fong Qin stared at the Snake Lord, he discovered that spots of lightning appeared on the Snake Lord's body. After the lightning appeared, it gradually formed lightning patterns. Lightning body refinement technique. When Fong Qin saw the lightning patterns on the Snake Lord's body, he knew that the Snake Lord must have cultivated a lightning body refinement technique. The Snake Lord's body was instantly covered with lightning patterns. These lightning patterns connected with each other and emitted bursts of thunderous sounds. At this moment, Xianyuan Feng, who had been silent all this time, spoke again. Lightning battle physique. Xianyuan Feng's words revealed the Snake Lord's body refinement technique. When Zhou Yan and the others heard the name, their faces changed drastically. The lightning battle physique was considered a top body refinement technique in the Four Great Ridges. It was said that this body refinement technique had been lost for a long time. They didn't expect the 100 Snake Valley to have obtained it. He hit it well, the little Medicine King said in a low voice. He had naturally heard of the lightning 100 battle physique before. If he was able to cultivate this technique to the 100 battle physique, the strength of his physical body would be extremely tyrannical. It seemed that Snake Monarch wanted to crush Fong Qin with his physical strength. Lightning battle body. Fong Qin narrowed his eyes and looked at the complicated lightning patterns around the Snake Lord with interest. A smile appeared on his face. The Snake Lord had lost to him in a battle of souls. Now he wanted to crush him with his physical body. How ignorant! Crash Fong Qin activated his sword body, and an extreme sword intent instantly soared into the sky. In the next moment, Fong Qin's sword body was surrounded by an extremely dense sword intent. These sword intents raised the defense of the sword body to the highest level. Sword body. Xianyuan Feng cried out involuntarily. At this moment, a ripple appeared in Xianyuan Feng's heart. His soul was strong, his strength was strong, and even his physical body was so tyrannical. Was he still a martial artist of the younger generation? Xianyuan Feng had never admired anyone before, but now he was a little impressed by Fong Qin. Special constitutions were extremely rare. For example, although Xianyuan Feng was strong, he still had an ordinary constitution. Among the younger generation present, other than Fong Qin's sword body, there was only Zhou Yan's saber body. Zhou Yan's saber body had long been known by everyone. This was also the reason why he could stand at the peak of the younger generation. And now, everyone was shocked to discover that Fong Qin had a sword body. He actually has a sword body. This is even better. Killing someone with a sword body will give me a greater sense of accomplishment. Snake Lord smiled sinisterly. He liked the feeling of killing geniuses. It was a very satisfying feeling. Snake Lord's lightning battle body was activated. The lightning runes on his body constantly revolved, forming a complex pattern. These patterns emitted a lightning-like aura. Big brother between Fong Qin and Snake Lord, whose physical body is stronger? Xianyuan Qin asked in a low voice. Xianyuan Feng shook his head. It's hard to say. If Fong Qin's sword body is cultivated to a certain level, it won't be a problem for him to resist the lightning battle body. Let's see what level Snake Lord's lightning battle body has reached. It's said that if the lightning battle body is cultivated to the 100 battle body, its power will be comparable to a 6-star Dao body. You can imagine how terrifying it is, explained Xianyuan Feng. Xianyuan Qin nodded. She didn't know why, but in her heart, she felt that Fong Qin could defeat Snake Lord. At this moment, Fong Qin's sword body had already been pushed to the limit. A late-stage body tempering sword body was on the same level as a 6-star Dao body, but its power was absolutely superior to a 6-star Dao body. Let's see how my physical body crushes yours. Snake Lord roared and clenched his fists tightly. The lightning runes on his body rapidly converged on his fists as he punched out. Snake Lord's fists contained terrifying lightning runes. When he punched out, The sound of thunder reverberated through the sky. In the face of Snake Lord's fists, Fang Qin also punched out without hesitation. However, his fists contained shocking sword intent. His sword intent was incomparably sharp. Boom! When the two fists collided, a shocking sword intent surged out from Fang Chen's fist. To everyone's astonishment, it enveloped the Snake Lord's fist. Hiss! Snake Lord's lightning runes hadn't even been released before they were devoured by Fang Chen's shocking sword intent. Bang! After a loud explosion, Snake Lord's body was sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. Snake Lord tried his best to stabilize his body. His eyes were cold as he stared at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you are the first person to experience the might of my 100-battle body. You should be proud to die under my 100-battle body. As Snake Lord spoke, lightning runes flickered all over his body. In the blink of an eye, the number of lightning runes on his body reached 100. 100 lightning runes. This was the symbol of the 100-battle body. When Shenyuan Feng and the others saw this, their expressions changed. They hadn't expected Snake Lord to really cultivate the lightning 100-battle body to the 100-battle body level. This is bad. Snake Lord's lightning 100-battle body has reached the 100-battle body level. His strength is comparable to a 6-star Dao body. If it weren't for the restrictions in the mansion, the power of his punch would be enough to shatter a mountain, the little medicine king said worriedly. Zhou Yan and Zhou Qingqing were also worried about Fang Qin. However, they couldn't interfere in this battle. They could only pray that Fang Chen would be able to withstand Snake Lord's lightning 100-battle body. Lightning 100-battle body, huh? I hope you don't disappoint me, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Crash! The 100 lightning runes around the Snake Lord's body instantly converged on his fist. At the moment, the Snake Lord's fist emitted a resplendent glow of lightning. Rumble! Claps of thunder could be heard in the sky. Within the clouds, there were countless lightning serpents that were rolling continuously. At this moment, Snake Lord displayed the full power of the lightning 100-battle body. The power of his punch was comparable to the power of a 6-star Dao body. This kind of power could even kill an ordinary 9th-level condensing reality realm martial artist. Go to hell! Snake Lord's fist carried the power of the 100-battle body as he punched out. When his fist punched out, 3 lightning fists suddenly appeared in the sky. The surrounding martial artists instantly fell into confusion. They didn't know which one was real. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. He wanted to find Snake Lord's fist among the 3 fists and defeat him. Zhou Yan and the others were filled with worry. Even Xian Yuanfeng's eyes were filled with a complicated expression. Snake Lord's lightning 100-battle body actually had the effect of confusing the opponent. If Fang Chen couldn't determine the real fist before the attack arrived, then he would definitely be hit by Snake Lord's fist. Therefore, Fang Chen couldn't afford to lose. While everyone was in shock, Fang Chen actually closed his eyes. He couldn't have been scared silly, right? He actually closed his eyes at this juncture. Has he given up on fighting? Isn't he just waiting for death by closing his eyes? At this stage, he can't waste a single second. He should try his best to find the real fist. There's still a chance of survival if he struggles. If he gives up, there's no chance at all. The surrounding martial artists exclaimed one after another. Even Zhou Yan and the others didn't understand what Fang Chen was doing. Snake Lord sneered when he saw Fang Chen close his eyes. The 3 fists continued to bombard Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, the 3 fists appeared before Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, a hallucinatory aura appeared around him. Then, everyone realized that 3 Fang Chens had appeared on the battlefield. What the hell is going on? Someone exclaimed. At this moment, Fang Chen was laughing coldly. He practiced the illusory sword Dao. Any illusory technique would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. The three Fong Chens met the three fists with different postures. As everyone watched, a deafening sound reverberated through the sky. Chapter 554. In an instant, Fong Chen's real body, the Snake Lord's fist, appeared before everyone's eyes. Musical novel at that moment, Fong Chen's fist collided with the Snake Lord's fist. Immediately, a powerful force drilled into the Snake Lord's fist. The Snake Lord's face was originally full of ridicule. However, at this moment, his expression changed drastically. He actually had a bad feeling in his heart. How is this possible? The Snake Lord was a little surprised. How did Fong Chen find his real fist? This shocked him. Crack! While everyone was dumbfounded, an even more powerful force emerged from Fong Chen's fist. It directly sent the Snake Lord flying. The Snake Lord's body was sent flying, and he staggered. In the end, he stabilized his body. However, blood kept flowing out of his fist. Clearly, he had lost to Fong Chen in this round. Many of the surrounding martialists were shocked. The Snake Lord had used his 100 battle form, but Fong Chen had actually sent the Snake Lord flying with a single punch. How strong did his physical body need to be? Isn't Fong Chen's physical body a little too powerful? Exclaimed Zhou Qingqing. What a monster! The strength of his physical body has already surpassed that of a 6-star Dao body. Zhou Yan's face also revealed a smile as he sighed. Shen Yuanfeng, who was at the side, was even more surprised. His soul had crushed the Snake Lord, and his physical body had also crushed the Snake Lord. Was there anything he couldn't do? At this moment, Shen Yuanfeng looked at Fong Chen with blazing eyes. Everyone knew that on the path of martial arts, one needed to specialize in cultivation. Everyone understood this principle. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a martialist would only choose to specialize in one type of cultivation. It was either the physical body, the soul, or the martial arts. However, Fong Chen had actually cultivated all three to a certain level. This made Shen Yuanfeng exclaim in admiration. Fong Chen clenched his fists and stood quietly on the ground. Sword will surged around him. He looked at Snake Lord and said in a low voice, "I will still crush you physically." When he heard Fong Chen's words, the Snake Lord's eyes glowed with a frightening golden light. The suppression of his soul and physical body made the arrogant Snake Lord's heart fill with hatred. His desire to kill Fong Chen intensified. The lightning 100 battle physique was his strongest body tempering technique. In order to cultivate the lightning 100 battle physique to the 100 battle physique realm, Snake Monarch had spent a lot of effort. He had even used up all the resources of the 100 Snake Valley and finally succeeded in cultivating it. Snake Monarch had once fought a martial artist with 4 flashes of true chi. When he used the Thunder Battle Body, he sent his opponent flying with a single punch. However, in the face of a martial artist with 3 flashes of true chi, he was actually suppressed by his opponent's physical body. What a good sword body! Snake Monarch's eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at Fong Chen. He wished he could kill Fong Chen with his gaze. After a long while, Snake Monarch said icily, "Sword body." This was all because of Fong Chen's sword body. When he had discovered that Fong Chen had a sword body, Snake Monarch hadn't paid much attention to it. So what if Fong Chen had a sword body? Therefore, when Fong Chen activated his sword body, Snake Monarch continued to attack Fong Chen with an unstoppable force. However, the final outcome disappointed him. Snake Monarch had accepted being crushed by the sword body. However, he didn't understand how Fong Chen had been able to see through the 2 identical illusions he had created. Snake Monarch couldn't figure it out. Fong Chen, who seemed to have read Snake Monarch's mind, sneered and said, "Do you know what kind of sword path I cultivate?" When he heard Fong Chen's voice, Snake Monarch raised his head and looked over. Shen Yuanfeng and the others also looked over at Fong Chen. You are too naive to use illusions in front of an illusory sword path martialist. Fang Chen's words were filled with an arrogant smile. He was mocking Snake Monarch. Snake Monarch had thought that he was smart. When he had used the Thunder Battle Body, he had mixed in a trace of illusions. He had thought that he could increase his attack power and injure Fang Chen severely. However, he hadn't expected that Fang Chen was an illusory sword path martialist. At this moment, Xianyuan Feng and the others were also astonished. It was no wonder that Fang Chen had been able to find the real Snake Monarch's fist so easily. When he thought of this, Xianyuan Feng couldn't help but take another look at Fang Chen. He had once heard his grandfather say that the illusory sword path martialists were the most unpredictable sword cultivators. If one could cultivate the illusory sword path to its peak, it would be extremely terrifying. With just a thought, one could enter an illusion. He hadn't expected that Fang Chen was also an illusory sword path martialist. Snake Monarch's eyes were filled with iciness. Fang Chen's strength was a slight threat to him. However, he was still very confident that he could kill Fang Chen. The warm-up is over. Your life will end here, said Snake Monarch coldly. Anyone can talk big. You said it when you used the sound wave attack, when you used the Thunder Battle Body, and now you're saying it again, sneered Fang Chen. Good, very good. Fang Chen, I'll let you know the consequences of offending my 100 Snake Valley. The Serpent Lord was furious when he heard that. In the next moment, a silver-white flute appeared in Snake Monarch's hand. This flute was different from the previous one. The previous flute had been a sound wave attack, but this flute was their 100 Snake Valley's most precious treasure, the Imperial Snake Flute. As the name implied, the Imperial Snake Flute could control snake-type demonic beasts. It was also their 100 Snake Valley's most precious treasure. In order to allow Snake Monarch to suppress the younger generation in the Spirit Vortex Realm's residence and seize the opportunity, the 100 Snake Valley's master had temporarily given the Imperial Snake Flute to him. Imperial Snake Flute. Seeing this silver-white flute, Xianyuan Feng cried out loudly. Clearly, he also recognized this flute. It's actually the Imperial Snake Flute. The 100 Snake Valley's master really is generous, exclaimed the Little Medicine King. The Imperial Snake Flute was the 100 Snake Valley's most precious treasure. Only the Valley Master of each generation would possess it. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't appear in the hands of others. But now, the Imperial Snake Flute had appeared in Snake Monarch's hand. Fang Chen focused on the Imperial Snake Flute. He saw Snake Monarch's hands holding the flute. Then he brought it to his mouth. His throat moved and melodious sounds came out. Among these voices, there were traces of complicated sounds mixed in, making it especially ear-piercing. Just as these sounds enveloped the entire residence, snake-type demonic beasts began to appear in the air. Crash! When the first snake appeared, it was floating in the air. On its head, a pair of vicious eyes were staring at Fang Chen. Its tail was also raised, as if it wanted to attack Fang Chen. The Imperial Snake Flute controlled 10,000 snakes. All the snake-type demonic beasts in the world couldn't break free from the Imperial Snake Flute's control. Of course, the Imperial Snake Flute would also suppress some snake-type demonic beasts. These snake-type demonic beasts were used for battle. At this moment, Snake Monarch blew the Imperial Snake Flute and released the snake-type demonic beasts. Crash! Following the appearance of the first snake, countless snakes appeared in the air in the blink of an eye. These snakes flicked their tongues and made hissing sounds. Fang Chen, be careful! Little Medicine King warned. These snakes emitted a terrifying aura. If bitten, even a 9th-level condensing reality realm martial artist would be poisoned. Huff! Suddenly, the sound from the Imperial Snake Flute was exceptionally loud. In the next moment, countless snake-type demonic beasts rushed towards Fang Chen. Hiss! Hiss! These snakes kept rolling in the air. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen activated his sword body and punched out. Bang! Fang Chen's fist directly hit the first snake's body, causing it to fly out. However, this snake only somersaulted a few times in the air and continued to attack Fang Chen. So tough! Seeing this scene, Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and said in a low voice, "These snakes were very tough. The power of his punch was enough to kill an ordinary 9th level condensing reality realm martial artist. However, it couldn't kill these snakes. Before these snakes could get close to Fang Chen, he quickly took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 6th level of the phantom sword art. Swoosh! The hallucinatory aura instantly filled the whole earth and shrouded these snake-type demonic beasts. Then, Fang Chen waved the hidden star sword in his hand. One after another, sword light, carrying the ultimate sword intent, instantly slashed the snake-type demonic beasts. Crack! Wherever the hidden star sword passed, the snake-type demonic beasts' bodies were instantly cut in two. When the hallucinatory aura filled the air, the snake-type demonic beasts' eyes actually had an illusion. They fell into an illusion. Damn it! Seeing these snake-type demonic beasts fall into the illusion, the Snake King suddenly blew his flute and a high-pitched sound came out. After these snake-type demonic beasts heard it, they immediately began to struggle. In the blink of an eye, they struggled out of the illusion and continued to attack Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen created the illusion just to buy himself some time. Even if the snake-type demonic beasts rushed out of the illusion, the time was enough. Crash! Fang Chen displayed the 6th level of the phantom sword art, constantly reaping the lives of the snake-type demonic beasts. So far, the snake-type demonic beasts were unable to get close to his body. Not far away, Shen Yuanfeng and the others saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. Phantom sword art martial artists are too terrifying. This was before Fang Chen matured. Shen Yuanfeng felt that if Fang Chen condensed the 4th layer of true qi, even he wouldn't be able to defeat Fang Chen. Fang Chen's phantom sword art was completely activated. A powerful hallucinatory aura surrounded Fang Chen. Every snake-type demonic beast that wanted to attack Fang Chen had to enter the hallucinatory aura. When they broke free from the hallucinatory aura, they were greeted by a sword light. For a moment, the Snake King's snake-taming flute couldn't do anything to Fang Chen. Fang Chen's actions shocked everyone. There was actually someone in the younger generation who could resist the snake-taming flute's attack. It was too terrifying and unheard of. The snake-taming flute was considered a supreme treasure in the 4 great ridges that would make any martial artist's expression change. At this moment, Fang Chen was using his own strength to resist the snake-taming flute's attack. Chapter 555. Fang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Snake roared. Seeing that Fang Chen had blocked the attack of the snake-taming flute, he roared furiously. In the next moment, Snake King channeled all the spiritual qi in his body and poured it into the snake-taming flute. Then, an even stranger sound came from the snake-taming flute. Following that, a large number of snake-type demonic beasts appeared. These demonic beasts were much stronger than the ones that had appeared before. The bodies of these demonic beasts were bright red, and there was a Xiaohei dot on their heads. Red magic snake. Shen Yuanfeng recognized the red magic snake at first glance. This type of snake was considered one of the top subclans of the snake clan. The snake-taming flute had been accumulated by the Valley Master of the 100 Snake Valley for many generations. Countless demonic beasts were suppressed inside. Some were strong and some were weak. Of course, there was a seal inside the snake-taming flute. Weak martial artists could not open the seal at all. Even someone as strong as Snake King could only open the 2nd seal at most. Previously, when he opened the 1st seal, the demonic beasts that appeared were no match for Fang Chen. Therefore, He channeled all his strength to open the second seal. When these red magic snakes appeared in the sky, the little Medicine King and the others' faces changed drastically. They all looked at Fong Chen with worry. Crash! At this moment, Fong Chen slashed out with the hidden star sword in his hand, killing the last demonic beast. Then he raised his eyes and looked at the bright red magic snakes in the sky. What other tricks do you have? Go ahead and use them. Fong Chen's voice entered everyone's ears. He was not afraid of the snake-taming flute, nor was he afraid of the red magic snakes. Beep, beep. A high-spirited sound came from the imperial snake flute. Hordes of red demon snakes surged toward Fong Chen like a tidal wave. Hissing sounds came from their mouths as they flicked their tongues. It was a very intimidating sight. Facing the attack of these red magic snakes, Fong Chen's eyes revealed a trace of a sneer. Just as the red devil snake was about to reach him, Fong Chen waved his hand and formed a seal. Then, with a wave of his hand, countless supreme-grade spirit stones flew out and landed on the ground. While a gray aura instantly appeared around Fong Chen as the formation took shape. Illusion Array. Seeing Fong Chen's formation, Xian Yuanfeng's heart was filled with shock. Not only did Fong Chen have great accomplishments in the soul and physical body, he even had such talent in the Tao of formations. The Illusion Array was a supreme-grade spiritual array. Only an array grandmaster could set up such an array. The formation had no offensive power at all. Its only function was to create illusions. The combination of the illusory sword Tao and the illusion formation was an illusion that even the red magic snake would fall for. At this moment, Xian Yuanfeng finally understood why Fong Chen was so confident to fight the Snake Monarch. Fong Chen's strength was no weaker than a martial artist with 5 strands of true qi. If it weren't for the Snake Monarch's snake-taming flute, Fong Chen would have killed him long ago. This was an exciting battle. Fong Chen's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. While after the illusion array was set up, the red magic snakes instantly rushed into the illusion array and lost their sense of direction. Fong Chen was an illusory sword Tao martial artist. In addition, he controlled the illusion array. Even a martial artist with 5 or 6 strands of true qi would be unable to extricate themselves after entering the array. Not to mention a mere red magic snake. The red magic snakes were like a tidal wave, carrying powerful attacks. After entering the illusion array, they still lost their sense of direction and flew around randomly. They couldn't find their target, but Fong Chen could easily see them. The beheading began. Every time Fong Chen's hidden star sword was swung, a large number of red magic snakes would die. Every time a red magic snake died, the Snake Monarch could feel the bloodlust in his eyes as a large number of red magic snakes died. How can this be? The Snake Monarch had done his best to unseal the red magic snakes. He had thought that he could kill Fong Chen, but he hadn't expected that even the red magic snakes would fall into the illusion. I don't believe it. The Snake Monarch roared and hurriedly blew the snake-taming flute. A large number of red magic snakes rushed into the illusion array, wanting to kill Fong Chen. Puchi! As time passed, Fong Chen killed a large number of red magic snakes. At this time, the Snake Monarch spat out a mouthful of blood. If this continued, the Snake Monarch would suffer a backlash from the snake-taming flute. No, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He had to fight back. Countless martial artists in the surroundings looked at this scene in shock. The Snake Monarch had gone completely crazy. If he didn't fight back, he would be seriously injured by the backlash from the snake-taming flute. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Snake Monarch suddenly blew the snake-taming flute. Suddenly, all the red magic snakes rushed out of the snake-taming flute and entered the illusion array. However, these red magic snakes were still cannon fodder. They were easily dealt with by Fong Chen. Just as everyone thought that the Snake Monarch had no way to deal with Fong Chen, A red magic snake as thick as an arm suddenly appeared from the snake-taming flute. This was the red magic snake monarch. The red magic snake monarch's strength was countless times stronger than the red magic snake's. Most importantly, the red magic snake monarch's venom could cause a martial artist's body to fester. As long as the venom came into contact with it, death was certain. Moreover, the red magic snake monarch possessed an illusory aura. Although it wasn't strong enough, it should still be able to resist the illusion within the illusion array. The moment the red magic snake monarch appeared, the snake monarch spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was incomparably pale, but he still held the snake-taming flute in his hand and kept blowing it. The powerful red magic snake monarch could only be controlled by the snake-taming flute. The price of releasing the red magic snake monarch was that the snake monarch would be seriously injured by the backlash. Even if he managed to kill Fangchen now, he would also be seriously injured. He couldn't allow himself to fail. Once he failed, Fangchen would definitely take his life. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the sound from the snake-taming flute came out, the red magic snake monarch opened its eyes. It stuck out its tongue and instantly entered the illusion array. When Fangchen saw the red magic snake monarch, his expression changed greatly. Then Fangchen pushed the 6th stage of the illusion god sword art to its limit. Immediately after, he pushed the power of his sword body to its limits. The soul of a late-stage orange level instantly permeated the air. After the red magic snake monarch entered the illusion array, it emitted a bit of illusory aura and resisted a small portion of the illusion within the illusion array. Its eyes turned and discovered Fangchen. It quickly arrived in front of Fangchen and opened its mouth, wanting to bite Fangchen. Scram! Fangchen shouted in a low voice. The hidden star sword in his hand suddenly swung out and pierced towards the red magic snake monarch. At the same time, Fangchen's great Luo soul slaughter flame transformed into a soul flame and landed on the red magic snake monarch's body. Puchi! Fangchen's other fist fiercely smashed onto the red magic snake monarch's body. 3 consecutive powerful attacks instantly bombarded the red magic snake monarch's body, causing it to continuously retreat. This was Fangchen's strongest attack. Even the snake monarch wouldn't dare to face it head-on. However, after the red magic snake monarch suffered from Fangchen's heavy attack, it became even more enraged. Its eyes flashed and it let out an angry roar. A red aura emerged from its body. Hiss! 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 The red magic snake monarch spat out its tongue, carrying an extremely wild aura as it attacked Fangchen. Too strong! The red magic snake monarch's attack is too strong. The red magic snake monarch's attack was too powerful. Fangchen was simply unable to block it. Seeing this scene, the snake monarch's eyes were filled with a crazy smile. As long as he could kill Fangchen, so what if he was injured? At this time, Xianyuan Feng and the others also shook their heads. Even I wouldn't dare to exchange blows with the red magic snake monarch. I'm afraid Fangchen won't be able to block its attack. Big brother, is there any way? Asked Xianyuan Qin anxiously. Xianyuan Feng shook his head. There's no way. Even if I were to attack, I wouldn't be able to defeat it. Xianyuan Feng didn't have any confidence in facing the red magic snake monarch, so he didn't dare to rashly attack. As for the little medicine king, Zhou Yan, and the others, they were all incomparably anxious. They wanted to help Fangchen, but the red magic snake monarch's attack was too strong. If they approached, they would definitely die. Fangchen, you have to hold on, said Zhou Yan inwardly. Fangchen, you still won't die this time. The snake monarch wildly laughed. Within the illusion formation, Fangchen revealed a trace of helplessness in the face of the red magic snake monarch's powerful attack. Then a wooden doll suddenly appeared in his hand. I didn't expect to use it here. Fangchen had only just finished speaking when he took out a spirit stone and placed it into the wooden doll. It immediately began to emit a brilliant light. At this time, the red magic snake monarch arrived in front of Fangchen. It opened its mouth and bit at Fangchen. Crack! The red devil snake king bit down on the puppet. Suddenly, a powerful attack bombarded the puppet's body. All of the venom was sprayed onto the puppet's body. At the same time, Fangchen fiercely swung his hidden star sword, cutting off the snake's vital point. Fangchen's star concealing sword changed its angle countless times. Before the red devil snake king could react, it ruthlessly stabbed into the red devil snake king's vital point. Roar! A miserable cry rang out. Blood continuously flowed out of the red magic snake monarch's vital point. Its mouth was wide open, and the doll fell to the ground. Its body was constantly writhing, and in the end it fell to the ground. The crowd, who were initially worried about Fangchen, was completely dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Just what had happened? Why had the red magic snake monarch miserably fallen to the ground with blood flowing out of its vital point? Pucci, taking advantage of the red magic snake monarch's writhing body, Fangchen's hidden star sword ruthlessly stabbed its vital point several times. Only after ensuring that the red magic snake monarch didn't have any more strength to fight did Fangchen stop. Roar! The red magic snake monarch's body writhed. It had suffered heavy injuries, and its life force was fading. It was unwilling to accept this. In the distance, the snake monarch did his best to blow the snake-taming flute, but to no avail. In the end, the red magic snake monarch died at Fangchen's hands. Pucci, with the red magic snake monarch dead, the snake monarch suffered a backlash and vomited blood. Chapter 556. What are you going to use to fight me? Fangchen's voice spread throughout the entire mansion. The surrounding cultivators were completely shocked. Fangchen's strength had actually reached such a level. Not only had he killed the Red Devil Snake King, but he had also caused the Snake Monarch to suffer a backlash. Now he was on the verge of death. The Snake Monarch, who was lying on the ground, held the Snake Monarch's flute. He did his best to suppress his injuries, wanting to blow the Snake Monarch's flute at all costs. However, Fangchen didn't give him the chance. The hidden star sword in Fangchen's hand suddenly swung, and a sword light flashed. The Snake Monarch let out a miserable cry. His arm had been instantly cut off by Fangchen. Blood continuously spurted out, and the Snake Monarch's flute fell to the ground. Fangchen. The Snake Monarch's heart was filled with fear. He gravely looked at Fangchen. You can't kill me. Even now, the Snake Monarch didn't want to die. He wanted Fangchen to let him off. Give me a reason. Fangchen walked over to the Snake Monarch and picked up the Snake Monarch's flute. He fiddled with it as he smiled. The Snake Monarch's voice was hoarse. I'm from the Eastern Mountains, 100 Snake Valley. If you kill me, my father will definitely kill you. The Snake Monarch was threatening Fangchen. A trace of ridicule appeared on the latter's face. He then said, Sorry, but your reason won't convince me. After saying that, Fangchen's wrist shook and the hidden star sword ruthlessly stabbed into the Snake Monarch's head. The Snake Monarch's eyes were wide open. He was unwilling to accept this. He had originally wanted to kill Fangchen, but in the end he had been killed instead. Bang! The Snake Monarch's body fell to the ground, completely devoid of life. Fangchen waved his hand and took the Snake Monarch's spatial ring. Fangchen glanced at the Red Devil Snake King, who had long since died. He then glanced at the puppet that had fallen to the ground and turned into a piece of trash. He shook his head slightly. If it weren't for this puppet, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Red Devil Snake King. This puppet could withstand the full blow of an elite below the spirit vortex realm. It could easily withstand a mere Red Devil Snake King. However, it was a one-time use item. Once it was used, it could not be used again. Snake Monarch had condensed 4 strands of true chi, so his true strength was equivalent to an expert with 5 strands of true qi. Such a powerful young expert had been killed by Fangchen. The commotion caused by Fangchen had thoroughly shocked everyone in the periphery. Zhou Yan and the others were flabbergasted. The little Medicine King was also incredibly shocked. Even Xianyuan Feng had a whole new level of respect for Fangchen. As for the disciples of the 100 Snake Valley, when they saw that the Snake Monarch had been killed by Fangchen, their hearts were filled with fear and they had already fled. These disciples were all ordinary flutes, so Fangchen ignored them. "Brother Fang, you've really hidden yourself well." Zhou Yan was the first to walk towards Fangchen with a grin. "Yeah, you were even able to kill the Snake Monarch who had condensed 4 strands of true qi. Your strength is too strong." Zhou Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered as she smiled. Hearing this, Fangchen smiled slightly. The little Medicine King, Qin Yao, Xianyuan Feng, and his sister all went forward to talk to Fangchen. At this moment, Fangchen had received the approval of all the younger generation. In their hearts, Fangchen's strength was already comparable to Xianyuan Feng's. After chatting with everyone, Fangchen left with Qin Yao. The outer mansion had almost been completely explored by everyone. The qi cores had also been collected. The younger generation of disciples were preparing to go into seclusion to cultivate. Once their cultivation broke through, they would enter the inner circle. Fangchen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck and was temporarily unable to break through. As for Qin Yao, she felt that she was about to break through. Fangchen found a secluded place for Qin Yao to cultivate while he guarded her. Half a month later, the younger generation of cultivators all entered the inner area of the mansion, leaving the outer area empty. At this time, Qin Yao's seclusion ended. After that, Fangchen and Qin Yao also entered the inner area of the mansion. As soon as he entered the inner area of the mansion, Fangchen discovered that there was a space of its own. The spiritual qi in the inner circle was much denser than the outer circle. Within the inner circle, Fangchen saw countless buildings. Under each building, there were cultivators searching. "Let's go," said Fangchen. Just like this, Fangchen and Qin Yao searched for opportunities in the inner circle. After walking for about 6 hours, Qin Yao's face suddenly changed slightly and she immediately stopped. "How is that possible?" asked Fangchen. "I feel like there's a voice calling me," said Qin Yao gravely. "Oh, where is it?" Fangchen's eyes brightened. Qin Yao pointed at a building in front of them. "I feel like that voice is coming from here." "Let's go take a look," said Fangchen. The two of them quickly arrived in front of the building. At this time, Qin Yao felt the spiritual qi within her body constantly revolve. It was as if there was an attractive force pulling her into the building. "Qin Yao, perhaps this is your opportunity." Fangchen didn't stop her and allowed her to enter the building. When Qin Yao completely disappeared from the building, a dense multicolored light appeared around the building. This multicolored light contained a scorching aura. "It seems Qin Yao has found her opportunity," said Fangchen inwardly. Just as Fangchen was about to turn and leave, a furious roar rang out. 2 old men appeared in front of Fangchen. "Thief, you're the one who killed our 100 Snake Valley's junior valley master, the Snake Lord," roared one of the brown-haired old men. His face was filled with malevolence. "Brat, you dare kill our junior valley master. You're courting death." The other old man was filled with killing intent. The two of them were elders of the 100 Snake Valley. Recently, a disciple of the 100 Snake Valley had entered their mansion and informed them of the Snake Lord's death. They had immediately been infuriated and vowed to get revenge for their junior valley master. The two of them had been searching for opportunities while also searching for Fangchen. Today, they had just happened to arrive here and discovered Fangchen. A bloody storm was about to begin. "Kill the young one, and the old one came out to shout," said Fangchen coldly. "Thief, You even dared to kill our 100 Snake Valley's junior valley master. There's no place for you in this world." As soon as he said that, the brown-haired old man's figure flashed, and he fiercely punched out. At the same time, many illusory snake images appeared around him. Those illusory snakes instantly attacked Fang Qin. At the same time, 5 strands of true qi appeared on the brown-haired old man's body. 5 strands of true qi. Fang Chen looked at the 5 strands of true qi on the brown-haired old man's body and sneered disdainfully. In the next moment, Fang Qin used the 6th level of the Phantom God Sword art. An illusory aura instantly filled the air as he stabbed out with the Hidden Star sword. When the brown-haired old man approached Fang Qin, he suddenly sensed something strange. By the time he reacted, a long sword had already stabbed into his body. He had no way to dodge. "Damn it!" The brown-haired old man roared and immediately punched out. Bang! His fist collided with Fang Chen's fist and directly exploded. The brown-haired old man's body flew back. He did his best to stabilize himself. His eyes were filled with shock. "This brat's strength is strange," said the brown-haired old man in a low voice. In Fang Chen's opinion, although the brown-haired old man had condensed 5 strands of true qi, his threat was not as high as the snake monarch's. Therefore, in the face of the brown-haired old man's attack, Fang Qin gave a strong counterattack. Moreover, a trace of killing intent appeared in Fang Chen's heart. "Attack together and kill him!" The brown-haired old man roared. Suddenly, 2 figures joined forces to attack Fang Qin. At this moment, Fang Qin did not hesitate to set up an illusion array. Then he used the illusory sword principle and the 6th level of the Phantom God sword art. The Hidden Star sword was constantly brandished. On the other hand, the 2 elders were unable to find Fang Qin after entering the illusion array. "Damn it!" The brown-haired old man roared. He used all his strength to attack Fang Qin. Pucci suddenly, a sword light appeared in a dark place and ruthlessly pierced the brown-haired old man's body. This time, Fang Qin did not give the brown-haired old man a chance. With a Pucci sound, the Hidden Star sword was pulled out of the brown-haired old man's body. The brown-haired old man's heart was shattered by the Hidden Star sword. He unwillingly fell to the ground. "Next, it's your turn." Fang Qin looked at the other elder and said sinisterly. After a minute, Fang Qin removed the illusion array and saw 2 corpses lying quietly on the ground. 2 martial artists who had condensed 5 strands of true qi had died at the hands of Fang Qin. If Xian Yuanfeng saw this, he would be shocked. Even if he personally took action, he would not be able to do it. After Fang Qin killed the 2 elders of the 100 Snake Valley, he quickly left this place. He was afraid that he would attract the attention of other elders of the 100 Snake Valley. This time, there were still many elders of the 100 Snake Valley who had entered the mansion. Some of them had tyrannical strength. At least, Fang Chen was still not their opponent. "If I can cultivate the Imperial Snake Flute, I will not be afraid of the elders of the 100 Snake Valley," Fang Chen secretly said in his heart. The Imperial Snake Flute was the unique skill of the 100 Snake Valley. Even if an elder learned the Imperial Snake Flute, they would not be able to control a real snake-type monster beast. However, a martial artist who had the Imperial Snake Flute could control a real snake-type monster beast as he wished. If his strength was tyrannical, he could unlock the seal within the Imperial Snake Flute and release an even more terrifying monster beast. For example, the Red Devil Snake King. The Snake Monarch used all his strength to unlock the seal and release the Red Devil Snake King. If it were not for the puppet that he had previously obtained, Fang Chen would have died. When he had obtained the Snake Monarch's interspatial ring, Fang Chen had checked it. In the interspatial ring, there was a complete Imperial Snake Flute. However, at that time, Fang Chen did not have the time to read it. Now, it seemed that he needed to make time to cultivate it. Fong Qin found a relatively secluded place and began to cultivate the imperial snake flute. Chapter 5:57. Simply put, the snake taming technique was to use the snake taming flute to control snake-type beasts. By blowing the snake taming flute, it would emit sound waves of a certain frequency to stimulate the mind of the snake-type beasts. The snake taming flute had been passed down in the Hundred Snake Valley for thousands of years. Only the current Hundred Snake Valley Master was qualified to possess the snake taming flute. Others were not qualified to use the snake taming flute. Even a young master like the Snake King was not qualified. If not for the fact that the Hundred Snake Valley Master was the Snake King's father, the Snake King would not have been able to obtain the snake taming flute. And now, the snake taming flute, the most valuable treasure of the Hundred Snake Valley, had been obtained by Fong Qin. If the Hundred Snake Valley Master knew about this, he would be furious. However, Fong Qin did not have time to think about this. He only wanted to increase his strength. In front of Fong Qin there was a book. This book was full of information about the snake taming technique. After a long time, Fong Qin read through the entire snake taming technique. In general, he had a clear understanding of it. The snake taming technique had a total of 3 realms. The first realm was snake taming, the second realm was king taming, and the third realm was myriad taming. This book also introduced it in detail. The snake taming technique was easy to understand. As long as one could master it, they would be able to control ordinary snake-type beasts. The second realm, king taming, was to control snake-type kings, such as the red devil snake king. As for the third realm, myriad taming, was an exaggeration. According to the snake taming technique, once one reached the third realm, they would at most be able to control non-snake-type beasts. It was impossible to achieve myriad taming. However, even so, it was still very terrifying. Until now, no one in the Hundred Snake Valley had been able to cultivate the snake taming technique to the third realm. At most, it was the second realm. Previously, when the Snake King fought with Fong Qin, he used all his strength to break the red devil snake king seal. He forced it to enter the second realm. If he did that, he would suffer a backlash. This snake taming technique is not simple. Fong Qin thought to himself. After that, Fong Qin began to practice the snake taming technique. Simply put, to cultivate the imperial snake technique, one needed a martial artist with a strong enough soul. Fong Qin's soul had reached the later stages of the orange level, which was enough. The next step was to control the snake and the sound waves emitted by the snake taming flute. Fong Qin began to slowly cultivate according to the music score on the scroll. In the beginning, when Fong Qin played the snake taming flute, he was unable to produce any sound. However, Fong Qin was not discouraged. He continued to explore diligently. Finally, after failing several hundred times, Fong Qin was finally able to make the snake taming flute sound. At this moment, Fong Qin held the imperial snake flute in his hand and placed it by his mouth. In an instant, Fong Qin's soul force revolved around the imperial snake flute. Then, Fong Qin blew the snake riding flute, and intermittent sounds came out from the flute. "That's great!" Fong Qin was ecstatic. This was a huge improvement. He was not a member of the Hundred Snake Valley. It was very difficult to cultivate the snake taming technique. It was not easy to reach this level by self-study. As long as the snake taming flute could produce sound, Fong Qin was confident that he could control it. In the following time, Fong Qin continued to cultivate the snake taming technique. According to the records on the scroll, the first stage of the snake taming technique was very easy to cultivate. The second and third stages were the hardest to cultivate. While Fong Qin was cultivating in seclusion, the elders of the Hundred Snake Valley in the inner circle of the mansion were clamoring to find Fong Qin and kill him. Of course, there was a tremor in the inner circle of the mansion. An underground palace appeared, and all the martial artists who had condensed 7 strands of true qi and above entered it. Then the palace sank into the ground again. All the martial artists believed that this palace was the most precious place in the mansion. Some of the weaker martial artists could not even enter it. At this point, the strongest martial artists in the inner circle of the mansion had only condensed 6 strands of true qi. Even so, the younger generation could not compare to them. However, while Feng Chen was cultivating, Xian Yuanfeng successfully condensed 6 strands of true qi, shocking all the martial artists. Xian Yuanfeng was still so strong, firmly suppressing all the martial artists of the younger generation of the 4 Great Ridges. After Xian Yuanfeng broke through, he disappeared from the inner circle of the mansion. It was said that he went to explore a hidden building. As for the other younger generation, they were all looking for their own opportunities. Only the elders of the 100 Snake Valley kept clamoring to cut off Feng Chen's head as a sacrifice to the dead Snake Lord, the young Valley Master of the 100 Snake Valley. Where is Feng Chen? Get out here. How dare you kill the people of the 100 Snake Valley? Feng Chen, you piece of trash. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't have a burial place. Feng Chen must be scared. He's hiding in the dark and doesn't dare to come out. Many of the elders of the 100 Snake Valley were cursing Feng Chen. Their hearts were filled with resentment. When they came to the West Ridge this time, the 100 Snake Valley Master had personally warned them to protect the Snake Lord. Now that the Snake Lord was dead, they would definitely be punished by the 100 Snake Valley Master when they returned. Therefore, they hated Feng Chen even more. Feng Chen did not appear in the face of the clamoring of all the elders of the 100 Snake Valley. This puzzled many martial artists. Little did they know that Feng Chen was in a hidden place, practicing the 100 Snake Valley's lost technique, the Imperial Snake Technique. In just 3 days, Feng Chen had mastered some of the Imperial Snake Flute's tricks. The current Feng Chen could blow the Imperial Snake Flute as he pleased, releasing a certain frequency of sound waves. However, he was still unable to summon a snake-type demon beast. That puzzled Feng Chen. In the end, Feng Chen had no choice but to ask the Bronze Ancestor, "Ancestor, what method do you have?" Feng Chen asked the Bronze Ancestor. The Bronze Ancestor's mind entered the Imperial Snake Flute to examine it. He said, "This Imperial Snake Flute's craftsmanship is very exquisite. There are many snake-type demon beasts sealed inside. Only by unsealing them can you summon them." The Bronze Ancestor told Feng Chen a few methods, but he wasn't sure if they would succeed. Feng Chen began to experiment. Since there were snake-type demon beasts sealed inside, the most important thing was to unseal them. The Imperial Snake art wasn't just a secret technique for controlling snake-type demon beasts. It was also the key to unsealing the Imperial Snake Flute. Feng Chen placed the Imperial Snake Flute near his mouth and blew it once more. Dong dong dong. Sound waves came out of the Imperial Snake Flute, one after another. At this time, Feng Chen used the Imperial Snake Art's incantation with all his might. Suddenly, the shadow of a snake-type demonic beast appeared in his body. Feng Chen tried his best to control this snake-type demonic beast shadow and enter the snake-taming flute. Boom! When the demon beast phantom entered the Imperial Snake Flute, a rumbling sound came from the Imperial Snake Flute. Feng Chen discovered that the sound waves coming from the Imperial Snake Flute were even louder than before. Hoo-hoo! When Feng Chen blew the Imperial Snake Flute, he discovered that the frequency of the sound waves coming from the Imperial Snake Flute was exactly the same as the Snake Monarch's. "Unsealing is a success," said Feng Chen with an excited smile. In the next moment, Feng Chen blew the Imperial Snake Flute once more. At this time, snake-type demon beasts appeared out of thin air one after another. They wriggled their bodies in the air, as if waiting for the order to attack. Seeing this, Feng Chen's eyes lit up. He then used the Imperial Snake Flute to give the snake-type demon beasts the order to attack. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snake-type demon beasts flicked their tongues and instantly attacked a distant building. Bang, bang, bang. Under the control of the Imperial Snake Flute, these snake-type demon beasts successfully crashed into the distant building, instantly damaging it. Seeing this, Fong Chun was very excited. Have I successfully cultivated the first realm of the Imperial Snake art? Fong Chun thought to himself. However, Fong Chun quickly discovered that he had only cultivated the Imperial Snake art to a small success. There was still a long way to go before he could completely cultivate the first realm. The most obvious difference was that he could only summon ordinary snake-type demon beasts, while the Snake Monarch could summon red magic snakes. This is just the beginning, Fong Chun said confidently. In the following time, Fong Chun repeatedly practiced the Imperial Snake art. As time passed, he became more proficient in the Imperial Snake art. At the same time, his control of the Imperial Snake Flute became more and more perfect. At this time, Fong Chun was even more aware that the Imperial Snake Flute was really a treasure. He wondered if the Snake Valley would be heartbroken if they lost this treasure. Of course, Fong Chun didn't care so much. What was in his hands was his. The current me can easily kill a martial artist who has condensed 5 strands of true qi, Fong Chun thought to himself. Using the Imperial Snake Flute to display the Imperial Snake art, coupled with his own crazy attacks, killing a martial artist who has condensed 5 strands of true qi was very easy. However, Fong Chun wasn't very confident that he could defeat a martial artist who has condensed 6 strands of true qi. However, Fong Chun knew that his strength still had room for improvement. Once he condensed 4 strands of true qi, his strength would greatly increase. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Let's stop cultivating for now, Fong Chun said. He left the seclusion area and prepared to look for opportunities in the inner area of the mansion. As soon as he left the seclusion area and appeared in the inner area of the mansion, Fong Chun heard the clamoring of some elders of the Snake Valley. These elders of the Snake Valley have been looking for Fong Chun. They insult Fong Chun every day in order to force Fong Chun to show himself. Yeah, I don't know where Fong Chun went. Since he dared to kill the Snake Lord, I'm afraid he isn't an ordinary person. A bunch of old farts bullying a young man. What's so great about that? Do you guys think that Fong Chun is secretly hiding and doesn't dare to come out? Fong Chun walked to the end of a wide alley and heard a few disciples talking. The people of the Snake Valley are looking for me. Through the discussion of these few cultivators, Fong Chun learned that the 100 Snake Valley Elder had been mocking him during this period of time. Chapter 558. In a certain plaza, several elders of the 100 Snake Valley were hooting and cursing Fong Chun. There were many disciples in the surroundings, including the Little Medicine King and the others. Where is Fong Chun? Hurry up and come out to die. A piece of trash dares to oppose our 100 Snake Valley? A few elders of the 100 Snake Valley shouted arrogantly. It's just a small Fong Chun. As long as he comes out, I can crush him with one hand, an elder said disdainfully. In the crowd, the Little Medicine King heard this and said, Humph, if Fong Chun really does appear, I'm afraid he'll directly kill you all. The Little Medicine King was very clear about Fong Chun's strength. The few elders of the 100 Snake Valley present were all martial artists who had condensed 5 strands of true qi. Fong Chun was more than enough to deal with them. What did you say? That bastard Fong Chun still doesn't dare to appear. He has merely condensed 3 strands of true qi, yet he dares to be so arrogant. He's really courting death. That's right. If Fong Chun appears, we'll kill him in minutes. In the entire plaza, the ones who were shouting the most fiercely were the elders of the 100 Snake Valley. The Little Medicine King didn't say anything after hearing this. He also wanted to see if Fong Chun would appear. After waiting for about 2 hours, the elders of the 100 Snake Valley finally lost their patience. They had cursed Fong Chun for 2 hours, but Fong Chun still hadn't appeared. Fong Chun, that bastard, doesn't dare to appear. It's best if our 100-snake valley doesn't see him. Otherwise, we'll tear him to pieces. Use all our strength to search for Fangchen. We must find him at all costs. At this time, the elders finally stopped waiting and began to take action. It was also at this time that a figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the plaza. This figure's face revealed a trace of a resplendent smile. Fangchen. The little medicine king was the first to see Fangchen. He was overjoyed as he called out. Upon hearing the little medicine king's words, the few elders of the 100-snake valley also discovered Fangchen. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Fangchen, you finally dare to come out? Are you no longer a coward? Fangchen, I will kill you with my own hands. I will make sure you die without a grave. Several 100-snake valley elders sneered when they saw Fangchen appear. Fangchen walked over step by step. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the elders of the 100-snake valley. Then he said, "Weren't you looking for me? I'm here now." Fangchen said coldly as he stared at the elder who had just said that he would kill him as soon as he appeared. "Fangchen, you're courting death." When the elder heard this, he was infuriated. He immediately attacked. A thunderous attack shot out from the elder's body. Petty tricks. Fangchen sneered when he saw this. The hidden star sword in his hand suddenly danced. The 6th level of the illusion god sword art combined with the illusion sword Dao was incomparably powerful. A minute later, the elder died at Fangchen's hands, shocking everyone. How is this possible? He has only condensed 3 strands of true qi. How can he kill an expert with 5 strands of true qi? The surrounding cultivators were all shocked. Even the few elders of the 100-snake valley had a serious look in their eyes. Fangchen, not only did you kill my 100-snake valley's young master, but you also killed an elder of my 100-snake valley. No one in this world can save you. The goateed elder roared furiously. At this moment, Fangchen took out the snake-taming flute and said, "Do you recognize this?" The elders' expressions changed when they saw the snake-taming flute. After the Snake Lord was killed by Fangchen, even the snake-taming flute had been obtained by him? The snake-taming flute. Kid, hurry up and hand over the snake-taming flute and kill yourself. Otherwise, you'll die miserably, the goateed elder growled. The snake-taming flute isn't something you can touch. Kid, don't regret it. The elders of the 100-snake valley all stared at the snake-taming flute. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Do you people of the 100-snake valley always use the snake-taming art to kill your enemies? Fangchen suddenly asked. The elders of the 100-snake valley were stunned. They immediately looked at Fangchen sinisterly, but didn't say anything. If I use the snake-taming art to kill you, I'm afraid you won't be satisfied. As soon as Fangchen finished speaking, he suddenly used the snake-taming art and blew the snake-taming flute. Sound waves came out of the snake-taming flute, and a large number of snake-type demonic beasts appeared. Seeing this scene, the elders of the 100-snake valley turned pale with fright. How is this possible? How does he know the snake-taming art? Damn it, he actually used the snake-taming flute. Let's attack together and kill this kid. Clearly, the elder with the goatee had also discovered the threat that Fangchen posed. With a furious roar, his body flashed, and he instantly attacked Fangchen. On the square, there were a total of 5 elders of the 100-snake valley. Aside from the one that Fangchen had just killed, there were 4 more. At this moment, the 4 of them joined forces and launched a fierce attack towards Fangchen. Looking at the 4 menacing people, Fangchen waved his hand and made a seal. In an instant, he set up an illusion array. In the next moment, the 4 of them were trapped in the illusion array. At this moment, the snake-taming art also showed its power. With the help of the snake-taming flute, a large number of snake-type demonic beasts rushed towards the 4 of them. Poochie the snake-type demonic beasts directly entangled the 4 of them and constantly bit them. The The four of them were trapped in the illusion array and couldn't resist. Bang, 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 the four of them tried their best to resist. But the attacks of the snake-type demonic beasts were too fierce. At first, the four of them were able to resist a little, but later, they were completely at a disadvantage. "We can't go on like this." The goateed elder roared in a low voice. He didn't expect that Fong Qin had actually mastered the snake-taming art. With the snake-taming flute and the snake-taming art, even the four of them might not be able to resist. Therefore, they had to find a way to break the illusion array. Ignore the snake-type demonic beasts. Let's join forces and break the illusion array. The goateed elder roared loudly. Suddenly, the four of them launched an attack together and directly bombarded the array foundation of the illusion array. Rumble after the illusion array was attacked by the four experts. It was on the verge of collapse. In the blink of an eye, it collapsed into the void. At this moment, the four of them were in a sorry state. The snake-type demonic beasts were constantly biting their bodies. Of course, there were also snake-type demonic beasts' corpses on the ground. "Fong Qin, I want you dead." The goateed elder roared in a low voice. A cold aura surged from his body. In the next moment, countless illusory snake shadows appeared in the sky. These illusory snake shadows instantly joined the battle and fought against the snake-type demonic beasts. At the same time, the goateed elder attacked Fong Qin. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. He wanted to kill Fong Qin first and take back the snake-taming flute. "You're courting death." Fong Qin blew the snake-taming flute as he used the 6th level of the illusion sword technique. A powerful sword light pierced directly towards the goateed elder. Bang, bang, bang. After a fierce battle, 3 of the elders of the Snake Valley had died. Only the goateed elder and another elder were left. "Elder, this kid has the snake-taming flute. We can't defeat him," the elder asked in a low voice. "The snake-taming flute is in his hands. We can't do anything about it. Let's escape from here first and wait for the elders of the 6 Paths True Chi to kill him." The goateed elder pondered for a moment before speaking. In the next moment, the 2 elders' figures flashed and they quickly fled. At this moment, Fong Qin used the snake-taming flute again. Complex sound waves came from the snake-taming flute. In an instant, a large number of snake-type demonic beasts appeared in the void. These snake-type demonic beasts chased after the 2 elders under Fong Qin's control. Pucci, although the 2 elders were very fast, they couldn't outrun the snake-type demonic beasts. In an instant, the 2 elders were surrounded by the snake-type demonic beasts. "Damn it!" The goateed elder was furious. He used all his strength to try and break free from the snake-type demonic beast's attack. However, Fong Qin's figure had already appeared in front of him. The people of the Snake Valley died under their own secret technique. How ironic. Fong Qin had just finished speaking when the hidden star sword in his hand suddenly pierced the goateed elder's head. The latter's head instantly exploded. After the goateed elder died, the remaining elder simply couldn't withstand the attacks of the snake-type demonic beasts. In a short while, he was bitten to death by the snake-type demonic beasts. In less than half an hour, Fong Qin had single-handedly killed 5 martial artists of the Snake Valley with 5 strands of true chi. This action shocked everyone. What powerful strength! The little medicine king was very shocked. He was the clearest about Fong Qin's progress. The more it was like this, the more he realized that Fong Qin's potential was too heaven-defying. At this moment, many of the surrounding martial artists were discussing Fong Qin. They even believed that Fong Qin's strength had already surpassed Xian Yuanfeng, and he had become the undisputed #1 person of the younger generation. Fong Qin glanced at the corpses of the 5 dead elders of the Snake Valley and then put away the snake-taming flute with a smile on his face. If he didn't have the snake-taming flute, he could at most resist 1 or 2 martial artists of 5 strands of true chi. However, With the assistance of the snake-taming flute and the snake-taming technique, he could easily kill martial artists of 5 strands of true qi. Chapter 559. This time, the 100 Snake Valley had suffered a great loss. They had lost 5 elders with 5 true qi. After this great battle, everyone had a whole new level of respect for Fang Qin. Excess now, in everyone's hearts, Fang Qin had surpassed Xian Yuanfeng and became the strongest person among the younger generation. No wonder he could kill the Snake King. With such strength, not to mention the Snake King, even Xian Yuanfeng would not be a match for him. That's right. With this kind of strength, he can even fight against a martial artist with 6 true qis. If only I had half of his strength, it would be great. What a pity. This kind of heaven-defying monster can be counted on one hand in the 4 great ridges. Many martial artists were discussing one after another. Their words were full of praise for Fang Qin. Zhou Yan and the others also came to Fang Chen's side and praised Fang Qin one after another. Xian Yuanfeng shook his head slightly and turned to leave. Fang Chen's strength had already given him a faint sense of danger, so he had to work hard to break through. Only by condensing 7 true qi would he have the confidence to suppress Fang Qin. The news of Fang Qin killing the elders of the 100 Snake Valley instantly spread throughout the entire mansion. When this news reached the ears of the 6 true qi elders of the 100 Snake Valley, many of the elders were furious. They let out angry roars. Those who provide clues about Fang Qin will be rewarded with a set of Peak Tier 5 cultivation technique. This was the news spread by one of the 6 true qi elders of the 100 Snake Valley. This time, the 100 Snake Valley was determined to kill Fang Qin. Damn this guy, he actually killed so many elders of our 100 Snake Valley. I will tear him to pieces. Another 6 true qi elder of the 100 Snake Valley roared angrily. To be able to condense 5 true qi, one could be considered a top expert in the condensing reality realm. If there were no accidents, one would be able to condense 9 true qi in the future. As for whether one could reach the spirit vortex realm, this was still uncertain. However, an expert with 9 strands of true qi had fallen at the hands of Fang Qin. How could the elder of the 100 Snake Valley not be furious? In particular, the young master of the 100 Snake Valley had been killed by Fang Qin. Even the 100 Snake Valley's most valuable inheritance, the Imperial Snake Flute, had been snatched away by Fang Qin. Most importantly, Fang Qin had used the Imperial Snake technique to kill the 5 true qi elders of the Snake Valley. This made the Snake Valley feel even more ashamed. Therefore, when the elders of the 100 Snake Valley received the news, they issued countless orders. As long as they could provide clues about Fang Qin, they would receive a level 5 cultivation technique. As for those who could kill Fang Qin and bring his head back, they would be given the position of 100 Snake Valley Consecrator. Within the 100 Snake Valley, they would be second only to the 100 Snake Valley Master. This temptation made countless martialists greedy. Of course, even more martialists chose to watch from the sidelines. Martialists with more than 7 strands of true qi had entered the mysterious palace and were unable to come out. In the entire mansion, the strongest person was only a martial artist with 6 strands of true qi. Fang Chen's strength could easily kill a martial artist with 5 strands of true qi. Even if he faced a martial artist with 6 strands of true qi, he would not be afraid. With this kind of strength, almost no one in the mansion could kill him. Therefore, many people were unwilling to provoke Fang Qin. Of course, there were also a small number of martialists who had their eyes on Fang Qin. Most of them were loose cultivators. At a certain moment, Fang Qin was advancing rapidly when he was suddenly blocked by 2 martial artists. These 2 martial artists were both martial artists who had condensed 5 flashes of true qi. He brothers. When Fang Qin saw the 2 people blocking his way, he raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Fang Qin, your head is very valuable now, big brother," he sneered. "Yes, we want to borrow your head, big brother," he said. Fong Qin grinned and said, "With the strength of the two of you, can you kill me?" The He brothers were a pair of famous, loose, cultivator brothers in the Eastern Ridge land. The two brothers were inseparable, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Although the two of them were martial artists who had condensed 5 strands of true qi, the power of their combined attack array was comparable to that of a martial artist with 6 strands of true qi. When Fong Qin killed the elder with 5 strands of true qi from the 100 Snake Valley, they were not present. Therefore, they did not know Fong Qin's strength. They only heard that Fong Qin could kill a martial artist with 5 strands of true qi. Therefore, when they heard about the reward from the 100 Snake Valley's elder, the two brothers immediately went to find Fong Qin. "Brat, don't bluff in front of us two brothers. We have investigated. Your strength is comparable to a martial artist with 5 strands of true qi. If it was anyone else, they might not be your opponent. However, if we two brothers work together, you will definitely die, big brother," he sneered. When Fong Qin heard this, he sneered. These two brothers were really stupid. However, since someone wanted to kill him, how could he sit back and do nothing? Fong Qin raised his head and stared at the He brothers. He said, "It seems that you two don't know that not long ago I killed 5 elders with 5 strands of true qi from the 100 Snake Valley by myself." Yes. Hearing Fong Qin's words, Big Brother, his eyes flashed and was a little puzzled. "Big Brother, he is just putting on an act. Attack together and kill him, Big Brother," he said in a low voice. Suddenly the He brothers sneered. Their faces were full of sinister smiles. Then the two brothers exuded a wild aura. 5 strands of true qi surrounded their bodies. Then the two brothers worked together to display a combined attack array. Suddenly, Fong Qin was trapped in the combined attack array. "Brat, your time of death has come." In these years, the He brothers had been alone in the Eastern Ridge land. They had killed many martial artists and offended many forces. In recent years, they had also felt the pressure from the various forces in the Eastern Ridge land. Therefore, they wanted to find a backer to protect themselves. This time, the 100 Snake Valley's reward was exactly what they wanted. Once they killed Fong Qin, the two brothers could become the consecrators of the 100 Snake Valley. Their status was second only to the Valley Master of the 100 Snake Valley. At that time, in the entire Eastern Ridge land, no force would dare to touch them. Therefore, the two brothers were eager to kill Fong Qin. At this moment, the two brothers saw Fong Qin trapped in the combined attack array. Their faces were full of sinister smiles. It was as if they could already see Fong Qin's head being cut off by them. "It's too early to be happy." Suddenly, Fong Qin let out a low shout. Immediately after, 3 streaks of true qi appeared around his body. The hidden star sword in his hand suddenly danced. The 6th level of the Phantom Sword art was fully activated. Crash! Countless illusory swords appeared in the combined attack array. These illusory swords constantly attacked the combined attack array. In an instant, the combined attack array was on the verge of collapse. "How is this possible?" He Lauer exclaimed. "How could Fong Qin's attack be so strong? Even a martial artist with 6 streaks of true qi would need some time to break the combined attack array of the two brothers." Rumble. Just as He Lauer exclaimed, Fong Qin's hidden star sword had already pierced through the combined attack array. With a crash, the combined attack array instantly shattered. The He brothers' figures appeared in front of Fong Qin. Without the combined attack array, the He brothers' strength was at most an ordinary martial artist with 5 streaks of true qi. Fong Qin's Phantom Sword art was enough to deal with them. Bang! Bang! Fong Qin continuously used the 6th level of the Phantom Sword art. Soon, the He brothers' bodies were covered with injuries. "Big Brother, this kid is too strong." At this time, He Lauer finally realized this point and roared loudly. He Lauer was also suffering. He originally thought that he could easily kill Fong Qin, but he didn't expect the latter's strength to be so tyrannical. It was beyond their imagination. "Damn it!" He Lauer cursed. Then the scimitar in his hand directly slashed towards Fong Chen, the 6th level of the Phantom Sword art. This time, Fong Chen integrated 6 streaks of true qi into the Hidden Star Sword. The power of the Phantom Sword art reached an unprecedented level. Puchi, the Hidden Star Sword slashed on the scimitar, instantly shattering it. Then, the Hidden Star Sword carried a powerful sword intent and directly pierced into He Lauer's body. No. He Lauer saw this and shouted angrily. He desperately attacked Fong Chen, trying to save his big brother, but it was too late. Puchi! Fong Chen pulled out the Hidden Star Sword. He Lauer's eyes widened as he slowly fell to the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. Then, Fong Chen turned around and looked at He Lauer with bloodthirsty eyes. Now it's your turn. Fong Chen, I'll kill you. He Lauer had already fallen into a state of madness. He desperately held onto his scimitar and rushed towards Fong Chen. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to avenge his big brother. The He brothers were orphans since childhood. When they were young, He Lauer had always been taken care of by He Lauer. Now that he saw his big brother die, He Lauer was devastated. He was already prepared to die, but even if he died, he would drag Fong Chen down with him. Go to hell! He Lauer roared. The scimitar in his hand collided with Fong Chen's Hidden Star Sword. As expected, the scimitar shattered. The moment the scimitar shattered, He Lauer chose to self-destruct. The spiritual energy in his Qi Si rapidly surged, and his Qi Si expanded. Boom! In the blink of an eye, He Lauer's body exploded. The powerful energy in his Qi Si instantly swept through the entire space. Fong Chen was also affected by this energy, but fortunately he was very fast. When he saw that the situation was not right, he hurriedly retreated. However, even so, Fong Chen's clothes were a little tattered. The self-destruction of a powerhouse with 5 strands of true energy is too powerful. Fong Chen looked at the ruins in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. If a warrior with 6 or even 7 strands of true energy was hit by the self-destruction, he would be seriously injured. He Lauer was in a frenzy and didn't think so much. If he had fought with Fong Chen and self-destructed, the effect would be completely opposite. Looking at the messy battlefield, Fong Chen shook his head slightly and turned to leave. The He brothers could have lived well and continued to look for opportunities, but they shouldn't have been driven by interests to kill Fong Chen. He Lauer's self-destruction caused a huge commotion. Soon it attracted many warriors. Even the elders of the 100 Snake Valley came. There was a big battle here, an elder of the 100 Snake Valley said in a deep voice. Someone self-destructed here, another elder said. At this moment, an elder said, the person who self-destructed should be one of the He brothers. Chapter 560. It must be Fong Chen. This net is worthy of your collection. At this moment, an elder from the 100 Snake Valley said coldly. When he mentioned Fong Chen's name, there was clearly a certain amount of anger in his eyes. It's that piece of trash again. Damn it, as long as I catch him, I'll definitely tear him to pieces. Another elder from the 6 Paths of True Energy roared furiously. The few elders of the 100 Snake Valley carefully observed the wretched ruins and then sunk into silence. Before entering the mansion of the Spiritual Vortex Realm Powerhouse, Fong Chen couldn't even withstand the Snake Lord's attack. However, after entering the mansion, Fong Chen's strength had increased to such a level in such a short period of time. This kid's potential is too great. He's a great threat. We can't let him grow, an elder said softly. The other elders nodded in agreement. The 5 Paths of True Energy elders of the 100 Snake Valley had all died at the hands of Fong Chen. Even the He brothers had been forced to self-destruct by Fong Chen. This kind of strength couldn't be underestimated. After a long while, the elders of the 100 Snake Valley made a decision. They would do their best to search for Fong Chen. At this moment, Fong Chen had already left that area and appeared on the other side of the inner area of the mansion. The entire mansion of the spiritual vortex realm powerhouse was very spacious. Fong Qin found a few chi cores in the inner area. Now, the number of chi cores Fong Qin had already reached 5,000. Of course, this was because the number of chi cores in the inner area was too small. Otherwise, he would have been able to obtain even more. Fong Qin freely shuttled through the spacious mansion. From time to time, he would see some weak martialists. When these martialists saw Fong Qin, their first reaction was to hurriedly hide. They were afraid that Fong Qin would kill them in a fit of anger. After about 15 minutes, Fong Qin stopped in his tracks. At this moment, Fong Chen appeared in a garden. This garden was very hidden. Fong Chen had walked around randomly and unintentionally came to this garden. The garden was very big. In the garden, there were green flowers and plants everywhere. These flowers and plants were full of vitality. In the middle of the garden, there was a pond. There was a clear stream in the pond, and some goldfish were playing in the stream. In the middle of the pond, there was a pavilion. Inside the pavilion, there were stone tables and stone benches. However, Fong Qin saw that the pavilion was covered with dust. It was obvious that no one had been here for a long time. This garden should be the resting place for spirit vortex realm experts. Fong Qin glanced at his surroundings and said softly. Then, Fong Qin stepped into it. After entering the garden, Fong Qin felt an obscure aura. His eyes turned serious as he looked around, but he didn't find anything. Then, Fong Qin walked up to the pavilion. Fong Qin saw a chessboard on the stone table in the pavilion. There were white and black chess pieces on the chessboard. It was obvious that spiritual vortex realm experts liked to play chess here. The chessboard was covered with dust. Fong Qin gently touched the chessboard. What's in this garden? Fong Qin thought to himself. There were treasures everywhere in the residence of a spiritual vortex realm expert. Some treasures were even hidden in more obvious places. As long as one was careful, they would be able to find something. After Fong Qin discovered this garden, he hurriedly ran in to check it out. Fong Qin's eyes widened as he looked at the chessboard. There were very few white chess pieces on the chessboard. There were only 2 or 3 black chess pieces. An entire chessboard was filled with black chess pieces. Although Fong Qin didn't understand, he knew that the white chess pieces had probably already lost. There were only 2 or 3 left. He didn't know how long they could last. I wonder which side's chess pieces belong to the spiritual vortex realm expert. Fong Qin thought to himself. At that moment, an invisible aura was emitted from the chessboard and enveloped Fong Qin. Fong Qin's expression instantly turned wooden. Then he saw a shocking scene. Within the pavilion, there was an immortal-like white-robed elder and a fat, black-robed elder. The immortal-like white-robed elder held a white chess piece, while the fat, black-robed elder held a black chess piece. The 2 of them were currently playing chess. Han Tian, you've lost. The fat, black-robed elder placed a black chess piece on the chessboard and laughed. The immortal-like white-robed elder was called Han Tian. There wasn't the slightest trace of panic on his face. He held the shirako between his fingers and didn't place it down. Instead, he looked at the fat, black-robed elder with shining eyes. Take a closer look. Han Tian smiled. Han Tian, a loss is a loss. The Grand Jinren Han Tian can't accept a loss. If this were to spread, he would be ridiculed by everyone, laughed the fat, black-robed elder. In his opinion, Jinren Han Tian had lost, and he had won. I don't think so. Until the end, who knows who will win? Jinren Han Tian softly said and placed the shirako down. The fat, black-clothed old man was just about to speak when suddenly his face slightly changed. Seeing the white piece that Taoist Master Han Tian had placed down, a hint of confusion appeared between his brows. How can this be? Just now, he had already forced Jinren Han Tian into a dead end. Why was he able to so easily break that dead end? The fat, black-robed elder didn't understand. As for Fang Chen, who was standing in the pavilion, he sank into deep thought. He looked at the chess pieces on the chessboard and sank into a state of confusion. His mind was filled with the appearance of the chess pieces on the chessboard. Even Fang Chen didn't notice that 3 streams of true qi had silently appeared around him and were constantly revolving. Fang Chen was lost in thought while the two of them continued to play chess. After a while, the fat, black-robed elder shook his head, his face filled with helplessness. Han Tian, you really are a monster. Originally, Jinren Hantian had already fallen into a dead end, but Jinren Hantian had forcibly turned defeat into victory. The fat, black-robed elder was a bit displeased. Every time he played chess with Jinren Hantian, he would always lose. After finishing the game, the fat, black-robed elder turned and left. Jinren Hantian was left behind. He raised his head to look at the blue sky, a trace of worry on his face. The heavens are about to change. At this moment, Fang Chen's soul trembled. Spiritual strength revolved around his body, and the orange color of his soul became even deeper. Crash! Fang Chen opened his eyes and stared at the chess pieces on the chessboard. His face was filled with doubt. This chessboard. At this moment, Fang Chen was very puzzled. This chessboard was clearly left behind by the spirit vortex realm expert, Jinren Hantian, a long time ago. However, when Fang Chen looked at the chessboard, he actually saw a trace of an illusion. He saw Jinren Hantian playing chess with a fat, black-robed elder. Most importantly, after watching the two play chess, Fang Chen's soul trembled and silently broke through. My soul has reached the peak of the orange level. Fang Chen was very excited. His soul reaching the peak of the orange level was a good thing for him. Just what is the origin of this chessboard? Fang Chen did his best to suppress his excitement as he asked doubtfully. After the dream, Fang Chen pondered over the chessboard. The more he looked at it, the more he realized that this chessboard looked like a map of a spirit vortex realm expert's residence. Could this chessboard really be a map? Fang Chen was extremely shocked. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like a map. At this moment, Fang Chen recalled everything he had seen in the dream. After Jinren Hantian and the fat, black-robed elder finished playing chess, Jinren Hantian raised his head to look at the sky and said that the sky was about to change. Could it be that Jinren Hantian foretold that he would be in danger? Fang Chen racked his brains as he pondered. Fang Chen's mind was a mess. He was pondering what Jinren Hantian's words meant. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, the positions of the chess pieces on the chessboard silently changed. The sky is about to change. Suddenly, a shocking voice entered Fang Chen's ears. This voice seemed to have passed through countless years and reached Fang Chen's ears. That's Jinren Hantian's voice. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Just what was going on? Could it be that the scene just now wasn't an illusion or a dream? Was it real? Was it an illusion, a dream, or was it real? If it was a hallucination, why would there be such a shocking sound just now? Fang Chen couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He placed his hand on the chessboard once more. He gathered his thoughts and looked at the chessboard with a burning gaze. The positions of the chess pieces on the chessboard had already changed, but Fang Chen hadn't noticed it. Fang Chen closed his eyes slightly. He wanted to see the scene of Jinren Hantian and the fat, black-robed elder playing chess again. However, this scene didn't appear. Instead, another scene appeared. On the chessboard, the Shirako emitted a bright light, while the black pieces remained motionless. The bright light emitted by the Shirako all flowed into Fang Chen's palm. Then, Fang Chen saw another scene. Reverend Hantian was sitting on a stone stool, looking at the chess pieces on the chessboard. He had a lonely expression on his face. What's meant to come will come sooner or later. Jinren Hantian shook his head slightly and sighed. He picked up a Shirako and placed it on the chessboard in an inconspicuous position. At this moment, a deafening sound was heard. Jinren Hantian's expression changed drastically, as if he was facing a great enemy. Fang Qin was incredibly nervous. He wanted to see just what was going on that made Daoist Hantian act like he was facing a great enemy. However, at this moment, the scene was suddenly cut off. Fang Qin opened his eyes. What's meant to come will come sooner or later. Fang Qin's eyes were filled with shock. What happened back then? Why did he see everything that happened just now? What was Jinren Hantian talking about? What on earth was that deafening sound about? Was it his enemy that caused Daoist Hantian's expression to change as if he were facing a great enemy? All of this made Fang Qin feel that it was too strange. However, the scene was cut off at the most critical moment. It was as if it was deliberately not letting Fang Qin see it. Chapter 561. After a long time, Fang Qin looked away from the chessboard. He thought for a long time and figured out a lot of things, but there were also a lot of things that he couldn't figure out. He didn't know who the fat old man in black was, nor did he know why Jinren Hantian was acting like he was facing a great enemy, nor did he know what that deafening sound was. Everything made Fang Qin feel a little incredulous. Why did he see a scene from a long time ago before he came to the chessboard? Was this Jinren Hantian's doing? Suddenly, Fang Qin shook his head and left the chessboard. Even if he was given a few more days, he still wouldn't be able to figure it out. Instead of that, he might as well explore it himself. The chessboard, which was that chessboard, was placed motionlessly on the stone table. Fang Qin had already left the pavilion and came to the edge of the pond. Just as Fang Qin was about to continue exploring the garden, his face suddenly froze. He immediately looked at the grass in front of him in disbelief. If I remember correctly, shouldn't there be a small tree trunk here? Fang Qin said in a low voice. In an instant, he was once again immersed in the scene just now. He could clearly see that when he was watching Jinren Hantian and the fat old man in black play chess, there was a living tree trunk behind them in the grass that Fang Qin was pointing at. However, at this moment, Fang Qin found that the entire garden hadn't changed at all. Only the tree trunk here had disappeared. What's going on? Fang Qin realized that something was wrong. He went to the grass and carefully observed it. Fang Qin pushed the grass aside and found that there were some signs of soil loosening in the grass. Then he dug up the soil and found that there really seemed to be a tree trunk here. However, for some reason, the tree trunk had disappeared. The tree trunk looked very ordinary, but if Jinren Hantian could plant it here, it was probably not simple. In the entire garden, other than the tree trunk, nothing else had been moved for so long. The tree trunk. Fang Qin muttered to himself as he searched the garden. The garden wasn't too big. The flowers and plants here absorbed the rich spiritual energy and maintained their green and lush state. Fang Qin searched the entire garden, but he could not find the tree trunk in the picture. In the end, he stopped in front of a thick, towering tree. Why can't I find it? Fang Qin was puzzled. Suddenly, the Banxianshu appeared. The Banxianshu had more or less recovered, but it had given all of its life fluid to the little mouse to save the little mouse. It was severely injured and needed to recuperate. What did you find? Fang Qin asked when he saw the Banxianshu. I seem to have sensed the aura of the immortal tree, Banxianshu said in a deep voice. Immortal tree. Hearing this, Fang Qin immediately thought of the tree trunk in the picture. Then he hurriedly asked, where did the aura of the immortal tree come from? The Banxianshu did not explain to Fang Qin. It moved its flexible body directly to the towering tree in front of Fang Qin and quickly climbed up the tree. There's the aura of the immortal tree on the towering tree? Fang Qin was puzzled. After a while, the Banxianshu climbed to the top of the towering tree. At this time, Fang Qin could not see the Banxianshu's position anymore. Just then, something fell from the towering tree. Fong Chin habitually dodged it. Then he fixed his eyes on it. It was a withered tree trunk. This tree trunk was very withered and had long lost its vitality. However, when Fong Chen took a closer look, he suddenly realized that this tree trunk was the same tree trunk as the one in the picture. This tree trunk. Fong Chen looked at the Banksian shoe coming down from the towering tree and hurriedly asked, "This tree trunk is a leaf from the immortal tree. It was transplanted here by a human expert using heaven-defying methods. But once it leaves the immortal tree's trunk, the leaf is destined to wither." This tree trunk climbed onto the towering tree and wanted to absorb its vitality, but it still withered in the end, said the Banksianshu. Fong Chen was startled. He was even more shocked. This tree trunk was actually a leaf from the immortal tree. No wonder it was transplanted here. Fong Chen understood. Jinren Hantian was a spirit vortex realm expert. To be able to be transplanted here by him, it was definitely extraordinary. It seemed that Jinren Hantian also wanted to let the immortal tree's leaf transform again and regain its vitality. Unfortunately, after he died, no one took care of the immortal tree's leaf. In the end, the leaf withered. The Banksianshu looked at the withered immortal tree's leaf and said helplessly, "If the immortal tree's leaf had vitality, it would be very important to me. But the withered immortal tree's leaf can at most nourish my body," continued the Banksianshu. Fong Chin did not think too much about it, since the withered immortal tree's leaf was also useful to the Banksianshu. Then he would just give it to the Banksianshu. "Take it with you," said Fong Chin. The Banksianshu nodded, then took the withered leaf and entered the special space ring. Fong Chan glanced at the towering tree, and then once again went to the place where Jinren Hantian had planted the immortal tree's leaf. Because he knew that the tree trunk was the immortal tree's leaf, Fong Chen inspected it very carefully. He dug up the soil and examined it carefully. Finally, he found something strange. Although the soil was exactly the same as ordinary soil, Fong Chen still felt that something was wrong. Fong Chen held the soil in his hand and then brought it close to his nose. He sniffed it carefully and discovered that besides a trace of the immortal tree's aura, there was also a complicated aura in the soil. Could it be that there's another world underground? Fong Chen was very puzzled. In the end, Fong Chen took out the hidden star sword and began to dig at the soil vigorously. He wanted to see what exactly was below. Hiss! In a short while, Fong Chen had dug a few meters deep. At this time, the complicated aura in the soil became even stronger. This made Fong Chen even more certain that there was another world underground. He continued to dig with the hidden star sword. After a full hour, Fong Chen stopped digging. At this time, some stones appeared before Fong Chen. Stones! Fong Chen looked at the rocks with a puzzled look on his face. He continued to expand the area and dig around. Before long, a larger range of stones appeared before his eyes. After careful examination by Fong Chen, he came to the conclusion that these stones were the top of a palace. "There's a palace underground," Fong Chen said in a low voice. Fong Chen was even more shocked. He recalled the second image he had seen. In the image, the place where the deafening sound had come from was in this direction. When Jinren Hantian had turned his head to look in this direction, he had looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Perhaps this palace is related to Jinren Hantian's fall, Fong Chen thought to himself. What kind of existence could make Jinren Hantian look like he was facing a great enemy? At this moment, Fong Chen felt a trace of fear in his heart. He was thinking about whether to enter this palace or not. After thinking about it for a while, Fong Chen decided to go in and take a look. Perhaps Jinren Hantian had left some inheritance here. "Let's give it a try," Fong Chen said solemnly as he nodded. Fong Chen gently knocked on the stone and found that it was hollow underneath. According to his judgment, the thickness of these stones should be able to be cut by the sharpness of the hidden star sword. However, Fong Chen did not act rashly. Why was the Banksianshu planted here And why was there a mysterious palace underground? What did all of this have to do with Jinren Hantian's fall? Jinren Hantian was the owner of this mansion. According to Feng Chen's speculation, Jinren Hantian was at least an expert at the advanced level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. An expert at the advanced level of the spiritual whirlpool realm was an expert at the 7th to 9th level. Even in the entire 5-element state, they were top experts. Until now, Feng Chen had only seen the Dark Lord, who was at the 1st level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. He had never seen an expert at the spiritual whirlpool realm who was stronger than that. Dong! Just as Feng Chen was thinking, Feng Chen felt the ground tremble. Traces of a strange aura seeped out from the stone. Hiss! Just as the strange aura was about to seep into Feng Chen's body, the stone suddenly emitted a bright light and blocked the strange aura. Restriction! Feng Chen cried out involuntarily. There was a restriction on the stone. It seemed that this restriction was left behind by Jinren Hantian. Thinking of this, Feng Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not act rashly. Otherwise, he would have been treated as an enemy by the restriction and killed immediately. Soon after, Feng Chen came out of the pit. He had to make sure that there was no danger before entering. However, at this moment, Feng Chen saw that the chessboard in the pavilion was emitting a bright light that shone in all directions. Feng Chen was shocked. He immediately leaped into the pavilion. At this moment, the black pieces and Shirako were moving around on the chessboard. Rays of bright light shot out from the chessboard. Feng Chen was shocked. Why were the chess pieces moving? Just as Feng Chen was shocked, the chess pieces on the chessboard suddenly stopped moving. Feng Chen looked down and saw that the black pieces and Shirako had formed a strange map on the chessboard. This map was exactly the map of the garden he was in. A map of the garden. Feng Chen cried out involuntarily when he saw this scene. On the chessboard, there were only a few Shirako scattered around the periphery of the chessboard. All the black pieces surrounded the Shirako in the center of the chessboard. Feng Chen's finger fell on the Shirako. This Shirako represented the place where the branches and leaves of the immortal tree were planted. It was also the place where he had just dug the soil. Chapter 562. What exactly was in the palace? Why would Jinren Hantian use such a special method to leave these clues on the chessboard? Feng Chen was very puzzled. His finger touched the Shirako, which was surrounded by many black pieces. Suddenly, a gentle light emitted from the Shirako. This gentle light was filled with an ancient aura. Feng Chen was stunned and subconsciously looked at the large hole he had dug. The ancient aura from the Shirako was suspended in the sky and then poured into the large hole. Finally, it merged with the palace's restriction. At this moment, Feng Chen was shocked to discover that a gap had appeared in the restriction. At the gap, the stone suddenly loosened. Feng Chen was completely shocked. Could all of this have been part of Jinren Hantian's plan? How could this have happened? Could he have predicted that someone would come here? Feng Chen was shocked. He hurriedly left the pavilion and came to the large hole. After glancing at the gap in the palace, Feng Chen pondered for a moment and finally decided to enter the gap. Old ancestor, what exactly is inside? Feng Chen asked. Old Ancestor Bronze was a powerhouse from ancient times. He was very experienced and knowledgeable, so he might know what was inside the palace. Old Ancestor Bronze was silent for a while when he heard this. Then he said, Jinren Hantian has some tricks up his sleeve. He was able to design such a strange scene with the strength of the spiritual vortex realm. Not bad. Who was Old Ancestor Bronze? When he was still alive, he was one of the most powerful existences on the ancient Sword Continent. When he stomped his foot, the ancient Sword Continent would tremble. Such a powerhouse's strength definitely surpassed the spiritual vortex realm. However, he was actually praising a spiritual vortex realm martialist. This was enough to show how amazing Jinren Hantian was. There should be something sealed in this palace. I don't know what it is exactly. Everything you just saw was a trap set up by Jinren Hantian before he died. He was waiting for his descendants to arrive, Ancestor Bronze said. Upon hearing this, Fangchen nodded. He sighed inwardly. Jinren Hantian was truly resourceful. Based on old Ancestor Bronze's words, Fangchen could tell that Jinren Hantian's methods had earned old Ancestor Bronze's praise. Then, is there any danger in this palace? Fangchen continued to ask. Ancestor Bronze said, there will definitely be danger, but with danger comes opportunity. You can try. Upon hearing old Ancestor Bronze's words, Fangchen nodded and jumped into the gap. After he entered the palace, the gap disappeared instantly. Then, the mound above the garden instantly filled up the big hole. At this time, on the chessboard in the pavilion, the black and white pieces changed their positions again and returned to their original state, as if nothing had happened. As for Fangchen, after entering the gap, he realized that his body was falling. Before long, his body landed on the ground. He looked around and saw that it was pitch black. Then he unleashed the fire in Tent Realm and lit up the entire palace. At this time, Fangchen realized that he was in a small corner of the palace. There was a huge door in front of him. What a strange feeling, Fangchen thought to himself. Then he walked up to the door and gently pushed it open. Suddenly, a cold aura hit him in the face. When Fangchen sensed this aura, his face changed. This is the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. Fangchen's eyes were filled with shock. This place was filled with the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. What was going on? Roar! When Fangchen opened the door, countless screams entered Fangchen's ears. Fangchen looked carefully and was shocked to discover that there were a large number of remnant souls of the Yellow Spring sect imprisoned in this palace. When these remnant souls discovered that human cultivators had entered, they let out angry roars. Could it be that Jinren Hantian's death has something to do with the remnant souls of the Yellow Spring sect? Fangchen thought to himself. He quickly retreated and closed the door, returning to the room he had been in. Roar! Countless remnant souls of the Yellow Spring sect let out deafening screams. They had been trapped here for many years, unable to leave. It seems that Jinren Hantian's death really does have something to do with the remnant souls of the Yellow Spring sect, Fangchen thought to himself. Just as Fangchen was thinking, a remnant soul suddenly floated in through the gap in the door and attacked Fangchen. You're courting death! Fangchen roared. Then he executed the 6th level of the Phantom sword technique. With a slash of his sword, he slashed at the remnant soul. The remnant soul was directly hacked to death by Fangchen's sword, and its soul scattered. After all, they were remnant souls. After being trapped in this palace for so many years, they were already extremely weak. They posed no threat to Fangchen. Then, one remnant soul after another rushed towards Fangchen. They seemed to want to possess Fangchen. As long as they could do so, they would have a chance of leaving. Countless remnant souls attacked Fangchen continuously. As for the latter, he was also crazily using the illusionary god sword art. The wild sword intent filled the entire room. After an hour, Fangchen finally stopped killing. During this period of time, he had killed more than 100 remnant souls. At this moment, Fangchen was a little out of breath. He held the hidden star sword in his hand, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. This was because he realized that his understanding of the Phantom sword technique had deepened as he crazily killed the remnant souls. Just nice, I can practice my Phantom sword technique. Since the remnant souls posed no threat to him, he could use them to practice his Phantom sword technique. Thinking of this, Fangchen opened the door and appeared in the palace. The palace was filled with the remnant souls of the Yellow Spring sect. On the ground there were piles of corpses. These corpses had been piled up for so long that they had already rotted. At this moment, the Banxian suddenly appeared and took root on the corpses, crazily absorbing the deathly aura in the corpses. This feels so good. The Banxian screamed crazily as it absorbed the deathly aura. Both the aura of life and the deathly aura could cause the Banxianshu to transform. The Banxianshu had just absorbed the withered leaves of the immortal tree and was in the process of transforming. Now that it discovered such a majestic, deathly aura in the outside world, it naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The Banxianshu wasn't afraid of the resentful remnant souls at all. It was crazily absorbing the deathly aura in the corpses. On the other hand, Feng Chen was crazily using the 6th level of the Phantom Sword technique, constantly killing the remnant souls. Damned human! If our Lord hadn't perished with that old bastard Jinren Hantian back then, we wouldn't have fallen to this state. A resentful remnant soul said coldly. Feng Chen's expression changed slightly when he heard this. According to them, Jinren Hantian had perished with their lord back then. A member of the Yellow Spring sect who could perish with a spiritual vortex realm expert was definitely not a protector. Could it be a monarch? Feng Chen was stunned. A terrifying golden light shot out from his eyes. In the Yellow Spring sect, other than the 108 captains, 72 hall masters, and 36 protectors, there were also the 8 great kings and the 3 great honorables. Above them was the elusive Yellow Spring sect master. A long time ago, Feng Chen had obtained a finger from the Yellow Spring sect master. He had wanted to ask a spiritual vortex realm expert to seal it, but it had been swallowed by the little mouse. The 8 great kings of the Yellow Spring sect were all experts at the peak of the spiritual vortex realm. They were very powerful. Thinking about it this way, the person who killed Jinren Hantian back then was indeed one of the great kings of the Yellow Spring sect. However, according to the remnant souls, it seemed that the great king had also perished. "We'll be free if we kill you," the remnant soul said angrily. "I'm afraid you won't be able to do it." Feng Chen sneered. The hidden star sword in his hand danced continuously. Time passed by slowly. Feng Chen had been fighting in the palace. After fighting for half a day, Feng Chen had finally killed almost all the remnant souls in the palace. The remaining remnant souls hid behind a wooden box in the depths of the palace out of fear. At this time, Feng Chen's Phantom Sword technique had successfully reached the 7th level. Its power was even more tyrannical. A smile appeared on Feng Chen's face as he quickly walked forward. The Banxianshu was still absorbing the deathly aura from the corpses. These corpses had accumulated for a long time and were filled with an endless amount of deathly aura. It was enough for the Banxianshu to absorb. "This feels great." The Banxianshu laughed heartily. Feng Chen went around the Banxianshu and came to the wooden box in the depths of the palace. "Human, you deserve to die." The remnant soul hiding behind the wooden box roared angrily. Feng Chen waved his hand and stabbed the tip of the hidden star sword into the wooden box. With a little force, the wooden lid opened. Suddenly, a fierce light rushed out. Feng Chen saw that there was a heart in the wooden box. Furthermore, the heart was still moving slowly. When Feng Chen saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. Damn it, stop him. At this time, the remaining remnant souls of the Yellow Spring sect couldn't help but roar loudly. They rushed toward Feng Chen, as if to protect the heart in the wooden box. Phantom Sword technique, 7th level. Without any hesitation, Feng Chen unleashed the 7th level of the Phantom God Sword skill. The powerful sword light instantly shattered the remnant souls of these Yellow Spring sect remnants. When the last remnant soul was shattered, Feng Chen found that the heart in the wooden box was beating much faster. Moreover, it was absorbing the aura of the Yellow Spring sect in the palace. When Feng Chen saw this scene, his heart was filled with shock. He finally understood. This beating heart should be the 8 great kings of the Yellow Spring sect who perished together with Jinren Hantian. Thinking of this, Feng Chen was shocked. The heart of one of the 8 great kings, an expert at the peak of the spiritual vortex realm, was still beating after so many years. Chapter 563. Thinking back to what had happened, Fang Chen was even more convinced that Jinren Hantian had left behind those scenes for the sake of letting future generations see the king's heart. Oh dear! Could it be that Jinren Hantian had predicted that the king's heart would gradually gain vitality and come back to life after a few years? Why hadn't anyone else discovered this garden? Why was he the only one who had entered? Fang Chen's heart was filled with doubts. However, the most important thing right now was how to deal with this heart. The heart in the box was beating rapidly. Fang Chen could even sense that this king's heart seemed to be coming back to life. Fang Chen looked at the king's heart in the wooden box nervously. At this moment, the king's heart beat even faster. A strong aura of the Yellow Springs sect emanated from the heart. Fang Chen couldn't help but take a few steps back as he stared at the king's heart. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the palace. Immediately after, an illusory figure gradually appeared above the king's heart. As soon as this illusory figure appeared, it immediately suppressed the restless king's heart. The king's heart in the wooden box instantly quieted down and stopped beating. However, Fang Chen could sense that the king's heart was only temporarily suppressed. It still had vitality. Fang Chen looked up at the illusory figure above the wooden box and was instantly stunned. Wasn't this Jinren Hantian? He was dressed in white and had the demeanor of an immortal. He still looked the same as before. He hadn't changed at all. Jinren Hantian! Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. In front of the chessboard, Fang Chen saw a scene from the past. In that scene, Jinren Hantian was dressed in white and had the demeanor of an immortal. He was playing chess with a fat old man dressed in black. Was this Jinren Hantian's remnant consciousness? Fang Chen was filled with doubts. Just as Fang Chen was wondering, Jinren Hantian spoke. This is the scene I left behind before I died. My soul has long been scattered. Hearing Jinren Hantian's words, Fang Chen was startled, but immediately understood. Back then, Jinren Hantian had completely fallen, and even his soul had been shattered. The phantom before him was only left behind before his death. Back then, I built a mansion here and killed a large number of Yellow Springs sect members. In the end, I attracted a king of the Yellow Springs sect. He fought with me for 3 days and 3 nights, but in the end he perished together with me, Jinren Hantian said. When you saw my shadow, it meant that you had seen everything on the chessboard. That's right. I intentionally left that chessboard behind because I knew that I didn't have the slightest chance of winning against the king of the Yellow Spring sect. So I had to leave something behind. However, what I didn't expect was that the fat, black-clothed old man who was playing chess with me, who had always been close to me, was actually the king of the Yellow Springs sect when the king appeared. At that time, my heart was like dead ashes. After the battle with the king, he finally chose to perish together with him. His entire body was destroyed, and even his soul was shattered, leaving only the king's heart. I was lucky not to die on the spot. I used my remaining life to seal the king's heart in this palace, and then tampered with the chessboard. The king of the Yellow Spring sect was abnormally capable. I didn't completely destroy him and let him leave the heart behind. I was worried that he would take the opportunity to revive in the future, so I left behind all kinds of clues, waiting for the fated person to come here. Hearing this, Fang Chen understood. No wonder when he first saw the fat old man in black, there was a hint of a complicated expression in the latter's eyes. It turned out that he was one of the kings of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen could imagine how Taoist Master Hantian felt when he found out about this. His heart must have been like dead ashes. His close friend was actually the king of the Yellow Spring sect. At this time, Fang Chen thought of the second scene he saw. Not long after the fat old man in black left, there was suddenly a trembling sound. Then, Jinren Hantian turned his head, and his expression changed drastically, as if he was facing a great enemy. At this time, the king should be saving the remnant souls suppressed by Jinren Hantian. When Jinren Hantian saw this, he was shocked. Fang Chen's deep eyes looked at the phantom, and continued to listen. When you see the king's heart, I hope you can think of all the warriors of the ancient sword continent and take it away, then find a way to destroy it. Otherwise, when it completely revives, it will be a disaster for the ancient sword continent, Jinren Hantian continued. Fang Qin glanced at the king's heart and didn't say anything. Fated one, if you can destroy the king's heart, you will obtain my life's work, said Jinren Hantian. What really attracted Fang Qin was Jinren Hantian's last sentence, but he also knew that destroying the king's heart was too difficult. Senior, I will do my best. Fang Qin cupped his hands. At this time, Jinren Hantian's phantom disappeared, and the suppressed king's heart began to beat once more. Without Jinren Hantian's suppression, the king's heart became abnormally active. Fang Qin looked at the king's heart and clicked his tongue. He didn't know what to do with it. At this time, he could only ask Ancestor Bronze. Ancestor, what should I do with this king's heart? Asked Fang Qin. Ancestor Bronze said, with your current cultivation base, you can't completely destroy it. But what? Fang Qin hurriedly asked. If you can bring the king's heart out, perhaps the little mouse will be able to eat it. Fang Qin was startled. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. Why did he not think of this? Back then, the little mouse had been able to crush the Yellow Spring sect master's finger. What was a mere king's heart? The difference between the king of the Yellow Spring sect and the sect master was simply too great. The difference was like heaven and earth. Thinking of that, Fang Qin smiled. It seems that if I want to completely destroy the king's heart, I'll have to wait until I leave this place. But once I leave, even if I destroy the king's heart, I won't be able to obtain Jinren Hantian's life's work. Fang Qin suddenly thought of something. The life's work of a high-level spirit vortex realm expert was extremely attractive to Fang Qin. Jinren Hantian, I have a way to destroy the king's heart, but I'll have to wait until I leave this place. Can you give me your life's work in advance? Fang Qin didn't know if Jinren Hantian could hear him, so he shouted directly, but no one responded. Seeing this, Fang Qin's face was filled with helplessness. What a pity! If only the little mouse was here, I could have dealt with it directly, Fang Qin said helplessly. In the end, Fang Qin could only put the king's heart into his interspatial ring. Then, Fang Qin called the Banxianshu and prepared to leave. Let's go, Fang Qin said. The Banxianshu reluctantly walked down from the pile of bones and entered the special interspatial ring. Just as Fang Qin was about to leave, he suddenly froze. His face was filled with shock, and he immediately took out the king's heart. Dong! The king's heart was beating rapidly. It had just been absorbing the spirit stones in Fang Qin's interspatial ring. It's actually absorbing the energy in the spirit stones, Fang Qin said in a low voice. If the king's heart absorbed enough spirit stones, it might be able to revive. Fang Qin couldn't take this risk. After thinking for a while, he put the king's heart into the special interspatial ring and let the Banxianshu watch over it. Dong the king's heart kept beating, but with the Banxianshu watching over it, Fang Qin was no longer worried. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and find the life's work that Jinren Hantian had mentioned. While all of a sudden, the golden heart in Fang Qin's body started beating faster. What's wrong with the golden heart? Fang Qin was puzzled. The golden heart had been silent for a long time, but now it was beating rapidly. Every time the golden heart beat rapidly, it was accompanied by some opportunity. Was it the same this time? Fang Qin's eyes lit up. He observed the golden heart while looking around. Dong the golden heart released a powerful suction force that came out of Fang Qin's body and entered the special interspatial ring. While in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the king's heart disappeared. Next, Fang Qin discovered that the king's heart had silently entered his body. Could it be that the golden heart wants to devour the king's heart? Fang Qin was shocked. From what Fang Qin knew, the golden heart would only devour the energy in spirit stones. How could it be interested in the king's heart? Hiss! Under Fong Chen's gaze, the king's heart was slowly being devoured by the golden heart. Roar! As the king's heart was devoured, a deafening roar filled the air. Fong Chen guessed that it was the king's heart. But in the face of the golden heart, a mere king's heart was nothing. In the blink of an eye, the king's heart disappeared, and the golden heart's beating became much slower. Fong Chen examined it and didn't find any changes. However, the moment the king's heart disappeared, the entire palace changed. Chapter 564. The moment the golden heart devoured the king's heart, a majestic light instantly penetrated the entire mansion and drilled into the palace where Fong Chen was. It then appeared in front of Fong Chen. Crash! At that moment, the majestic light released a dazzling light that made Fong Chen unconsciously close his eyes. Suddenly, the entire palace was filled with a rich sword Dao aura. Fong Chen's sword body instantly activated spontaneously. The majestic sword intent continuously absorbed the sword Dao aura in the palace. In Fong Chen's mind, the third level of sword Dao suddenly appeared and instantly enveloped Fong Chen. Fong Chen struggled to open his eyes. Sword intent surged in his eyes. What is this? Fong Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the light floating in front of him. Then, Fong Chen stretched out his hand. Suddenly, the dazzling light disappeared. Then, a book fell into Fong Chen's hand. This is... Fong Chen saw the words Sword Dao Quintessence written on the book. Sword Dao Quintessence. Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. Although he did not know what this so-called Sword Dao Quintessence was, his intuition told him that this book must be extremely precious. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Fong Chen's mind. Then, an excited smile appeared on his face. Could this be Jinren Hantian's life's work? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was reasonable. The golden heart had just devoured the king's heart, and this book had appeared in front of him. This was definitely Jinren Hantian's life's work. Fong Chen was extremely excited. Jinren Hantian's life's work? Just thinking about it made him extremely excited. Fong Chen's hand trembled as he flipped open the Sword Dao Quintessence. The first page was the preface. Fong Chen quickly skimmed through the preface. According to the introduction, the sword quintessence in Fong Chen's hands was only the elementary sword quintessence, the most basic of sword quintessences. Beginner scroll, Fong Chen muttered to himself, following which Fong Chen flipped open the Sword Dao Quintessence. In an instant, Fong Chen was attracted by the contents of the book. His eyes flickered with excitement. However, after reading a few pages, he was unable to continue reading. This was because if he wanted to continue reading, he would need to have a strong cultivation base. If one's cultivation was too weak, they would suffer backlash if they tried to force their way through. Sword Dao Quintessence, as expected of the Sword Dao Quintessence. Fong Chen felt that his luck was too good. He had actually obtained such a treasure in Jinren Hantian's residence. According to Jinren Hantian, the Book of Sword Truth had been passed down to the ancient sword continent from the extraterritorial realm. This book introduced everything about sword truth in a very comprehensive and detailed manner. To a Sword Dao cultivator, this book was definitely a treasure. It seems that the lifelong effort that Jinren Hantian mentioned was not his own. It was something that he accidentally obtained back then. Fong Chen thought to himself. Fong Chen did not know exactly how many scrolls there were in the Sword Dao Quintessence. He only knew that the book in his hand was the elementary scroll. According to the records in the Sword Dao Quintessence, the elementary scroll was enough to support a cultivator to cultivate to the peak of the ancient sword continent. For the current Fong Chen, the elementary scroll was very useful to him. All along, Fong Chen's talent in Sword Dao was very strong. However, he did not have a master and did not have a systematic cultivation. all of his knowledge was accumulated by himself. With this Sword Dao quintessence, Fang Chen would be able to go further in Sword Dao. This is really good stuff. Fang Chen held the Sword Dao quintessence in his hand and grinned. With this elementary Sword Dao quintessence, Fang Chen was confident that he would be able to reach a higher level in Sword Dao in a very short time. The Sword Dao quintessence described countless types of Sword Dao cultivation from ancient times to the present. There were even various cases and mental cultivation methods of Sword Dao. Fang Chen tried hard to control the excitement in his heart and put away the elementary Sword Dao quintessence. He was still in Jinren Hantian's mansion, so he did not have time to read the Sword Dao quintessence in detail. He would wait until he got out. After putting away the Sword Dao quintessence, Fang Chen left the palace and appeared in the garden. During this time, many battles broke out in the inner circle of the mansion. The cultivators who were trapped in the mysterious palace with 7 strands of Jin Qi or higher all came out. However, the number of people who went in was very large, but when they came out, the number of people who came out was very small. Most of the cultivators died in the mysterious palace. From this, it was enough to see how fierce the competition in the palace was. In the mysterious palace, there were some supreme treasures of Jinren Hantian and some simple inheritances. Many condensing reality realm cultivators fought over them. Finally, after a round of fighting, the battle came to an end and everyone came out. They thought that this trip to the Spirit Vortex Realm Experts Mansion was over. But when the elders of the 100 Snake Valley came out and heard the news, they were instantly furious. Fang Chen not only killed the young master of the 100 Snake Valley, Snake Monarch, but also killed the other elders and even stole the Imperial Snake Flute. Find Fang Chen at all costs. This was the roar of the elders of the 100 Snake Valley. They were furious and swore to tear Fang Chen into pieces. After the elders of the other sect heard the news, they also shook their heads slightly. Many elders of the 100 Snake Valley were frantically searching for Fang Chen, while Fang Chen was in a hidden garden. At a certain moment, the little medicine king found Qin Yao and the others and said, "The 100 Snake Valley is frantically searching for Fang Chen. I think Brother Fang should be hiding. If the people of the 100 Snake Valley can't find Brother Fang, they will definitely vent their anger on us." After the little medicine king finished speaking, Zhou Yan also nodded and said, "That's right. Now that the trip to the Spirit Vortex Realm Experts Mansion is over, let's leave this place first." "What about Fang Chen?" Qin Yao was a little worried about Fang Chen and asked. The little medicine king, Zhou Yan, and the others looked at Qin Yao and said, "If the people of the 100 Snake Valley hold us hostage to threaten Brother Fang, it will bring disaster to Brother Fang. If we leave the Spirit Vortex Realm Experts Mansion now, we won't be a threat to Brother Fang. The people of the 100 Snake Valley will also leave if they can't find him." Hearing the little medicine king's explanation, Qin Yao nodded and turned to leave with the others. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After the trip to the Spirit Vortex Realm Experts Mansion was over, many of the sect's elders left one after another. Some even left the West Mountain Range. As for the elders of the 100 Snake Valley, they were still searching for Fang Chen. However, after searching for 3 days, they still couldn't find him. At this moment, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged in the mysterious garden, condensing his 4th true qi. Fang Chen's foundation was very solid, and he had enough qi cores. Condensing the 4th true qi was nothing to Fang Chen. Fang Chen swallowed the remaining 1,300 qi cores in one go. When the 4th true qi was condensed, Fang Chen thought it was over. However, he was shocked to find that the moment the 4th true qi was condensed, the 5th true qi was automatically condensing in his qi. When Fang Chen saw this, a smile appeared on his face. Just like this, Fang Chen easily condensed the 5th true qi. Voila! Fang Chen opened his eyes. His body was surrounded by the 5th true qi. He felt that his body was filled with power, and his strength had increased by a lot. This trip to Jinren Hantian's mansion was very rewarding. Fang Qin grinned. Not only had his cultivation increased to such a level, but he had also obtained the beginner scroll of the Huai Bao Sword Dao Quintessence. "It's time to leave," said Fang Qin. Then, Fang Qin stood up and walked towards the garden's exit. Bang! Fang Qin had just reached the garden's exit when his body was sent flying. Fang Qin quickly stood up. His body was covered in mud, and his face was filled with confusion. "What's going on? Why can't I go out?" Just as Fang Qin was feeling confused, an illusory figure appeared. "Fated person, when you see me, it means that you've obtained the beginner scroll of the Sword Dao Quintessence." "I have to say that you're very lucky," said Jinren Hantian. Fang Qin was stunned. He immediately looked at Jinren Hantian. "Back then, when I obtained the beginner scroll of the Sword Dao Quintessence, I almost died. At that time, I was cultivating on a plain when a thunderstorm suddenly appeared. Then a spatial crack appeared. A majestic aura surged out of this spatial crack and almost swept me away. Fortunately, I avoided that calamity. After that, I discovered that a book fell out of the spatial crack." "That should be a blessing in disguise," said Jinren Hantian. Fang Qin was stunned, but he soon understood. Jinren Hantian said that the beginner scroll of the Sword Dao Quintessence was spread to the ancient sword continent from the outer realm. Thinking about it, when two outer realm experts were fighting, the void was torn apart, and the Sword Dao Quintessence fell into the ancient sword continent. Jinren Hantian was lucky enough to obtain it. Being able to obtain the beginner scroll of the Sword Dao Quintessence means that your Sword Dao Quintessence has reached the third realm. "You have a certain talent in the Sword Dao," said Jinren Hantian. Fang Qin was a little confused. Why was Jinren Hantian so sure that his Sword Dao Quintessence had reached the third minor realm? Could it be? A thought flashed through Fang Qin's mind, and he immediately understood. Previously, Fang Qin was still wondering why he was the only one who discovered the garden and came here out of all the people who had entered the mansion. Now he finally understood. Only cultivators whose Sword Dao Quintessence had reached the third minor realm could discover the garden and enter it. It turned out that all of this had been planned by Jinren Hantian. Back then, although I obtained the beginner scroll of the Sword Dao Quintessence, I didn't major in the Sword Dao. Although I later changed to the Sword Dao, I still couldn't reach the realm mentioned in the scroll. "I feel very regretful about this," said Jinren Hantian. "Since you obtained the beginner scroll of the Sword Dao Quintessence, it means that we are fated. I hope that you can go further on the Sword Dao." Jinren Hantian said, "So before I died I set a test. If you want to leave this garden, you have to comprehend the Sword Dao Quintessence to the minor accomplishment stage within half a year." Hearing this, Fang Qin was stunned. Chapter 565. There were 5 steps in Sword Dao. The first step was sword momentum, the second step was sword intent, the third step was sword soul, the fourth step was sword soul, and the fifth step was sword heart. The net is worth your collection. The ancient sword continent was a continent that advocated Sword Dao cultivation. It was said that there was a mysterious province on the ancient sword continent that only Sword Dao cultivators could enter. In that large province, there were countless amazing sword cultivators. The Sword Dao Quintessence that Fang Qin had obtained at this moment mentioned the 5 steps of Sword Dao. Every Sword Dao cultivator should know about the 5 steps of Sword Dao. One had to climb step by step. Only when one reached the peak would one be qualified to compete for the title of Sword Dao Genius. The 5 steps of Sword Dao was actually a cultivator's understanding of Sword Dao. After comprehending the first step, one would be able to comprehend sword momentum. After comprehending the second step, one would be able to comprehend sword intent, and so on. At this moment, Fang Qin was told that he had to comprehend the first step of Sword Dao Quintessence before he could leave the garden. Of course, he had to do it within half a year. Otherwise, he would never be able to leave. I have already comprehended the first step of Sword Dao, sword momentum. Fang Chen was a little puzzled. His sword intent had already reached the third minor realm and was about to reach perfection. It should be known that sword intent was transformed from sword momentum when it reached a certain level. I know that you must have a lot of doubts in your heart, but all of these are in the Sword Dao quintessence. I can only tell you that your so-called third realm of sword intent is actually inferior to sword momentum in front of Sword Dao quintessence. Zhiren Hantian's illusory figure said these words and disappeared without a trace. Fang Chen was even more puzzled. Since I can't leave, I'll work hard to comprehend Sword Dao quintessence, Fang Chen thought to himself. After that, Fang Chen went to the pavilion and sat down cross-legged. The chessboard in the pavilion was still there, but the black pieces and shirako on the chessboard had completely disappeared. It seemed to be saying that the fat, black-clad old man and Zhiren Hantian were completely dead. Fang Chen sat cross-legged in the pavilion as he took out the Sword Dao Quintessence beginner's scroll and began to read it. Flipping to the first page, Zhang Xian arrived at the main text of the second page. This was what the Sword Quintessence said. The first step of the Sword Dao is sword force. To be able to comprehend the first step of the Sword Dao means that a sword cultivator already possesses sword force. On the other hand, with sword force, one would be able to control the heaven and earth power in the surrounding air. When Fang Chen saw this sentence, his face was full of surprise. With sword momentum, he could actually control the power of heaven and earth around him. Wasn't this something only a spirit vortex realm expert could do? Could a martial artist who could control sword force really do it? Fang Chen was full of doubts. If this was the real sword momentum, then what was the sword intent surging around him? Fang Chen continued to look at the beginner's book of sword truth. After a while, he found the answer in the book. Fang Chen was shocked when he saw the answer. Fake Sword Dao. What he had cultivated before was actually a fake Sword Dao. It could not be called a Sword Dao at all. Some sword cultivators can easily comprehend sword force and even sword intent during cultivation. However, those are all fake Sword Daos. They can't be called a real Sword Dao at all. A real Sword Dao is a peak existence that surpasses some. Only by truly comprehending the first step of the Sword Dao can one have a deep understanding of it. The Sword Truth had completely subverted Fang Chen's understanding of the Sword Dao. At this moment, his heart was in a mess. Fake Sword Dao. A hint of helplessness appeared in Fang Chen's eyes. As he continued to read the beginner's book of Sword Truth, Fang Chen was soon engrossed in it. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Fang Chen did not think about anything else. He read the beginner's book of Sword Truth attentively. After a month, Fang Chen finally had a new understanding of the Sword Dao. The Sword Dao that he had cultivated before could not be called a Sword Dao at all. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood what the 5 steps of the Sword Dao were and what sword force was. At a certain moment, Fang Chen made a decision, and that was to comprehend the Sword Dao truth with all his might. In the following period of time, Fang Chen wholeheartedly immersed himself in the Sword Dao truth. During this period of time, his sword intent was completely devoured by the Golden Heart. After the Golden Heart devoured Fang Chen's sword intent, it seemed to be very excited and it was beating rapidly. After another month, the sword intent around Fang Chen completely disappeared. Now, Fang Chen was like a beginner in the Sword Dao. He did not even come into contact with sword force. It was as if he had returned to nature and became very ordinary. During this period of time, Fang Chen had been comprehending the Sword Dao truth. After 4 months of continuous comprehension, Fang Chen still could not comprehend the first step of the Sword Dao. This made him more or less anxious. However, whenever Fang Chen felt anxious, the Golden Heart would emit a cold aura that calmed Fang Chen down instantly. What is the Sword Dao? What is sword force? Fang Chen constantly muttered in his heart. His mind was filled with the information in the Sword Dao truth. He was comprehending the Sword Dao all the time. This comprehension lasted for half a year. When the half-year deadline came, Feng Chen finally opened his eyes. At this moment, a great force of heaven and earth emerged around Feng Chen's body. Within this great force of heaven and earth, there was an incomparably sharp aura. Sword force. A hint of joy appeared in Feng Chen's eyes. After half a year of comprehension, he had finally taken the first step of the Sword Dao and comprehended sword force. Is this the sword force of the first step of the Sword Dao? Feng Chen muttered to himself as he circulated the sword force around his body and immersed himself in it. At this moment, the sword force around Feng Chen merged with the surrounding power of heaven and earth. Feng Chen felt that he could actually control the power of heaven and earth around him. This is the true sword force. After a long time, Feng Chen said in a deep voice, "The sword force condensed from the first step of the Sword Dao was countless times stronger than the sword force that he had comprehended before. The current sword force was much stronger than the sword intent. This is the true Sword Dao." Feng Chen sighed in his heart. Just as Feng Chen comprehended the first step of the Sword Dao, the golden heart was beating rapidly. At the same time, the golden heart was also undergoing a transformation. Hiss! Feng Chen felt that the golden heart seemed to be transmitting some kind of message to him. The golden heart started beating rapidly at first, but it slowed down a lot later. When the golden heart completely calmed down, Feng Chen suddenly felt that his control over the golden heart had increased a lot. This was a feeling that he had never felt before. Feng Chen was shocked. Was it because he had taken the first step of the Sword Dao? Feng Chen knew that the golden heart was related to the Sword Dao, but now Feng Chen had a new understanding of the golden heart. It seemed that the golden heart also knew that he had taken the first step of the Sword Dao, so it had completely recognized him. Feng Chen took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 7th level of the phantom sword technique. Swoosh! With a light stab of the sword, a deep sword mark appeared on the wall at the gate of the garden. Feng Chen could clearly feel that with the powerful sword force, he could use the sword force to change the trajectory of the sword light in the sky when it shot out. It is indeed the first step of the Sword Dao. Feng Chen was shocked. Although his cultivation level had not increased, his understanding of the Sword Dao was more thorough than before. From today onwards, he had truly become a qualified sword cultivator. The power of the sword strike just now was so strong that Feng Chen could not help but sigh. Now he could even easily deal with a martial artist who had condensed 8 strands of genuine qi. It feels so good to control the world. Feng Chen opened his hands and felt the power of the world around him. The sword force of the first step of the Sword Dao could control the power of the world around him, while the sword intent of the second step could control the power of the world to a large extent. If he could reach the sword soul realm, it was completely possible to control the power of the world and the entire Nanling land with a wave of his hand. Sword Dao Quintessence. Feng Chen's gaze fell on the book of Sword Dao Quintessence. It was this book that had put him on the right track of the Sword Dao. It was also this book that had led him forward on the path of the Sword Dao. After a long time, Feng Chen put away the Sword Dao Quintessence. The half-year period was over, and it was time for Feng Chen to leave. Feng Chen cupped his hands toward the garden and then turned to leave. When Feng Chen left the garden, his figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he found himself outside Jinren Hantian's residence. Boom! Jinren Hantian's residence slowly disappeared from Feng Chen's sight. Perhaps this was the last time Jinren Hantian's residence appeared in the eyes of the world. In any case, Feng Chen had obtained the Sword Dao Quintessence from Jinren Hantian's residence. This was a chance to change his fate. After watching Jinren Hantian's residence disappear, Fong Chin turned to leave. Little Mouse was still in the Medicine King Valley. Adding the half a year he had spent in the garden, it had been almost a year. He wondered how Little Mouse was doing. As early as half a year ago, the people of the Valley of 100 Snakes returned to the Medicine King Valley and reported everything to the Valley Master of 100 Snakes. The latter was furious when he heard this. When he learned that the Snake Lord was dead and that the snake-taming flute had been taken away by Fong Chin, he was filled with anger. Then he directly ordered to search for Fong Chin in the Four Great Ridge at all costs. He wanted to see him if he was alive or dead. During this time, the Valley Master of 100 Snakes was ready to vent his anger on Little Mouse. However, Little Mouse had quietly left the Medicine King Valley at some point in time. Although the Valley Master of 100 Snakes was furious, there was nothing he could do. However, not long ago, the Elder of the Valley of 100 Snakes sent back news that they had found traces of Little Mouse in front of a bottomless abyss in the West Ridge. He did not act rashly and alerted the enemy. Instead, he quickly sent back the news. When this news was transmitted back, the 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master immediately gave the order for the third Elder to lead a team to eliminate the Little Mouse. Chapter 566. In front of a bottomless abyss in Shieling, there was a patch of spirit grass. These spirit grass were wild. It was said that under this bottomless abyss, there had once been an almighty being buried. After the baptism of time, the almighty being's corpse had decayed. Spirit chi flowed out and spread to the top of the abyss. This small area was filled with rich spirit chi. The spiritual chi shrouded this small area. Over time, the land here became much more fertile, and many spiritual grasses grew. After the Little Mouse had left Medicine King Valley, it had been preparing to go find Fong Chin. But when it passed by this place, it had discovered such a large patch of spirit grass. Its eyes turned, and in the end, it had directly entered the spirit grass patch and continuously devoured the spirit grass. The Little Mouse had already been eating here for 2 days. It hadn't noticed that it was being watched by the elders of 100 Snake Valley. Kacha! The Little Mouse's teeth were hard and could crush anything. The speed at which it devoured the spirit grass was very fast. But at this time, in a secluded place not far away, the elders of 100 Snake Valley had already arrived. It's still here, right? The third elder asked in a low voice. The third elder was a warrior who had condensed 8 flashes of true chi. His strength was extraordinary. This time he was leading the team. The 100 Snake Valley Lord trusted him greatly. The moment the third elder arrived, he was confirming whether or not the Little Mouse was still here. The elder who had sent the news back nodded heavily and said, "Third elder, that mouse has been eating spirit grass in the spirit grass patch up ahead." The third elder poked his head out to take a look. When he saw the Little Mouse eating, a sinister smile appeared in his eyes. "This time we must capture the Little Mouse alive and use it to lure Fong Chin," the third elder said coldly. Then the third elder led the other elders forward and directly surrounded the Little Mouse in front of the spirit grass patch. In front of the bottomless abyss, there was an independent mountain peak. This mountain peak towered into the clouds. Under normal circumstances, no warrior would come here. But now, there was a large number of warriors on this mountain peak. They were all elders of 100 Snake Valley. "Third elder, do you think Fong Chin will come?" asked an elder. They had spent a lot of effort to catch the Little Mouse, and this was because the Little Mouse had not recovered from its injuries. Even so, they still lost 5 elders. Catching a Little Mouse caused their Snake Valley to pay such a heavy price. This made the third elder hate Fong Chin even more. Fortunately, the Little Mouse had been caught. The third elder set up a formation and trapped the Little Mouse in it. This formation was a great confinement formation. As long as one was inside it, no matter if it was a human or a demonic beast, they would be confined and unable to attack. At that moment, the Little Mouse blinked its eyes as it looked at the 100 Snake Valley's elder outside the ceiling formation. Although it was unable to speak, it was able to hear the conversation between the 100-Snake Valley's elder. These elders wanted to use it as a bait to lure Fangchen here. For it, Fangchen was willing to travel thousands of miles from the southern mountain range to the western mountain range to seek an audience with the Medicine King and treat its injuries. This is enough to show their feelings. The news has already been released. As long as Fangchen hears it, he will definitely appear. The third elder vowed. At that moment, on a certain plain in the western mountain range, Fangchen was rushing with all his might. It's been half a year. I wonder how the little mouse is doing. Fangchen thought to himself. What he was most worried about was that the 100-Snake Valley would make a move on the little mouse. However, with the Medicine King present, even the 100-Snake Valley's Valley Master would be somewhat afraid. Not long after, Fangchen caught sight of a city. He then entered the city and prepared to take a rest. Fangchen went to a restaurant and sat near the window. He ordered some food and a jug of wine. The restaurant service was very good. It didn't take long for the food and wine to arrive. Fangchen ate as he drank. In the past half a year, he had been immersed in comprehending the true meaning of the sword, unable to extricate himself. Although he had gained a lot, he was also very tired. Now, Fangchen wanted to relax. There was a table of cultivators beside Fangchen. They were drinking and chatting. "Brother Hu, have you heard about the recent events?" asked a thin-faced man softly. At the same time, he raised his wine cup and offered Brother Hu a toast. Brother Hu finished it in one gulp. His face was full of smiles as he said, "You asked the right person." "Oh, Brother Hu, something big really did happen in the western mountain range recently," said the thin-faced man curiously. Brother Tiger chuckled and said, "Something big really happened. Not long ago, a piece of news came out from the mouth of the elders of the 100-Snake Valley. They caught a rat, and it is currently on the mountain peak in front of the bottomless abyss. It is said that they are waiting for someone to appear. If that person doesn't appear within 3 days, they will kill that rat Rees." "The 100-Snake Valley used a rat to lure their enemy?" asked the thin-faced man. "What do you know? That rat isn't ordinary. It's Fangchen's companion," said Brother Hu proudly. "Do you know Fangchen?" "I don't." The thin-faced man shook his head. Fangchen is a peak expert of the southern mountain range's younger generation. Before entering the Spirit Vortex Realms mansion, his strength was extremely ordinary. But after entering the mansion, his strength rapidly increased. In the end, in an intense battle, he killed the 100-Snake Valley's young master. "The Snake Monarch," said Brother Hu. "What? Killed the Snake Monarch?" The thin-faced man exclaimed. Among the younger generation, even Xianyuan Feng didn't have complete confidence in killing the Snake Monarch. "Just who is this Fangchen?" asked the thin-faced man curiously. Brother Hu carefully explained to the thin-faced man. Beside them, Fangchen's face instantly darkened after hearing Brother Hu's words. They still made a move against the little mouse in the end. The fury in Fangchen's heart soared to the heavens. The 100-Snake Valleys people had kidnapped the little mouse and purposely released the news in order to lure him to the mountain peak in front of the abyss. This was a scam. They wanted to lure him to go there and then kill him. If it was any other time, Fangchen would definitely be careful and investigate carefully before going there. But the little mouse had been captured. He wouldn't joke around with the little mouse's life. He abruptly stood up, picked up the wine jug, and drank all the strong wine in one gulp. Then he wiped the wine from his mouth and turned to leave the restaurant. 100-Snake Valley, Fangchen said in a deep voice. His voice was filled with anger. Fangchen left the city and quickly headed to the mountain peak in front of the abyss. This trip was destined to be a bloody one, but Fangchen wasn't afraid. If anything happened to the little mouse, he would definitely turn the 100-Snake Valley into ashes. 100-Snake Valley, since you've done such a thing, you should be prepared to bear the consequences. Fangchen left the city in a hurry. his figure disappearing into the wasteland. At noon, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. On the mountain peak in front of the abyss, the third elder led the 100 Snake Valley's elders to quietly stand. They were waiting for Fong Chen's arrival, chirping. The little mouse was inside the imprisonment formation, chirping nonstop. The third elder, who was already very annoyed, became even more annoyed after hearing the little mouse's chirping. He directly waved his hand, and a stream of spirit energy struck the little mouse's body. "Stop chirping!" The third elder roared. "Rees!" "Third elder, it's been so long. Will Fongchen come?" An elder asked in a low voice. "As long as he's in West Ridge, he will definitely receive the news. If he doesn't come, I'll kill the little mouse." The third elder said in a deep voice. In the beginning, he had vowed that Fongchen would definitely come. However, as time passed, he no longer dared to be certain whether or not Fongchen would come. The spiritual whirlpool realm expert's mansion has already disappeared. Fongchen must have already come out, the other elders whispered. Although they hadn't found any traces of Fongchen, they believed that Fongchen must be in West Ridge and didn't die in the spiritual whirlpool realm expert's mansion. He must have realized that this is a scam. Maybe he'll be a coward, the fourth elder said. When people are in danger, they will definitely take care of themselves first. This little mouse probably won't be able to lure Fongchen, the fifth elder said. When the third elder heard this, there was a hint of displeasure between his brows. His face was filled with anger. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw a figure appear at the foot of the mountain. "Someone's approaching," the third elder said. Immediately, all of the elders looked toward the bottomless abyss. They saw a figure approaching. The figure was very fast. In a short while, he had swept from the bottomless abyss to the foot of the mountain and quickly climbed up. At this moment, the elders finally saw the face of the person clearly. "Ha ha ha! I told you that he would definitely come." At this moment, the third elder was the happiest. Being able to lure Fongchen meant that their plan had succeeded. Now, as long as they killed Fongchen, their mission would be completed. "Fongchen really dares to come," the fourth elder said coldly. "Humph, this time we'll make sure he doesn't return," the fifth elder said. For a moment, the atmosphere on the mountain peak became heavy. When Fongchen stepped on the top of the mountain, he saw the elders of the 100 Snake Valley and then saw the little mouse inside the imprisonment formation. The latter also saw Fongchen and gestured to Fongchen. "How can I abandon you?" Fongchen looked at the little mouse and whispered. Then he turned to look at the third elder, his eyes filled with anger. "Your methods are really despicable," Fongchen said in a deep voice. "Humph, if we didn't do this, how could we lure you here?" The third elder sneered. Seeing the little mouse being imprisoned by the elders of the 100 Snake Valley using the imprisonment formation, Fongchen's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He swore that he would definitely avenge the little mouse. "You shouldn't have used such a despicable method." Fongchen's eyes were scarlet. A strong killing intent emerged from his body as he said coldly. Chapter 567. When the 100 Snake Valley elders saw Fongchen's appearance, their eyes were filled with ridicule. In their eyes, Fongchen's strength was at most comparable to a cultivator with 6 paths of true qi. Among them, there was no lack of elders with 7 paths of true qi, and there was even a third elder with 8 paths of true qi. So when Fongchen had come here, his fate had already been sealed. In front of so many 100 Snake Valley experts, he would definitely die. You killed the 100 Snake Valley's young master, the Snake Lord, stole the imperial snake flute, and killed countless elders. Fongchen, just these crimes alone are enough for you to die 100 times, said the third elder sinisterly. The Snake Lord was too weak. He died at my hands. Who else can he blame? Said Fongchen. Fongchen, even now you're still so stubborn, sneered the third elder. Today, all of you will die. Fang Chen's voice was filled with fury. If the 100 Snake Valley's master was here, he wouldn't have any confidence. But since she wasn't here, the strongest expert was only the third elder. With his current strength, killing the third elder was completely possible. As soon as Fang Chen said this, an incomparably dense sword aura appeared around him. As soon as this sword aura appeared, Fang Chen discovered that the energy of heaven and earth above the mountain was already under his control. Seeing the sword aura around Fang Chen, the third elder's face broke into a wild laugh. They had never seen Fang Chen before. Although they knew that Fang Chen was very strong, they hadn't expected that Fang Chen hadn't even comprehended sword intent. Ha ha ha! A martial artist who hasn't even comprehended sword intent dares to call himself a sword cultivator, laughed the third elder. Fang Chen, you wouldn't be thinking of using your sword aura to kill us, would you? Laughed the fourth elder sinisterly. At this moment, all the elders on the mountain were laughing at Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head slightly, the hidden star sword in his hand. Ignorance is truly terrifying. Fang Chen's words completely infuriated the 100 Snake Valley's elder. The third elder's expression was gloomy as he said, "Who is willing to kill Fang Chen?" "Let me do it." An elder of the 6 paths of true qi took a step forward and said loudly, "Fang Chen, your life ends here." After the elder of 6 Dao Jin Qi finished speaking, a powerful aura emerged from his body, and he was ready to launch a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Trash like him dares to come here and make a fool of himself? When Fang Chen saw the 6 Dao Zhenqi elder make a move, he shouted in a low voice. The sword momentum around his body surged, and the hidden star sword in his hand suddenly waved. A beam of sword light shot out and pierced into the elder of the 6 paths true Qi's heart, causing it to explode. The body of the elder of the 6 paths true Qi was instantly shattered. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. When the third elder came back to his senses, Fang Chen's star concealing sword had already returned to his hand. Seeing Fang Chen quietly standing on the mountain peak, the third elder's eyes emitted a terrifying golden light. If it wasn't for the bloody mist remaining on the mountain peak, no one would have dared to imagine that Fang Chen had just killed an elder of the 100 Snake Valley. Could it be that the 100 Snake Valley only has this kind of trash? Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand, his body overflowing with battle intent as he roared loudly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the third elder's face was incomparably gloomy. He was about to make a move, but was stopped by a 7 paths true Qi elder. "Third elder, this kid is too arrogant. He looks down on our 100 Snake Valley. This is an unforgivable sin. Let me deal with him." The 7 paths true Qi elder said in a low voice. "All right, use your full strength and directly kill this kid." The third elder nodded and said. The 7 paths true Qi elder took a step forward, looked at Fang Chen and said coldly, "Fang Chen, you can easily kill a 6 paths true Qi elder, but it doesn't mean that you can defeat me. I will let you know the difference between 6 paths true Qi and 7 paths true Qi." Fang Chen glanced at the 7 paths true Qi elder and sneered, Are you here to die?" "Fang Chen, you are courting death." The 7 paths true Qi elder was furious when he heard this. He directly urged his 7 paths true Qi to launch a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Foolish beyond compare. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, 5 paths true Qi surrounded his body, and a powerful sword force directly penetrated the hidden star sword. The 7th level of the phantom sword technique was displayed. Puchi the light sword directly pierced the 7 paths true Qi elder's head. Trash! Fang Chen waved his hand, and the hidden star sword was pulled out of the 7 paths true Qi elder's head. The latter slowly fell to the ground, killing 7 true energy elders with a single strike. This scene finally shocked all the elders of the 100 Snake Valley. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? An elder cried out involuntarily. Could it be that he obtained an opportunity in the mansion of a spirit vortex realm expert? That must be the case. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. He has only condensed 5 paths true chi. Third elder, this kid is too strange. Please kill him, said the fourth elder. He had killed 2 of the 100 Snake Valley's great elders in a row, and had finally attracted the attention of the third elder. The third elder's eyes contained a complicated expression. He stared at Fang Qin, his body emitting a terrifying aura. 8 paths true chi instantly surrounded his body, and a majestic aura soared into the sky. Fang Qin, your strength has truly shocked me. The third elder slowly said, but you still have to die. Fang Qin's potential was too strong. How long had it been? And he was actually able to easily kill 7 paths true chi elders. If he was given a little more time, even the 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master wouldn't be his match. Thinking of this, the third elder's heart was filled with killing intent. No matter what, he had to kill this kid today. He couldn't let a tiger return to the mountain. The third elder released 8 paths true chi, preparing to go all out and kill Fang Qin with a thunderous strike. Seeing the 8 paths true chi around the third elder, Fang Qin's face still didn't have the slightest bit of fear. He looked at the third elder and coldly said, when you captured the little mouse, you should have been prepared to die. Fang Qin, you seem to think too highly of yourself. I can also kill 7 paths true chi cultivators in one strike, and I can do it better than you. The third elder said coldly, the difference between 7 paths true chi and 8 paths true chi is much greater than you think. You still have a chance to kill yourself before I make my move. The third elder's aura rose sharply. He was using his aura to suppress Fang Qin. Fang Qin heard this and said, is that so? That trash also said that the difference between 7 paths true chi and 6 paths true chi is huge. But in the end he died and I survived. Fang Qin had condensed 5 flashes of Jinqi, taken the first step in the path of the sword, and recondensed his sword stance. At this moment, Fang Qin was extremely powerful. Facing the third elder, who had 8 flashes of Jinqi, he did not fear him at all. Chirping. At this moment, the little mouse, who was inside the imprisonment formation, was gesturing at Fang Qin with a smile on its face. Fang Qin saw this and smiled slightly. Don't worry. None of them will be able to leave alive today. When Fang Qin came here, he had already decided that he would kill all of them to avenge the little mouse. Fang Qin, you're courting death. The third elder heard Fang Qin's bold words, and his eyes turned cold. 8 paths true chi floated in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. They directly pressed down on Fang Qin. You're the one courting death. Anyone who dared to touch the little mouse should be prepared to die. Under Fang Qin's control, the sword force around him instantly merged with the surrounding power of heaven and earth. Then, Fang Qin quietly controlled the power of heaven and earth to quietly surround the 8 paths true chi in the sky. Sky Snake Hand. The third elder roared and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless illusory snake shadows appeared in the sky. After these illusory snake shadows appeared, the third elder shook his wrist and called back the 8 paths true chi, merging them with the illusory snake shadows. Crack! The moment the 8 paths true chi merged with the illusory snake shadows instantly exploded. What's going on? The third elder exclaimed. He didn't know why the illusory snake shadows would suddenly explode, but when he saw the sinister smile on Fang Qin's face, his face instantly turned gloomy. Fang Qin, you deserve to die. Needless to say, this was Fang Qin's doing. The third elder launched a fierce attack on Fang Qin. At this time, Fang Qin controlled the sword force and merged it into the hidden star sword. Above his head, a giant golden sword instantly appeared. Phantom, sword technique, level 7. Facing an expert with 8 paths true chi, Fang Qin didn't dare to be careless. He directly attacked with all his strength. Puchi, the hidden star sword carried a powerful sword force and directly pierced the third elder's palm. Suddenly, a miserable scream was heard. The third elder's figure constantly retreated. When he stabilized his body, he looked at Fang Chen with scarlet eyes. There was a sword mark on his palm, and it was bleeding. Fang Chen's strength was beyond the third elder's expectations. The third elder looked at his palm, his eyes cold. 8 paths true qi merged into his palm and launched a fierce attack again. Go to hell! Fang Chen's mind was filled with the contents of the Sword Truth. After taking the first step in the Sword Truth, Fang Chen's every movement was surrounded by a powerful sword force. Sword force could draw the power of heaven and earth. It could imperceptibly change the third elder's attack rules. On the mountain peak, the eyes of many elders were filled with worry. How can Fang Qin be so strong? Can the third elder kill him? In the battle just now, Fang Qin actually stabbed the third elder. It's too shocking. The third elder must win. Otherwise, we will all die at his hands. Several elders said nervously. At the same time, they also prepared to attack. If the third elder couldn't defeat Fang Qin, they would attack together and encircle Fang Qin. Rumble. Fang Qin used the phantom sword technique with all his strength. The hidden star sword appeared in front of the third elder like a peerless divine weapon. In the sky, countless figures of Fang Qin appeared in an instant. The hidden star sword pierced the third elder's body while he was in a trance. 8 paths true qi is just SO. Fang Qin looked at the third elder and said coldly, Crash! Fang Chen's palm exerted force, and the hidden star sword fiercely pierced the third elder's back from the front. Puchi! The third elder spat out a mouthful of blood. Your sword force. At the last moment, the third elder finally realized that the sword force they had ridiculed Fang Qin was the main reason for his death. Chapter 568. Bang! Before anyone could react, third elder's body had already fallen limply to the ground. Third elder. An elder called out, Let's attack together and kill this kid. The fourth elder loudly shouted. Immediately, the remaining elders all rushed forward, wanting to kill Fang Qin. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty madness. Seeing everyone rushing forward, his face revealed a trace of a strange smile. Good timing. Suddenly, Fang Qin held the hidden star sword in his hand and activated his sword aura. He directly charged into the crowd and wildly waved the hidden star sword in his hand. Puchi one elder after another fell into a pool of blood. The battle continued in a one-sided manner. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. Apart from the third elder, the strongest person was only an elder with 7 strands of true qi. Although they joined forces, they were still no match for Fang Qin. 3 minutes later, Fang Qin held the hidden star sword in his hand. His body was covered in blood as he stood on the ground, and around him were corpses. These were the corpses of the elders of the 100-Snake Valley. They never dreamed that this would happen. Setting up a trap to lure Fang Qin here would actually end their lives here. If they had predicted this would happen, the third elder would not have been willing to go against Fang Qin. Fang Chen's strength was beyond their imagination. After this battle, many elders of the 100-Snake Valley were killed by Fang Qin. Even an elder with 8 strands of true qi, like the third elder, was killed. If the 100-Snake Valley's master knew about this, he would definitely feel pain. Fang Qin withdrew his sword aura and walked in front of the Great Confinement Formation. He skillfully broke the Great Confinement Formation. The Great Confinement Formation was nothing to a formation grandmaster like Fang Qin. It was very simple to break it. After the Great Confinement Formation was broken, the little mouse instantly rushed out and stood on Fang Chen's shoulder, chirping nonstop. Little guy, are you all right? Fang Qin asked. The little mouse shook its head and gestured with its paws, indicating that it was fine. The little mouse was also very curious about Fong Chen's combat strength. It carefully observed Fong Chen. It was very excited that the latter had come to save it. While Fong Chen was massacring the elders of the 100-Snake Valley, in a secluded place near the southwest mountain range of the southern mountain land, there were 4 figures discussing an important matter. Protector Yu Ming, what do you think of this matter? The first to speak was the 100-Snake Valley's Valley Master. He stared at Protector Yu Ming and asked softly. Protector Netherworld was one of the stronger protectors of the Yellow Spring sect. He had been hiding in the southern mountain land and secretly manipulating things. Back then, the rebellion of the Yellow Spring sect in the Golden Crown Nation was also planned by him. Unfortunately, it failed. He placed his focus on the southern mountain land. As time passed, his strength had completely recovered. Just as he was preparing to fight Xiong Feng, he suddenly discovered that the southern mountain land had undergone a huge change. The Black Devil Palace had unified the southern mountain land and become the absolute ruler of the southern mountain land. This news made Protector Yu Ming feel helpless. The Dark Lord was a spirit vortex realm expert. He didn't dare to challenge him. Just as Protector Yu Ming was thinking about how to act, the 100-Snake Valley's Valley Master arrived. He brought the first and second elders with him. 100-Snake Valley Master, are you serious? Protector Yu Ming asked in a deep voice. Protector Yu Ming, you want to rebuild the Yellow Spring sect, while I want to unify the 4 mountain ranges. Our goals coincide. Joining hands is the best method right now. The 100-Snake Valley's Valley Master grinned. I want to hear the specifics, said Protector Yu Ming. The 100-Snake Valley's Valley Master nodded and began to explain his plan to Protector Yu Ming in detail. On the mountain peak in front of the bottomless abyss, Little Mouse had just been rescued when the Banksianshu appeared. Brother Mouse, long time no see. I've missed you so much, the Banksianshu flattered. Fong Chen was already used to the Banksianshu's behavior and directly ignored it. Little Mouse jumped onto the Banksianshu's branches and leaves with a whoosh. It then cut its little paw and dripped a drop of blood. The Banksianshu was very excited after receiving Little Mouse's blood. Brother Mouse, I knew you were the best. You don't know, but in order to save you, I gave you all the life liquid I produced. I was seriously injured and almost died. Fong Chen had already experienced the Banksianshu's shamelessness. Let's go, said Fong Chen. The Banksianshu and Little Mouse entered the special space ring, while Fong Chen quickly headed for the Medicine King Valley. The Medicine King had saved Little Mouse's life, so Fong Chen wanted to thank him in person. When Fong Chen arrived at the Medicine King Valley, the Medicine King and the Little Medicine King's faces were full of surprise. Brother Fong, are you all right? Asked the Little Medicine King as he carefully observed Fong Chen. Fong Chen shook his head and said, I'm fine. I came to the Medicine King Valley this time to thank the Medicine King for saving Little Mouse's life. Fong Chen, this is a small matter. It's not worth mentioning, said the Medicine King as he waved his hand. Fong Chen stayed in the Medicine King Valley for 2 hours before leaving. The Medicine King also knew that the 100-Snake Valley had been looking for Fong Chen, so he wanted Fong Chen to quickly return to the Nanling continent. As long as he returned to the Nanling continent, he would have the protection of the Dark Lord. Even the 100-Snake Valley's Valley Master wouldn't dare to attack him. After Fong Chen left the Medicine King Valley, he headed towards the southwest mountain range. On the way, he met a pair of martial artists and stopped. Fong Chen. Xianyuan Feng was very surprised to see Fong Chen. Xianyuan Qin's beautiful eyes twinkled as she smiled at Fong Chen. Hello, said Fong Chen as he cupped his hands. Back when he wasn't very strong, Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin had saved his life. Fong Chen, the 100-Snake Valley's people are looking for you. You have to be careful, reminded Xianyuan Feng. I know, said Fong Chen as he nodded. Xianyuan Feng felt that Fong Chen had changed a lot, especially his temperament. It was completely different from before. Xian Yuanfeng's heart skipped a beat as he said, Fang Qin, my sister and I are about to leave the Nanling continent and head to the magnificent five-element state. Before we leave, I want to challenge you. When Fang Qin killed the snake monarch, Xian Yuanfeng knew that Fang Chen's strength was about the same as his. But later on, Xian Yuanfeng had a fortuitous encounter in the mansion and condensed his sixth true qi. After returning to the sect, he condensed his seventh true qi in one go. Now, Xian Yuanfeng's strength had increased a lot. With 7 true qi, he was considered a top expert among the younger generation. He didn't know how strong Fang Qin was, but before he left, he wanted to challenge him. Hearing this, Xian Yuanqin blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at the two of them with a smile. Fang Qin saw the seriousness in Xian Yuanfeng's eyes and nodded. Okay, I accept your challenge. Xian Yuanfeng was overjoyed when he heard this. Then, 7 true qi revolved around his body as he unleashed his fiercest attack. Fang Qin, be careful, warned Xian Yuanfeng. Xian Yuanfeng reminded. In the next moment, his fierce attack instantly rushed towards Yi Futian. Fang Qin didn't take out the hidden star sword, nor did he use the phantom sword technique. He only activated the sword aura and merged it into his fist before punching out. Bang! Fang Chen's fist collided with Xian Yuanfeng's attack, and a deafening sound immediately erupted. Crash! Xian Yuanfeng instantly felt a strong impact from Fang Chen's fist drilling into his body. Deng Xuan Yuanfeng's body couldn't help but retreat. Big brother! Seeing this, Xian Yuanqin called out worriedly. Xian Yuanfeng waved his hand, indicating for Xian Yuanqin not to be rash. He steadied himself and stared at Fang Qin with a complicated expression. He didn't speak for a long time. Fang Qin didn't continue to attack. He withdrew his sword aura and looked at Xian Yuanfeng with a smile. After a long while, Xian Yuanfeng spoke. I admit defeat. Hearing Xian Yuanfeng's words, Xian Yuanqin was shocked. They were clearly evenly matched, so why did her brother admit defeat? In her impression, her big brother would never admit defeat so easily. Brother? Xian Yuanqin asked, puzzled. Her brother was very proud. He had always thought that he was the best among the younger generation in the 4 Great Ridges. Xian Yuanqin knew very well what admitting defeat meant. Little sister, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Xian Yuanfeng turned to look at Xian Yuanqin with a smile on his face. At this moment, he had let go of all his burdens. His mind was open, and he had thought through many things. Fang Qin, I, Xian Yuanfeng, have never admired anyone in the younger generation. You are the first. Xian Yuanfeng stared at Fang Qin and said, Xian Yuanfeng, you are also very strong. After letting go of your burdens, you will be even stronger. Fang Qin said. Xian Yuanfeng nodded and left with Xian Yuanqin. Chapter 569. After bidding farewell to Fang Qin, Xian Yuanfeng and Xian Yuanqin left the West Mountainland and headed towards the Five Elements province. Xian Yuanfeng believed that with Fang Chen's potential, he would be able to meet him in the Five Elements province in the near future. However, Fang Qin did not think too much about it. What he wanted to do now was to increase his strength. The Five Elements province was filled with experts and geniuses. Although he was considered one of the top experts among the younger generation in the 4 great mountain ranges, he was still nothing in the Five Elements province. Therefore, Fang Qin wanted to return to the South Mountainland to deal with the aftermath. Then he would focus on his cultivation and head to the Five Elements province. On the way back, Fang Qin was very fast. He entered the southwest mountain range with ease. At the same time, the 100-snake Valley Master and Netherworld Enforcer were moving forward in the southwest mountain range. Suddenly, they heard an angry roar. After being persuaded by the 100-snake Valley Master, Netherworld Enforcer finally agreed to cooperate with the 100-snake Valley. However, the 100-snake Valley Master had a condition. That was to go to the West Mountain Land and kill Fangchen. Then they would act according to the plan. Therefore, they entered the Southwest Mountain Range to enter the West Mountain Land and kill Fangchen. Hearing the roar, Netherworld Enforcer's eyes flickered. His body emitted a terrifying aura. The 100-snake Valley Master smiled faintly. Roar! Suddenly, an iron-brown bear appeared in front of them. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, attacking the two. Iron Brown Bear King. This Iron Brown Bear was not an ordinary Iron Brown Bear. It was the Iron Brown Bear King. It was very powerful and had reached the peak of the condensing reality realm. However, in the eyes of Netherworld Enforcer and the 100-snake Valley Master, it was not a threat. Noisy. Netherworld Enforcer saw the Iron Brown Bear King attacking him. He sneered and clenched his fist. Then he threw a punch at the Iron Brown Bear King's body. Bang! The Iron Brown Bear King's body was instantly sent flying by Netherworld Enforcer. Netherworld Enforcer was considered above average among the 36 enforcers of the Yellow Spring sect. He was very powerful. Even though it was also an expert who had condensed 9 strands of chi, its strength was many times stronger than the Bear King. Too weak. Underworld Protector sent Iron Brown Bear King flying and grinned. From the very beginning, the 100-snake Valley's Valley Master had not done anything. He looked at Protector Netherworld with a smile in his eyes. Fangchen was moving forward in the Southwest Mountain Range when he suddenly heard the roar of a demonic beast. His expression changed slightly. That was because he was very sensitive to this kind of sound. When he came to West Ridge, he encountered the Iron Brown Bear King and almost died at its hands. In the end, it was Xianyuan Feng who helped him escape. Therefore, he remembered the Iron Brown Bear's voice very clearly. Could it be that the Iron Brown Bear King has appeared? Fangchen immediately became alert and looked around, afraid of encountering the Iron Brown Bear. Although Fangchen's strength had increased a lot against the Iron Brown Bear King, Fangchen had no power to resist. Just as Fangchen was slowly moving forward, several figures appeared in front of him. Fangchen's pupils shrank when he saw these figures. His figure flashed as he turned and fled. Yes, it's Fangchen. The 100-snake Valley Master's face was filled with anger when he saw Fangchen's face. He then coldly said, Fangchen. Following the 100-snake Valley's Valley Master's furious roar, the Great Elder and the Second Elder moved out in unison. Even Netherworld Enforcer grinned and said, He's Fangchen. With that, Netherworld Enforcer's figure flashed, and the 4 experts went all out to chase after Fangchen. Fangchen's speed was very fast, but it was not on the same level as the 4 experts. He felt helpless when he sensed the 4 people chasing after him. Damn it, why did I meet them here? Fangchen couldn't help cursing in his heart. Not long after, Fangchen sensed that someone was approaching him. He turned his head and saw that the one approaching him was the 100-snake Valley Master. Fangchen, you killed my son and stole my 100-snake Valley's Imperial Snake Flute. I'll tear you to pieces. The 100-snake Valley Master flew through the air, his speed extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Fangchen. Rumble, the 100-snake Valley Master punched out. His fist contained boundless power, and it instantly slammed into Fangchen's back. Bang! Fangchen did his best to block, but the 100-snake Valley Master was too strong. Fangchen was simply unable to block. With a bang, Fangchen's body was sent flying like a kite. Fangchen knew that he couldn't fight the 100-snake Valley Master head-on. He quickly stood up, ignoring his injuries. With a flick of his wrist, an illusion formation was set up. Crash! In front of the Valley Master of the 100-snake Valley and the other 3, an illusion array appeared, blocking their path. You want to stop us with a mere formation? The 100-snake Valley Master sneered and used a powerful punch to shatter the illusion formation. Fang Chen used the illusion formation to delay the four of them and quickly escaped. However, the 100-Snake Valley Masters group was too fast. They quickly caught up to Fang Chen. I can't continue like this. Fang Chen's mind was quickly thinking of a way to escape. The 100-Snake Valley Master was a spirit whirlpool realm expert. Once he was caught, he would definitely die, unless the Dark Lord came to save him. However, he simply couldn't wait until then. At this moment, the contents of the Sword Dao True explanation appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Then he activated his sword body, and a huge golden sword Dharma idol instantly appeared above his head. A wild sword intent instantly filled Fang Chen's body. Blood escape sword. In the next moment, Fang Chen let out a low roar and used the blood escape sword. Suddenly, with Fang Chen as the center, the area within 100 meters was filled with scarlet blood. Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his body instantly turned into a blood mist and disappeared into the southwest mountain range. When the 100-Snake Valley Master and Protector Yuming arrived, they didn't see Fang Chen's figure at all except for the blood mist. Valley Master, where's Fang Chen? The first elder came later and stared at the surrounding blood mist and asked in a low voice. The 100-Snake Valley Master's eyes were filled with coldness. He said coldly, "Damn it, this kid used a very strange blood escape technique and escaped." Blood escape technique? The second elder's eyes flickered when he heard this. Protector Yuming sniffed the blood mist in the air and said, "This kid used such a domineering blood escape technique. He must have suffered a backlash. He can't have escaped far. If we pursue him now, we might be able to catch up to him." The 100-Snake Valley Master nodded when he heard Protector Yuming's words. The group of four quickly chased in the direction of the southern mountain land. The 100-Snake Valley Master's heart was filled with anger. As a spiritual vortex realm expert, he actually let Fang Chen escape right under his nose. This was a humiliation. Of course, the reason Fang Chen could escape was because the 100-Snake Valley Master was too confident in his own strength. He thought that Fang Chen wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, he didn't use his full strength in the process of chasing Fang Chen. He enjoyed the process of chasing. When he saw the fear on Fang Chen's face, he was very pleased. The Blood Flight Sword was a forbidden technique in the Sword Quintessence. It was clearly stated in the Sword Quintessence primary scroll that one should never use the Blood Flight sword under normal circumstances. This forbidden technique was simply too harmful to one's body. However, under such circumstances, Fang Chen had no other choice. He used the blood escape technique of the sword and finally escaped from the hands of the four people. A white light flashed and Fang Chen appeared at the edge of the southwest mountain range, his body covered in blood. This place was already close to the southern mountain land. Go to the Black Devil Palace. Although Fang Chen was very weak now, he still made the decision to go to the Black Devil Palace before he fainted. Only the Dark Lord could save him. After using the blood escape technique of the sword, Fang Chen's internal organs were already shattered. The spiritual energy in his Qi Si was a little dried up, and the sword concept around his body was incomparably weak. Now, Fang Chen's life was in danger. Not long after Fang Chen left the southwest mountain range, the 100-Snake Valleys, four people appeared. "There's the smell of blood here. He's definitely been here before. Chase him." The Netherworld Protector sniffed the air and whispered. The four of them flew forward at lightning speed. It didn't take long for Fang Chen to arrive at a city. If his guess wasn't wrong, this city should have a transportation array that could directly send him to the Black Devil Palace. Fang Chen desperately entered the city. His appearance instantly attracted the attention of all the martial artists on the streets. They curiously looked at him. It didn't take long for some people to recognize Fang Chen. It's the heavenly genius Fang Chen. Just who was it that could injure him like this? Fang Chen. It really is Fang Chen. How could he be so heavily injured? Look at how desperately he's fleeing. Is there someone chasing after him? Heavens, his aura is so weak. He's in imminent danger. Where is he going? Fang Qin didn't pay attention to the discussions of the crowd. He rushed forward and finally arrived in front of the transportation array. Stop! The martial artist guarding the transportation array blocked Fang Qin. He saw that Fang Qin was covered in blood and felt that he was a bit suspicious. He wanted to question him. Get out of my way! Fang Qin angrily shouted. Brat, are you courting death? The guard coldly said. Up until now, no one had dared to cause trouble in front of the transportation array. Was this brat courting death? Bang! Just as the guard finished speaking, he was met with a powerful fist. Fang Qin was worried that the 100-Snake Valley's master would catch up to him. He sent the guard flying with a single punch and then entered the transportation array. Fang Qin immediately grabbed the martial artist controlling the transportation array and coldly said, Hurry up and activate the transportation array. Fang Qin told the warrior where he wanted to go. Then he threw out some spirit stones and handed them to the warrior. The martial artist was intimidated by Fang Qin and hastily activated the transportation array. Who after the transportation array finished activating? Fang Qin felt that his body was about to be transported out. However, at this moment, the Valley Master of the 100 Serpent Valley and the other three arrived. When they realized that Fang Qin was about to leave using the teleportation formation, they sneered coldly. The four of them joined forces and unleashed powerful attacks that bombarded the teleportation formation. Rumble! The transportation array that was about to finish suddenly exploded. Chapter 570. The teleportation formation was destroyed. The 100-Snake Valley Master and the other three rushed in and realized that Fang Qin was nowhere to be seen. Their faces were ashen and they were furious. What happened here shocked the entire city. Countless warriors looked at the scene in shock, not knowing what had happened. During the teleportation formation's teleportation process, the biggest taboo was to be interrupted. Once the teleportation was interrupted, the warrior would enter the spatial turbulence. It was a terrifying thing. Even a spiritual whirlpool realm expert would have a slim chance of survival after entering the spatial turbulence. Valley Master, although we did manage to stop Fang Qin, the teleportation formation was destroyed by us. His teleportation was interrupted by us. I'm sure he will be sucked into the spatial turbulence. Protector, Yu Ming said eerily. That's right. As long as he is sucked into the spatial turbulence, he will definitely die, the Great Elder said. He did not think that with Fang Qin's strength, he could come out alive from the spatial turbulence. Even an expert who had surpassed the spiritual whirlpool realm would find it extremely difficult to come out from the spatial turbulence, let alone a spiritual whirlpool realm expert. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse, the 100-Snake Valley Master said softly. Hearing the 100-Snake Valley Master's words, the Great Elder and the Second Elder nodded and said, Valley Master, don't worry. We will do our best to find Fang Qin's corpse in the Four Great Ridge. The 100-Snake Valley Master nodded when he heard that. At this moment, the 100 Snakes Valley Master discovered a powerful aura approaching. His eyes flickered. After that, he glanced at the underworld protector beside him and said, The Black Demon Palace Master has arrived. You should hide first. Although the 100-Snake Valley Master was not afraid of the Dark Lord, if the Dark Lord saw him colluding with the Yellow Spring sect, it would affect his plan. Protector Yu Ming also knew the pros and cons of this. His figure flashed, and he disappeared without a trace. At that moment, the Dark Lord arrived. He was furious, and his eyes were filled with anger as he stared at the 100-Snake Valley Master. 100-Snake Valley Master, the Dark Lord roared angrily. Dark Lord, how have you been? As a Spirit Vortex Realm elite, the 100-Snake Valley Master was not afraid of the Dark Lord. Fang Qin is my good friend. You actually dared to chase him all the way to Nanling. roared the Dark Lord furiously. The Dark Lord was stationed in the southern mountain range. When he received the news, he immediately rushed over. However, he was still too late. Before reaching the city, the Dark Lord sensed the chaos in the world. His heart tightened, and in the next moment, he discovered that the teleportation array had been interrupted. At this moment, the Dark Lord was furious. Fong Chen's teleportation had been interrupted, and he would definitely be sucked into the spatial turbulence. Even the Dark Lord had a headache when he thought about spatial turbulence. Dark Lord, Fong Chen killed my son, Snake Monarch, and even stole my 100 Snake Valley's Imperial Snake Flute. How could I possibly let him off? Sneered the 100 Snake Valley Master. Could it be that the Grand Dark Lord wants to go to war with my 100 Snake Valley over a dead genius? The 100 Snake Valley Master's words were a reminder to the Dark Lord. Although Fong Chen was a monstrous genius, he was still dead. Monstrous geniuses would all turn into floating clouds after their deaths. Although the Dark Lord was furious, he still managed to endure it in the end. Fong Chen was already dead. Although he wanted to take revenge for Fong Chen, with his strength, he was unable to defeat the 100 Snake Valley Master. 100 Snake Valley Master, scram from Nanling. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite, said the Dark Lord coldly after a moment of thought. The Valley Master of the 100 Serpent Valley laughed coldly upon hearing this. Without saying anything, she left the southern mountain land with the first elder and the second elder. Before leaving, the 100 Snake Valley Master glanced at the Dark Lord and sneered inwardly. Dark Lord, I'll let you be arrogant now. You'll have a good time in the future. After the 100 Snake Valley Master and the others left, the Dark Lord walked into the broken transmission array. After inspecting it, he finally shook his head, helplessly. The degree of damage to the transmission array was much more serious than he had imagined. The chances of Fong Chen surviving in such a situation were very small. Pass down my orders. Mobilize everyone in the Black Devil Palace to search the entire Nanling. The Dark Lord sent out such a message. No matter what, they had to search. Perhaps Fong Chen was lucky enough to fall in some corner of Nanling. The ancient Sword Continent was very vast. No one knew exactly how big it was. Until now, no one had been able to explore the entire ancient Sword Continent. Of course, even if there was an ancient expert who had completed the exploration, ordinary warriors would not know. In short, the vastness of the ancient Sword Continent was beyond the imagination of ordinary warriors. The ancient Sword Continent was divided into 3 provinces. The Nanling that Fong Chen had been in previously belonged to the 5 Elements province. The 5 Elements province was vast and occupied 1/3 of the ancient Sword Continent. Moreover, the 5 Elements province revered martial power. The combat power of warriors was much stronger than the 4 Great Ridges. The 4 Great Ridges occupied 90% of the area in the 5 Elements province. The remaining 20% was the core area of the 5 Elements province. That was also where the geniuses gathered. After Shen Yuan Fong and Shen Yuan Qin bade farewell to Fong Chen, they headed to the core area of the 5 Elements province. In an endless mountain range, there were countless peaks. The peaks here were like a paradise on earth. If the warriors of the 4 Great Ridges were to see such a wondrous place, they would definitely exclaim in surprise and think that it was a mystic realm. However, such peaks were very common in the 5 Elements province. They were considered the most ordinary peaks. This mountain range was called the Luoying Peaks. No one knew how many peaks there were in the Luoying Peaks, and no one had counted them. In short, there were many peaks in the Luoying Peaks. Usually, no one would come to the Luoying Peaks. This was because the strength of the demonic beasts in the Luoying Peaks was too low. Warriors would not even bother to come here to train. On a certain peak in the Luoying Peaks, this peak was not tall or steep. There were lush weeds on the peak. At this moment, a warrior was lying on the peak. This warrior was battered and exhausted. His clothes were all torn and his body was covered in blood. His forehead was cracked as if he had been struck by lightning. His arms seemed to be charred. His entire body was like a skeleton that had been withered for 10,000 years as he lay quietly on the ground. This warrior did not seem to have any vitality, as if he was a dead person. He was Fong Qin. Fong Qin, who had been sucked into the spatial turbulence, finally fell on the Luoying Peaks. Usually, no warriors could be seen at the Luoying Peaks. Today, a few warriors suddenly came. They were the young disciples of a small family clan not far from the Luoying Peaks. They had come here to train. Li Mingzhu, of all places to train, why did you have to come to the Luoying Peaks? A man in the group said with a depressed expression, "Yeah, the strength of the demonic beasts in the Luoying Peaks is too weak. We can't do anything here. It's simply a waste of time," another man said. "You two should stop talking. The Luoying Peaks is also very good," a ponytailed girl said with a smile. The woman, called Li Mingzhu, was wearing a purple dress. Her beautiful figure was perfectly outlined. Her beautiful eyes were moving, making her look like a fairy in the human world. Her red lips opened slightly and said coldly, "There is a flame leopard king in the Luoying Peaks." Li Mingzhu was the pearl of the Li family. She was also the #1 expert of the Li family's younger generation. She was the true pearl of the Li family. Of the 3 people who came with Li Mingzhu, the ponytailed girl was called Li Xiaoka. She was Li Mingzhu's cousin. The 2 men were also Li Mingzhu's cousins. One was called Li Xian, and the other was called Li Cheng. The Flame Leopard King is only a legendary existence. It hasn't appeared in dozens of years. How can we find it with just the few of us? Li Qing curled his lips. The demonic beasts in the Luoying Peaks were all very weak. Only the Flame Leopard King was strong. The Flame Leopard King was a demonic beast at the peak of the condensing reality realm. It was extremely strong. Only a spirit vortex realm expert could kill it. Dozens of years ago, someone had encountered the Flame Leopard King in the Luoying Peaks. Since then, all the warriors who wanted to kill the Flame Leopard King would come to the Luoying Peaks. However, as time passed, no one encountered the Flame Leopard King again. In the end, the Luoying Peaks returned to peace. And this time, Li Mingzhu wanted to come to the Luoying Peaks to find the Flame Leopard King. Li Mingzhu had condensed 9 strands of Jinqi. She was only 1 step away from the spirit vortex realm. She wanted to use this opportunity to break through her cultivation. Therefore, she chose the Luoying Peaks. Li Mingzhu's entire body emitted a cold aura. It was as if there was a sign on her forehead that said, "Strangers are not allowed to come near." The other 3 people seemed to be used to Li Mingzhu's coldness. Hearing Li Mingzhu's words, they all spread out their hands, expressing their helplessness. "Sister Mingzhu, since you said that, did you find some clues?" Li Xiaoka walked to Li Mingzhu's side and said with a smile, "If Li Mingzhu was a proud rose in a world of ice and snow, then Li Xiaoka was a jasmine flower in a lush field of weeds." Li Mingzhu gave people a cold feeling, as if she was an ice goddess. On the other hand, Li Xiaoka was amiable and always had a smile on her face. Li Xiaoka's appearance was also the kind that could cause the downfall of a country. Although there was a bit of a difference when compared to Li Mingzhu, she was still one of the 3 great beauties of Kaiyang City. Hearing Li Xiaoka's words, the coldness on Li Mingzhu's face instantly faded. She revealed a rare smile. Then she reached out and patted Li Xiaoka's little head, saying, "Little girl, you're quite smart." "He, Sister Mingzhu, I'm not young anymore," Li Xiaoka retorted. Li Xiaoka was already 18 years old. She wasn't young anymore. However, in Li Mingzhu's eyes, she was still a child. "I did find some clues. With these clues, the possibility of finding the Flame Leopard King is very high," Li Mingzhu said. Li Cheng and Li Xinyan nodded, indicating that they would listen to Li Mingzhu. In the end, The group of four quickly entered the Luoying Peaks. Chapter 571. Sister Mingzhu, there's a person on that mountain. Li Xiaoka and the others had just climbed up the mountain when she suddenly saw a person lying on top of a mountain not far away. She called out softly, "Brother Li Xiaoka!" Hearing Li Xiaoka's words, the other three all turned around and looked in the direction she was pointing. The mountain they were standing on just happened to be much higher than the mountain Fangchen was lying on, so they immediately saw him. Yes, why would there be someone on the Fallen Flowers mountain peaks? Li Cheng was a bit puzzled. Could it be a lone cultivator who came to the Fallen Flowers mountain peaks to train and got injured? Li Xian's eyes turned. Li Mingzhu didn't say anything. She thought for a moment and said, "Let's go take a look." Normally, no cultivators would come to the Fallen Flowers mountain peaks. Even Li Mingzhu and the others came because they were from Kaiyang City's Li family. Kaiyang City was the closest city to the Fallen Flowers mountain peaks in the Five Elements province. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh soon. The four of them arrived at the mountain peak Fangchen was on. When they saw Fangchen's appearance, they couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. Just how injured is he? Li Xiaoka was shocked to see Fangchen's miserable appearance. Li Xian and Li Cheng were also shocked to see Fangchen's appearance. This person's entire body didn't seem to be intact at all. Even Li Mingzhu was a bit flabbergasted. This cultivator's internal organs, including his frontal bone, were all shattered. Just what had he experienced? Could it be the Flame Leopard King who did this? Li Cheng suddenly asked. Li Xian shook his head and directly denied it. Impossible. If it was the Flame Leopard King, it would definitely leave claw marks on his body. But although there are many wounds on his body, there are no claw marks at all. I don't think he was killed by the Flame Leopard King. His frontal bone is shattered and there's a large hole in his chest. His internal organs must have been shattered as well. He's probably already dead, said Li Cheng. Li Mingzhu, who had been staring at Fangchen, suddenly had a complicated look in her eyes. Then she approached Fangchen. "Mingzhu, what are you doing?" asked Li Xian directly. "He doesn't seem to be dead yet," Li Mingzhu said softly. "What? He's still not dead, despite being injured like this?" Li Xian and Li Cheng were instantly shocked. If Fangchen really didn't die, then it would be too miraculous. Even if it was a spirit vortex realm expert, with such injuries, he would definitely die. Li Mingzhu approached Fangchen and squatted down. She gently placed her fair fingers on Fangchen's chest. Dong as expected, Li Mingzhu felt a faintly discernible fluctuation. This further proved what Li Mingzhu had said before. His heart was still beating, and he was indeed not dead. At this time, Li Mingzhu began to carefully observe Fangchen. Up close, she could see that Fangchen was a young warrior. Why would such a young martial artist suffer such heavy injuries? Li Mingzhu could not understand. Could it be? At this moment, Li Mingzhu thought of something. "Mingzhu, even if this person isn't dead, he's not far from death. Our goal this time is to find the Flame Leopard King. Let's not waste any more time," Li Xian urged. "That's right, Mingzhu. Let's go," Li Cheng said. Hearing her two cousins, Li Xiaoka retorted, "This person is so pitiful. He's seriously injured, and his frontal bone is shattered. He's still not dead. How can you bear to just leave like this?" Hearing this, Li Cheng and Li Xian were speechless. Li Xiaoka was not old, but she was famous for being soft-hearted. In Kaiyang City, she would feel sorry for the beggars on the roadside and would give them some money at any time. However, Li Xiaoka was one of the best in the younger generation of the Li family. The Li family had always seen her as the next Li Mingzhu, so they doted on her. Whenever Li Xiaoka went out to train, she would definitely bring back many injured warriors. Li Xiaoka could not bear to see these warriors die, so she brought them back to the Li family to ask for help in treating them. At this moment, hearing Li Xiaoka's words, Li Xian and Li Cheng were speechless. It seemed that they would have to bring along a sick person for their next mission. Sister Mingzhu, let's bring him back. Maybe we can treat him, Li Xiaoka said sweetly. Hearing this, Li Mingzhu nodded and said, okay. Hearing this, Li Xiaoka was very excited. She ran in front of Li Mingzhu and hugged her arm, coquettishly. However, at this moment, Li Xiaoka discovered Fang Chen's lower body. She immediately screamed and covered her eyes with her white hands, turning her back. Him. Li Xiaoka's face was red, and she could not speak for a moment. Hearing this, Li Mingzhu shook her head slightly. She took out a snow-white shirt from her infinite space ring and covered Fang Chen's body. Then she turned to Li Xiaoka and said, Xiaoka, we are going to look for the flaming Leopard King. If we bring him along, it will definitely affect our progress. How about this? We will look for the flaming Leopard King first. After we find the flaming Leopard King, we will come back here to bring him back. Hearing this, Li Xiaoka nodded and said, okay. Finally, the four of them left the place. Fang Chen was unconscious the whole time. His body was battered and exhausted. The blood around his bones had long dried up, and his organs were shattered. Only his heart was beating imperceptibly. Li Mingzhu and the other three left the mountain peak where Fang Chen was and went straight into the depths of the Luoying mountain peaks. As the four of them went deeper, they felt a tense atmosphere. Mingzhu, don't tell me we really met the Flaming Leopard King? Li Xian asked. Although their goal was to find the Flaming Leopard King, it would be troublesome if they really met it. The atmosphere here is very tense. Something is wrong, Li Cheng said. They had been to the Luoying mountain peaks many times, but this time the feeling was very different. Perhaps the Flaming Leopard King would really appear. Li Xiaoka blinked her small eyes and looked around curiously. Although she looked weak, she was actually a powerful warrior. In Kaiyang City, she was considered one of the best of the younger generation. She had condensed 9 flashes of true qi. In the younger generation of the Li clan, she was second only to Li Mingzhu. At this time, Li Mingzhu looked around, her cold eyes constantly searching. Finally, she locked onto a position and said, let's go this way. Li Mingzhu was very brave and led the way at the front. Li Xian and the other 2 followed, closely behind. After walking for about an hour, Li Mingzhu finally stopped because what appeared in front of her was a cheetah surrounded by flames. Flaming Leopard King! Li Xian shouted. It really is the Flaming Leopard King. We actually found the Flaming Leopard King. Li Cheng cried out involuntarily. Ever since the Flaming Leopard King appeared a few decades ago, no other Flaming Leopard King had appeared in the Luoying mountain peaks. But this time, they actually saw the Flaming Leopard King. Roar! The Flaming Leopard King's body was surrounded by flames, and its aura was very powerful. When it saw the 4 humans, its eyes were filled with rage, as though it wanted to kill them all. The Flaming Leopard King's attacks are very fierce. The 4 of us will attack together and use a roundabout tactic. Don't get close to the Flaming Leopard King, Li Mingzhu ordered. The other 3 nodded and entered battle mode, ready to attack at any time. Roar! The Flaming Leopard King sensed the threat from the 4 of them. It roared and took the lead to attack. Its 2 claws fiercely extended and boundless flames directly drilled into its claws. Seeing the Flame Leopard King's ferocious attack, Li Mingzhu tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and leaped into the air. She immediately unleashed a fierce attack and clashed with the Flame Leopard King. Soon after, the other 3 also made their moves. The Flaming Leopard King was very powerful. Even with the 4 of them working together, they were only barely able to suppress 1 Flaming Leopard King. After a bitter battle, Li Xian couldn't help sighing. Luckily, the 4 of us are working together. If we were alone, we wouldn't be able to defeat the Flaming Leopard King. Yeah, this Flaming Leopard King is too powerful. Even Li Mingzhu wouldn't be its match in a one-on-one fight, said Li Cheng. On the side, Li Xiaoka was constantly waving her palms, emitting a terrifying aura. Of the four of them, Li Mingzhu's attacks were the strongest. Each of her attacks would hit the Flaming Leopard King's weak points. After fighting for half an hour, the Flaming Leopard King let out a miserable cry and finally fell to the ground unwillingly. After the Flaming Leopard King died, the boundless flames on its body instantly dissipated. Seeing the Flaming Leopard King die, the four of them stopped attacking. Li Xian and Li Cheng stood there panting, their foreheads full of sweat. "We finally killed it," said Li Xian. The Flaming Leopard King's body was full of treasures. Of course, Li Mingzhu was most interested in the Flaming Leopard King's heart. It was said that the Flaming Leopard King's heart contained boundless fire element. Warriors who obtained it would benefit greatly. In a short while, the Flaming Leopard King was dissected by the four of them. Li Mingzhu took the heart, Li Xiaoke took the claws, and Li Xian and Li Cheng each chose the parts they needed. Then, they put the remaining Flaming Leopard King meat into their interspatial rings. The harvest this time was perfect. Even the usually cold Li Mingzhu let out a rare smile. "I really didn't expect that we would actually kill a Flaming Leopard King." Li Xian felt like he was dreaming. "When we go back this time, I will definitely be able to condense the 9th layer of true qi," said Li Cheng confidently. The Flaming Leopard King that hadn't appeared in dozens of years was encountered by them. It would be strange if they weren't happy. "With the Flaming Leopard King's heart, my strength will increase again. I won't have to be afraid of Yang Xiujian in the large competition in a month's time," said Li Mingzhu secretly. At this time, Li Xiaoke said, "We've finished killing the Flaming Leopard King. Should we return?" Actually, Li Xiaoke was thinking about Fangchen. "Let's go back," said Li Mingzhu. Chapter 572. Kaiyang City was a small city in the core region of the Five Elements state. It was also the closest city to the Four Great Ridges. The Luoying mountain range was near Kaiyang City. A small city like Mizar City was nothing in the vast Five Elements province. The overall strength of Kaiyang City was the weakest in the Five Elements state. The younger generation disciples here were only at the peak of the condensing reality realm. It was said that in the Five Elements state's big sect, some of the younger generation disciples had already reached the spirit whirlpool realm. In the Four Great Ridges, the spirit whirlpool realm was considered an absolute powerhouse. But in the Five Elements state, the spirit whirlpool realm was nothing. This was the difference between the Five Elements state and the Four Great Ridges. Although the Four Great Ridges belonged to the Five Elements state, the local warriors of the Five Elements state never acknowledged the Four Great Ridges. They felt that although the Four Great Ridges belonged to the Five Elements state, they were just barbarians from a remote area. They disdained to associate themselves with these barbarians. Of course, Fangchen didn't know any of this. He was still unconscious. There were 3 big families in Kaiyang City, and the Li family was one of them. Li Mingzhu and the other 3 returned from the Luoying mountain range and brought back a lifeless warrior. Everyone knew that Li Xiaoke must have brought him back. Everyone was already used to Li Xiaoke's behavior. On the streets of Kaiyang City, Li Xian and Li Cheng supported Fangchen, while Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke led the way. When they were about to reach the Li family mansion, a mocking voice entered their ears. "Li Xiaoke, you really save anyone. What's the use of bringing back a dead person like this?" Hearing this, Li Mingzhu's eyes were filled with coldness. She turned her head and looked at the man holding a fan. She said coldly, "The Li family's matters are not up to your Yang family to tell us what to do." "Humph, Li Mingzhu, why are you so arrogant? If you have the ability, go and be arrogant with Big Brother Xiujin in the Kaiyang City tournament in a month." The Yang family warrior said coldly. "Scram." Hearing this, Li Mingzhu spat out a word. The cold voice entered the ears of the surrounding people. The voice contained a majestic spirit qi, and it caused the Yang family warrior to retreat. "You, Li Mingzhu, just you wait." Li Mingzhu actually dared to humiliate him in front of so many people. Yang Feng felt humiliated. Although his strength was not as good as Yang Xiujin, he was still a martial artist with 9 strands of true qi. In the face of Yang Feng's anger, Li Mingzhu did not care at all. The only person in the younger generation of the Yang family that could make her feel apprehensive was Yang Xiujin. Li Mingzhu and the other 3 brought Feng Qin into the Li clan residence. In the courtyard of the Li clan manor, the Li clan elder was all smiles when he saw the return of the 4 members of the Li clan. "Mingzhu, how was your harvest this time?" asked an elder with a smile. "Elder, we encountered the flame leopard king and successfully killed it," Li Mingzhu said honestly. "What? You really encountered a flame leopard king?" The elder's face was filled with excitement. Li Mingzhu nodded. The elder became even more excited and hurriedly asked, "Then what about the flame leopard king?" "We dissected the body of the flame leopard king and took away some useful things. The rest are in Li Xian's space ring," Li Mingzhu said. Then Li Xian took out the flame leopard king's meat and handed it to the elder. The elder received it with a smile. "The flame leopard king's entire body is a treasure. Just this meat is enough to strengthen the Li clan's younger generation. This time you've really done a great service." The elder put away the flame leopard king's meat and smiled. "You brought back the flame leopard king's meat for the Li clan. The Li clan must reward you. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Li Mingzhu and the others didn't say anything. They had already obtained the things they needed. Now the most important thing was to go into seclusion. But just at this moment, Li Xiaoka opened her mouth. Her snow-white hand pointed at Feng Qin on the ground. "Elder, when we went out this time, we encountered him in the Luoying mountain peaks. Elder, can you save him?" Hearing Li Xiaoka's words, the elder finally noticed Feng Qin. When he saw Feng Qin's injuries, he frowned. "This child has no life left. Why did you bring him back?" "Elder, he's still alive," explained Li Xiaoka. The elder shook his head. "All his meridians are broken. His organs are shattered. His skull is broken. There's no way he can survive." "Elder, he's definitely alive," said Li Mingzhu. The elder raised his head and looked at Li Mingzhu. "Mingzhu, you're saying he's still alive?" Li Mingzhu nodded and said, "Elder, place your hand on his heart." When the elder heard this, he followed Li Mingzhu's instructions and placed his hand on Feng Qin's heart. His originally expressionless face instantly revealed a complicated expression. "How is this possible?" cried the elder. He had just used his spiritual sense to check this person's body and confirmed that he had no life left. But why was his hand able to feel this person's heartbeat? His meridians are broken. His organs are damaged. His bones are shattered. To be able to survive with such injuries is simply a miracle. At this moment, the elder was completely stunned. He had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had seen someone survive with such heavy injuries. "Where did you see him?" asked the elder. "At the Luoying Peaks," said Li Xiaoka. "It's truly a miracle that this person was able to survive," sighed the elder. Li Mingzhu glanced at the elder and said, "Elder, I'm guessing that he most likely failed to take the transportation formation. You're saying that he was sucked into the spatial turbulence and then fell here?" The elder was even more shocked. If what Li Mingzhu said was true, then this person's life force was too tenacious. "Elder, you have to think of a way to save him," said Li Xiaoka, pouting. "Elder, we just so happened to meet him at the Luoying Peaks. It can be considered fate. Please save him," said Li Cheng. The elder nodded. Doing his best to suppress his shock, he said, "I'll try my best." Hearing this, Li Xiaoka jumped up in excitement. "Elder, I'll go into seclusion first." Li Mingzhu turned and left. Li Xian and Li Cheng also left. Only Li Xiaoka stayed by Feng Qin's side, waiting for the elder to save him. Elder Li Han's position in the Li clan was very high. He was second only to the Li clan patriarch. He was also very strong. He was a spirit vortex realm expert. He had promised Li Xiaoka to save Fangchen, so he would naturally help. Elder Li Han found a guest of the Li clan. This guest was a medical expert. He was also in charge of the injuries of the Li clan's warriors. Guest Li, you're here. Elder Li Han's attitude towards Guest Li was very gentle. Elder Li Han, why did you call me here? Asked Guest Li. Although he was a guest of the Li clan, Guest Li wouldn't easily help under normal circumstances. He would only help if someone in the Li clan was seriously injured. Guest Li, this person is a warrior that I brought back this time. Can you help him? Elder Li Han smiled. Guest Li turned to look at Fangchen, who was lying on the ground. The more he examined Fangchen, the more Guest Li frowned. In the end, his expression became completely serious. Soon, Guest Li finished his examination. Guest Li, how is it? Asked Elder Li Han. Guest Li shook his head. This person's meridians are broken, his organs are shattered, and his frontal bone is damaged. I have to say this is a miracle. This is also the first time I've seen such a situation. His situation is too special, said Guest Li. Then can Guest Li treat him? Asked Elder Li Han. Guest Li shook his head. I'm not confident, but I'm willing to try. To be able to encounter such a special situation in his lifetime, Guest Li also wanted to challenge his limits. Then I'll have to trouble you, Guest Li, Elder Li Han nodded. Guest Li brought Fangchen back to his courtyard and began treating Fangchen. 3 days later, Guest Li found Elder Li Han and Li Xiaoka. Guest Li, how is it? Asked Elder Li Han. Guest Li shook his head, his face expressionless. He sighed and said, I have no other way. Hearing Guest Li's words, Li Xiaoka's expression changed. She was very disappointed. Is there no other way? Li Xiaoka asked unwillingly. Li Han also shook his head. If even Guest Li can't treat him, then no one in Kaiyang City can. Guest Li was a medical expert. If even he couldn't treat a patient, then no one else could. At this moment, Li Han also gave up. He tried to persuade Li Xiaoka. Xiaoka, you've never met him before. It's already good that you're doing this for him. Give up. Li Xiaoka kept shaking her head. This was her personality. She would be very sad when she saw a life disappear. Bring him to my residence, said Li Xiaoka after a long time. In the past, some warriors that Li Xiaoka brought back couldn't be treated and eventually died. However, Li Xiaoka always placed them in her residence until they died. Hearing this, Elder Li Han didn't say anything. He arranged for a few servants to carry Fangchen to Li Xiaoka's residence. Looking at Li Xiaoka's back as she left, Elder Li Han sighed. Xiaoka's personality isn't suitable for martial arts at all. The path of martial arts was very cruel. How could Li Xiaoka, who had a compassionate heart, survive in this cruel world? Elder Li Han, you don't have to sigh. Xiaoka has a compassionate heart at such a young age. There are two extremes for such a person. Either she falls in the cruel and chaotic world, or she rises in the chaotic world, said Guest Li. I feel that Xiaoka will rise and not fall. I hope so, said Elder Li Han. Over the years, Li Xiaoka had saved countless warriors, but almost all of them were mediocre warriors. Elder Li Han didn't expect Li Xiaoka to save an almighty.